Ladies and gentlemen, it is 7 p.m. Pacific on Monday night. You know what that means. It's time for Late Night League. My name is JC Yeso McDonough, and I'm joined by my very good friend James Latman as we kick off week number 4. World's group stages are done, but we're right in the thick of things here with Late Night League. How we doing, my friend?
Doing good. Worlds has been amazing.
Yep.
We have 3 Western teams in the quarterfinals. We can just look over the fact that none of them are from North America, but 3 Western teams in the quarterfinals. Pretty awesome year for us.
Definitely been very fun to watch that, as well as all the Late Night League action we've had throughout the season. Hope you guys have enjoyed it as much as we had. Going to kick things off here. Just want to remind you guys, as we do always, if you guys want more information about Late Night League, maybe some of the other stuff that we're running here at Esports Arena, make sure to head to the link at the bottom of your screen at esportsarena.com/Walmart. You can get all the info you need to watch the streams, join the tournaments, and other events that we are running here at Esports Arena. So make sure to check that one out. As we're looking towards week 4 here, let's look back a little bit, and we can break down some of the pro play stuff as we prepare for our first game. And let's talk about the end of group stages. I think the best place to start is what you mentioned there. No NA teams make it into quarters. TL was the last hope and weren't able to get things done in a do-or-die match against Invictus Gaming early yesterday morning, and that means they are done. And now 4 years in a row, actually, this was an interesting stat that Jat put out now, 4 years in a row, Double Lift has gone 3-3 in group stages at Worlds and not made it out.
That must feel so rough for a player of that caliber.
Yeah.
Like it's a little bit easier when you make it to, or I mean, I wouldn't know. I've only been to a collegiate world championship, never a actual professional scene world championship, but it's a little bit easier when you go in and you know that you probably aren't going to have a realistic chance of making it quarterfinals, and to just, you know, take the experience for what it is. It's an entirely different thing when you go there and you go 3-3 years in a row, when you're just one game away from making it out of your group and just to lose over and over. That must be a really crushing feeling.
Yeah, and the interesting thing here, and I mentioned it to you before we went live on the broadcast, when I did my pick'ems, I didn't have TL getting out. I had them placing third. I had the group actually lined up the exact way it ended up, with Dam1 in first place, Invictus in second. But I think realistically, when you look at the way TL played throughout this year, making an MSI final, right? Beating Invictus in a best of 5 at MSI, 2 regional championships, now 4 in a row for them. Coming into this tournament and with the group draw that they got, was it the easiest group? No.
No,
like
not at all.
You probably would maybe prefer to be in Group B. You probably have a much better shot. But realistically, when you look at the way Invictus is played through summer and their strength coming in, bringing in basically a brand new jungler when they went to the Gauntlet, and you've got a Dam1 gaming team that is unproven on the international stage, that's a group you should look at and be like, we should get out of this group. There's no reason that we shouldn't be able to get enough wins to get out of this group. And they had the opportunity all the way to the last game. You get to the last game of your group stage. It's you versus IG, and all you need to do is win that game to move on, and they couldn't do it. So I think they're obviously disappointed for not making it out, as always, but I think you should be extra disappointed because I think this was a huge opportunity for TL wasted.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't have said it better yourself. They didn't really get the easiest group, but they definitely got one of the easiest groups.
Yeah.
This was definitely a year with a lot of groups of death. A big part of it came down to, I think in that last game that they had against IG, you mentioned that Impact wasn't playing a carry top laner. He was playing Tank Sion.
Yep.
I think that was probably one of the biggest things that they did wrong in their approach to the tournament. Impact's definitely one of their strongest players, not in terms of like individual skill, but in terms of veteran experience at a world stage. He has to be like one of the strongest players on their team on that aspect besides Double Lift, and it doesn't really make sense to put him on a tank matchup.
And the interesting thing too is, I think Impact performed very well this tournament. I mean, the first game against Dam1 in the first round robin at group stage, he crushed Naguri. He took the Aatrox into Naguri's Vladimir, which was so hyped, right? Everybody's talking about he takes the Klepto Vladimir. You know, he's just investment banking in the top lane, and then he crushes people in mid-late game team fights. And Impact took it to him in that game, and I think, you know, maybe it's just they felt better with the sign, with the composition they drafted. Granted, you know, they had an Anivia in the mid lane for Jensen, so maybe you feel like we have to have more of a frontline setup. But I feel like Impact was one of your stars all year, and specifically in this tournament, because he's been performing so well internationally as of the last few years, and I feel like putting him on that matchup, you are just handicapping yourself when you really have someone who has proven not only he can play against some of the best top laners in the world by beating Naguri, but he's shown he can play and he can go toe to toe with the Shy. We saw it at MSI.
Yeah, and the thing is, he wasn't winning those matchups based solely off of like, splitting from the opposite side of the map wherever the enemy top laner was. He was meeting the enemy top laner. He was meeting Nuguri in the side lane, the same side lane that Nuguri was on, and he was contributing to the fights by isolating Nuguri, taking him out before the team fight even started.
Yeah.
Like, that's such a good sign to see when you're up against a top laner that has so much hype behind him, leading into Worlds. A lot of analysts were saying Nuguri was like one of, if not the strongest top laner. Something I don't really agree with myself. I think Khan probably deserves that title a little bit more so, but the way he was beating Nuguri was definitely in such a desirable outcome, a desirable situation that you should have wanted to have him play split pushing top laners throughout the rest of the tournament. Especially if you're picking a champion like Anivia, I would actually argue that you do want a frontline with an Anivia, but that frontline doesn't have to be a tank. All it has to be is a frontliner that is able to take up control in a team fight, that has AoE CC, something like an Aatrox, or something that cannot be ignored by the enemy team, like maybe even an Irelia or something. Just as long as it's a champion that cannot be ignored and is in front of the Anivia, Anivia will be able to clear waves at an efficient enough rate that side laner will be able to side lane for the rest of the mid to late game.
Yeah.
So that definitely was a really wasted opportunity in their part. I do feel. I don't know how much of a impact it had on their losing against IG. Obviously, it comes down to a team-wide effort.
Definitely.
Support staff is just as much involved as the players, but it really is unfortunate that they couldn't make it out of that group.
Yep, and we will obviously continue to break down our thoughts on Worlds and many other things in the league space throughout tonight. So make sure to stay tuned for that. We are going to bring up our standings for you now, though, as we look back towards Late Night League, and there they are on the screen for you now. Upper Moon sitting at the top of the Western region, very consistent performers there, while Night Raid topping the Central with 30 points ahead of Daybreak. We will have another combined bracket for you folks this week, so plenty of action there. As of right now, I believe we have 6 teams ready to go. I'm going to update our bracket just to make sure. No, we actually bumped it all the way up to 8. Love a couple of those last-minute additions getting in there, so should be a very action-packed night as we follow all the play. And I do want to let you guys know, Pizza Man TV, shout out to you. We are reading Twitch chat tonight. We're going to try and have some fun interaction with you guys. So we're going to ask you for your thoughts on different things throughout the night. We're going to have make a little bit of a game out of it, and also any thoughts you guys have on Worlds. If there's anything on that front you want to talk about, we obviously get some dead time in early games, definitely in between games at times. If there's things you guys want to ask for our opinion on, or you guys want to give your thoughts on Worlds, many different things, maybe NA, dropping out, EU getting all 3 of their teams through. Maybe is Korea back? All 3 of their teams making 1 seeds out of groups. Please do not hesitate to drop it in Twitch chat. We want to hear what you guys are thinking right now. We are getting prepared for our first game, but not quite there yet. So we're going to continue on this Worlds conversation. Then let's go back. Yeah, we will have Titan Gaming versus Do the Roar coming up here very soon. We'll get into Champion Select there in just a moment. I believe we're just about ready to go. Should be a good one here. And just really quick, your thoughts as we kick off Champion Select here. A lot of people were talking about last year that Korea is finally been slain, right? Korea's done. It's now the age of Europe and China, and now they were going to take over, and it really seems like Korea has responded in kind with all 3 of their teams performing very well in the group stages, and all now sitting as number 1 seeds in the quarterfinals. Do you think they're back, or maybe they were never gone?
So my opinion in terms of what happened last year was that it seemed to be a rebuilding year for Korea's top teams, SKT in particular, I think a very strong indicator of how you can predict a region to perform at a World Championship event, especially when they're bringing 2 or 3 teams from the same region, is how strong is the strongest team from that region looking. Because the other 2 teams will, especially when you're in a bootcamp scenario where you're spending about 2 weeks straight just scrimming the same teams over and over again, the two weaker teams can benefit a lot from how strong the first team is. You can see that a lot in how Europe performed this year. G2 is an incredibly strong team both before World Championship and while they're performing at the World Championship. We saw them to go 3-0 in the first day. And on that note, both of the other two European teams, against most people's expectations, ended up qualifying as well. I think a big part of that is due to the practice quality that they had with G2. And I think that's the same dynamic that we're seeing this year with Korea. SKT, last year was a rebuilding period for them. This year they came out with, it was such huge news when they came out with the initial rendition of their roster. Mata, Khan, Faker. You have arguably the best player in the world for each of those three roles in your top, mid, and bot lane.
And I mean, Mata is the substitute support too. That's the crazy thing,
Yeah.
because you've got Effort as their starter, and he has been phenomenal. He's performed very well all year, as well as this World Championship, I should say. But we are into Champion Select, folks. Do the Roar and Titan Gaming facing off here. We have completed the first round of bans and some interesting things taken off the board there. One thing standing out to me is the Misfortune. Not something we see a ton in this meta, but Do the Roar not wanting to see that big AoE team fighting ultimate coming out of Titan Gaming, and their first pick priority on the Veigar, something that we've been seeing quite a bit of at Worlds.
Yeah, Veigar is definitely looking like a champion with not only a very strong mid to late game, but very easy execution ability in the early game as well. And it looks like we had a bit of an oopsie in the Champ Select.
We are back. You can look at our beautiful faces here just for a few more minutes as we get Champion Select remade there. So bear with us, folks, as we get those issues resolved. Oh, we actually have to redo the seating. We got one more team sneaking in at the very, very last minute. So appreciate all of our staff at the arenas, as well as everyone in production for dealing with some changing conditions there and getting everything going. So we'll be just a few more minutes before we get back into Champion Select for our first game of the day. We'll update you on what matchup that will be as we get to that point. But now we get to talk more Worlds. So we touched on Korea. We've touched on NA. We've kind of skirted around Europe. You talked about it there in regards to Scrim partners coming into the World Championship. G2 was one of the favorites to win. They're being talked about as the best team in the world after their MSI win and another domestic title, winning the LEC, now 2 splits in a row. And they came in, and everybody was talking about the 6-0 in groups. And interestingly enough, everybody was down on Griffin, and yet Griffin was actually able to beat them twice to end the group stage to grab the first seed. But G2 still has looked very, very strong here as they get ready for a quarterfinal matchup going up against Damwon.
Yeah, well, first of all, I just want to say Pizza Man, 1v1 Invoker, Comet only, or was it Meteor? Yeah, Meteor only. Two, yeah, G2 looked really strong aside from their games against Griffin. I think one thing to note about G2's performances at the world stage is that in their early to mid game, they do not look impermeable at all. I think Hillsong in particular has a ton of deaths in most of their games that are close or that G2 ends up losing.
Yeah.
I think a big problem with G2's early to mid game is the way that they approach areas on the map where they don't have vision. They tend to have multiple deaths in the same side of the map that they had no wards on. Like one guy will die there, 40 to 30 seconds later, another guy will either have to blow flash or die in the same region. These are things that you will almost never see from Korean teams like SKT, Damwon, and Griffin, because they're so conditioned against each other that that's like tried and true the way that Korean teams look for kills in their own regular season, because the game pace moves so slowly over in Korea that a lot of their deaths do end up being out of mistakes around vision. So G2 is looking phenomenally strong in the sense that despite those errors in the early to mid game, they are still coming out pretty dominantly ahead in the late game. Like if they win one team fight with the team compositions that they've been picking lately, they just outright win the game within like 3 to 5 minutes after that team fight. I think that's a very strong sign, not only of how strong they're able to close out, but just how strong they are as an individual players on the champions that they're being given. Right here, we see an opportunity where in the next, I think it's 2 weeks before the next stage of the tournament starts?
Quarterfinals are actually this coming weekend.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, Saturday and Sunday.
They have got 1 week to patch up those weaknesses. If they can, and the thing is, dying around vision is actually one of the easier things I think that you can patch in terms of like short-term, like immediate fixes to your team's macro play. If they can fix those mistakes in the next week, I think they have a really good shot of making it to the finals. And if they don't, we might see them lose pretty harshly, pretty early on in the quarterfinals, because again, those mistakes around vision are some of the easiest, some of the most frequent opportunities that Asian teams will look for, especially in a World Championship.
Definitely a thing to keep an eye on. The interesting thing is when I look to in regards to like the head-to-head matchup against Damwon, and I look, lane by lane, I really feel like G2 has an advantage there. Wonder and Naguri could be, especially because I think Naguri was exposed, might be a strong word here, but I think he's not as unbeatable as everybody was kind of hyping him to
Hmm.
be coming into Worlds. So I think they have, at the very least, an even matchup in the top lane with Wonder going up against Naguri. The big mismatch might be in the jungle. I think Yankos is extremely a great player, but Canyon has been next level all this year. One of the best players in Korea, and I believe he won MVP this season in Korea. So hats off to him. He's been a great player. Meanwhile, in mid lane, Caps into Showmaker is interesting. I feel like that's a very volatile matchup, but definitely something where if Caps is on his game, and that's the thing kind of everybody always talks about, it's kind of a coin flip with him at times. But if Caps is on his game, they can definitely win that. And I actually think they have a huge mismatch in the bottom lane. I think G2's bottom lane is terrifying going up against Damwon. Nuclear has shown to be very exploitable throughout this tournament and throughout this year as a whole. And I think especially with the deep champion pool that Perks plays with, he can bring the mages down there. He can play the Yasuo Gragas. That really could be a place on the map for G2 to attack. And if they can consistently blow open the bottom lane, I think that's a great path to victory for them, because it just may not be enough for Naguri and Showmaker to carry the deficit that they may deal with in the bottom lane. But I think it's going to be a really interesting matchup, and I think it's one of the probably, I don't know if it's the closest, but I think it's going to be one of the most exciting series of the quarterfinals.
Oh yeah, I agree. I agree with most of the points you made, especially about top and jungle. One thing I will note is that you are right in the sense that Caps is considered kind of a coin flip player before this tournament. But from what I've seen in his performances in mid lane, he seems to be very consistent.
Yeah,
Even in games where his jungler is falling behind on tempo, falling behind on just like how quickly he's getting back onto the map after his first and second clears compared to the enemy jungler, Caps is doing a really great job of not dying to those ganks. In fact, most of the situations that I've seen, at least, I haven't seen all the games in Worlds, but most of the situations where Caps ends up slightly behind in lane, or even further than slightly behind, it's usually due to Jankos botching a gank around mid lane, or botching a jungle skirmish around mid lane that Caps has to sacrifice Prio for.
sure.
So I'm actually really looking forward to seeing Caps. I think he's definitely going to have an advantage against Showtime. He has more competitive experience in terms of like international play,
Sure.
and that actually goes a very long way. I think is most importantly in top and mid lane. I think those are the two strongest points of contention where international experience plays a huge role, because those lanes end up a lot of it comes down to, it's kind of like poker. You're kind of bluffing when you want to pick trades with a big mini wave or with a small mini wave, and kind of like making the enemy laner guess, like, is their jungler actually around here? Like, if like the enemy junglers are always really experienced at tracking jungle movements, but in the way that you can bluff your trades, you can kind of create a lot of ambiguity there. And that's something that I think veteran players on the international stage do a much better job of, compared to players who are, dominant in the domestic stages, but don't have as much experience in the international stage. Another thing I do want to point out is I do think Perks has an advantage in bot lane in terms of the AD carry player matchup, but I also think that Hillasan is, again, like, I've been seeing him die a lot in the early games. Not only in the beginning stages of mid game, but he's dying a lot in the laning phases as well. He tends to die whenever lane bush is not pinged, and the enemy team just drops a ward into his bush and immediately hits him with a skill shot. That's something that's happened more than a couple times from the games that I've seen, and that's a pretty inexcusable way to die in the early game, especially at the world stage. So I do think that Perks has the advantage there, but again, vision plays are one of the most frequent ways Asian teams will get kills. So I'm a little worried about that, but otherwise, I do think that G2 has some pretty decent advantages across all three lanes. Top lane has a good chance of winning. Mid lane definitely looks strong throughout this tournament, and Perks has looked phenomenal. Like, even in games where his support is like 0-3 in deaths, Perks is 0-0 even CS with a melee champion. Like,
Yeah.
that's really something to commend. So I do think G2 has a really strong chance, and I think that's definitely one of the matches I'm most excited for in the quarterfinals.
Definitely going to be fun to watch there. Let's talk then about G2, or not G2, Europe's number 2 team, Fnatic, coming into the tournament. When you're talking about G2 being a tournament favorite, and then when you talk about that, then you kind of have to feel like with the way Fnatic performed throughout this year, and especially in the summer playoffs for the LEC, taking G2 to a full 5 games in 2 straight best of 5s. We are going to jump into pick ban here right now as well with Do the Roar facing off against Night Raid. But
Ooh, different match.
when you look at Fnatic and how well they performed in those 2 best of 5s and then coming to international play, you have to think, well, if G2's maybe the best team in the world, then Fnatic's got to be up there, like top 3, top 4, right? And then they looked a little shaky in the first round robin, but that they come in with that huge 3-0 day to close out round robin play,
huge.
knock out RNG and move on as a 2 seed in a very tough group. And to be clear, beating SKT in a best of 1, which is nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah.
I think Fnatic has really turned things on, and they are looking absolutely terrifying. I mean, they're going up against Fun plus Phoenix in the quarterfinals, but I would have to say FPX is probably the weakest looking of all the 1 seeds, and Fnatic is carrying a ton of momentum and are looking really good headed to quarters.
Yeah, so one thing I do want to point out is that, yeah, G2 has been considered the strongest team in Europe by far, but Fnatic's performance on that last day when they went 3-0, that is definitely a performance that I think is stronger than the level of consistency that G2 has shown in this tournament. If we had to judge both of those teams' strengths by both of their day 2s and their group stages, I think Fnatic is definitely the stronger team. Not only in terms of like how they performed in their games, but you have to consider clutch factor when it comes to international tournaments. You have to consider how well can a team perform under extreme pressure. G2, when they went 3-0 in day 1, that creates an environment where they have at least a little bit of wiggle room to lose a little bit of focus. And that goes a long way when you consider these teams have to be playing best of 5s later on in the tournament. Just the fact that Fnatic was able to go 3-0 in that day 2 is phenomenal. I think they really have a strong chance of outperforming G2 in the later stages of this tournament.
All right, we will see how that shakes out, but we are into Champion Select. Shout out to Gillyman in Twitch chat, one of our local support players here, now playing as, and now correct me if I'm wrong, Gillyman, if you're still watching, is it geysers, like a geyser of water, or is it gizzards, like the gizzards in a turkey
I'm
or a
running on
chicken?
geysers. I bet
Just
it's
let me know.
geysers.
Yeah, it's probably geysers, but just want to confirm. Don't want to mispronounce if we don't have to. Thank you to Pizza Man for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Guys, if you do have Twitch Prime, remember you do get that free subscription every month. We would certainly appreciate it if you threw it our way.
It was
Gizzards. Okay, Gizzards. Thank you. So Gizzards.
I'm already
for
0-1. That was
Gillyman.
fast.
Maybe see him later in the day. And now into Champion Select here. We can kind of do a quick run through of what we have seen so far. The Veigar that was picked earlier in the day until we scrapped that draft is banned out. And then a heavy focus onto some bottom laners with the Caitlyn out and the Garen, who is more often than not played in the duo lane nowadays. Some interesting things available. Pantheon is up. Yuumi is available. Haven't been picked yet, so we'll see if anybody wants to take it. But all the top side picked here for Night Raid, saving their bottom lane for later, and you see that reflected in the bans by Do the Roar. Anything that stands out for you, Latman, as we close out the second round of bans?
So we're seeing a pretty similar theme compared to, I think the last time I was here was 2 weeks ago, where junglers are pretty much going for gank-heavy junglers that have really strong execution, really strong team fight, not the strongest clear. Although I think 2 weeks ago we did see, I think the team that ended up winning it all was like the only exception to this rule. The team that was picking Xin Zhao jungle, Lee Sin jungle. But here we see, but for the most part, we were seeing a lot of tank junglers. Another thing I do want to point out is both of these teams, their top laners are skirmish heavy, the mid laners are pretty skirmish heavy as well. I think Syndra is a very phenomenally strong pick right now in the current meta. I would say that's a stronger pick than the Ahri. I think it will come down to, you know, whichever pilot of their champion in mid lane is more fluent with the matchup. But I do expect Syndra to come out ahead there. Another thing I do want to point out is, we see these Sivers being blind picked. I think Sivir is a pretty consistent blind pick in general, but personally I do not like playing Sivir against Zac, because the thing is, you can spell shield his initial jump, but all he has to do is ult right after that, and you can't spell shield both of those spells. You will always end up getting hit by one of them. On the other side, we do see Jinx being picked up. This is a pretty tough game to play Jinx, in my opinion, just because we see the Syndra and the Sejuani. But she has a pretty good team for it. You know, Morgana is definitely a great pick to enable the Jinx, especially when you're playing against a team with their only range CC is really Sejuani, unless you're getting hit by like a stray Syndra E, which is pretty unlikely in team fights. So in terms of executability in the bot lane, I do think that the Jinx is a bit of an easier game, especially because they were able to get that last pick Morgana compared to Do the Roar's bottom lane.
All right, well, as we close things out here, the Morgana locked in its support for Randy Newman, and actually the Braum to pair up with the Sivir here. So some solid engage and disengage on the side of Do the Roar, and they obviously have the go button with the on the hunt for the Sivir. So an interesting setup there by Do the Roar, and I love that we get to see a Riven. That should be a good time here up in the top lane. And the Kai'Sa band away means Beastlance does pop over to the Jinx, as you mentioned. Should be an interesting matchup here in the bottom lane. Sivir, we've kind of seen fall out of the meta over the last few weeks.
Yeah.
Was super popular in summer. Still, somewhat of kind of an old reliable. You have that great scaling, solid wave clear on the champion. So I think definitely kind of a great thing to fall back to, and we'll just have to see how it works out here, because if Beastlance can get rolling on this Jinx, it could spell trouble, but both of these AD carries scale fairly well in this game. Shout out to Gillyman as well, subscribing with Twitch Prime. Thank you so much for your support, and you do get that beautiful little subscriber icon next to your name.
Nice,
I think that's definitely
icon,
worth it. Yeah.
Wow.
Little Esports Arena logo. But now back to us here on the couches in Santa Ana from our Esports Arena studio. Welcome back, folks. We're about ready to get into game here for Night Raid versus Do the Roar. And as we look at Champion Select here, Zach really stands out to me.
Yeah.
And the interesting thing is, typically you look at the Zach, and one of the things you always talk about is his early skirmishing is really rough. He can get punished early, but I think things actually worked out well for Night Raid because they already, they picked the Zach blind, and Do the Roar still elects to take the Sejuani there, and I think that means the Zach's feeling great about getting to level 6. Sejuani, again, another jungle champion that isn't that great early duelist, and I think that nearly guarantees that Zach should have easy access to get those clears early, get to level 6, and then try to get into the lanes.
I would actually argue that the Sejuani pick is a little bit stronger than you would expect in terms of skirmishing.
Okay.
Her base value is actually really strong. What her typical weakness is in the early game is that, first of all, there are early game tempo-based junglers that are actually designed to just out-skirmish tanks in general.
Yep.
But when you don't have those really strong like Xin Zhao, Lee Sin junglers in the early game, Sejuani she holds her weight pretty well.
Okay.
The one thing that I do think was a huge boon for the blind Zac pick was that the bot lane matchup looks relatively hands-off. They were able to get the Morgana, which is a great pick into Zac. So being able to deny the enemy team from the Morgana pick is phenomenal, especially when you're picking a hyper carry like Jinx, who isn't able to escape from the Zac both in early and late game. But another thing worth noting is that not only did the enemy team pick a Sivir blind, but they picked a Braum into a Morgana, which typically indicates that they're not planning on getting any meaningful skirmishes in until at least like the later stages of the laning phase, where you can start 3 or 4 manning the lane.
Sure.
So Zac probably isn't going to be invaded on in bot side, given these facts in the bot lane. Most of the action that Zac will have to be worried about should come from the top side, and I think he has a Kled into a Riven matchup.
Yep.
Which is pretty good for the Kled. I don't know the top lane matchups too well to really be able to tell like which of those top laners is going to have prio in the early stages of the game. But I do know that Kled should be more than capable of holding his own weight. So I think there was a big risk in picking the Zac blind here. He definitely could have had his bot lane hard countered, and to such an extent that he would have to be worried about roams repeatedly. That was something that we saw 2 weeks ago. That there was this one team that was picking Thresh pretty frequently. I don't remember the Thresh player, but he was so good that day. And every time he won bot lane, he converted that advantage to gating a roam off in mid lane, setting 2 pink wards in the bot river bush, and just going to the second red buff spawn over and over, game after game. That's something that I don't think the Zac needs to be worried about this game, and I think that was probably the biggest point of contention that I would have expected for the Zac to really see problems at.
Okay, well, we'll have to keep track of that. The other thing I think is important is that you pair a melee solo laner with that Sejuani. So you mentioned the Zach may struggle around the top side. If they can set up a two-man invade with the Sejuani and the Riven, that's when things could really get in trouble because it makes it much easier for the Sejuani to proc the stun with the help of the Riven, and then it could mean the Zach is in trouble. So we'll definitely have to track. We love to follow our jungle matchups in our late night league games. They definitely dictate a lot of play in the league. So we'll see how things kind of shake out between the Zach and the Sejuani. But we're ready to get into game. Going to remind you one more time, if you guys need more information about late night league or anything else, talk about, Super Smash Thursdays, Fortnite Frenzy on Fridays. If you want to come and check out Wednesday Night Fights, make sure to head over to the link at esportsarena.com/Walmart. We can bring that graphic up on the screen for you here, right here. Beautiful. Check out that link right down there for more information. We are going to have a bit of a wait here as we are dealing with an issue with one of the players in the game, so bear with us as we get ready for that. But it means we can talk more worlds. We can continue to break things down. Let's talk about China. RNG doesn't make it out. They get eliminated in groups. IG able to squeak through with that win against TL, and FPX. I don't know how many FPX games you watched over there in Group B, but they looked very, very rough in the first round robin, losing to J-Team to start off the tournament, and then weren't as definitive because really that was a team that people were looking at as kind of the number 2 or number 3 favorite coming into Worlds here. So they are looking certainly a lot weaker than people expected coming into the tournament. And now they'll have a tough matchup against Fnatic, who we were talking about earlier, a very strong team against, again, took G2 to 5 games twice and are looking very impressive in this tournament, carrying a lot of momentum. This could be a very scary matchup for FPX.
Yeah, I actually didn't have the pleasure of watching any of the matches in Group B.
Okay.
But I do think, especially for FPX is a pretty unproven team in terms of international play as far as I'm concerned. They didn't actually make it out to MSI earlier this year. They did make it to the Worlds tournament last year, as far as I know. So going against a team with as much experience as Fnatic, especially in a best-of-5 series, as a team like FPX, especially when you had a pretty shaky group stage, that's definitely got to be a pretty intimidating situation to find yourself in. I bet they would have absolutely preferred to have gone against, they couldn't have gone against Clutch because they beat Clutch in their own group. Although, no, they actually would have a chance to draw Clutch, huh? Or not Clutch Gaming. I'm sorry, I'm trolling. The 3rd seed coming out of Europe, Splice. Yeah.
They were in the same group, so they couldn't have drawn them.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. They wouldn't. They aren't even on the same side of the bracket with the way things worked out. But we'll have to keep track of that. But we are on to the Rift, folks. Night Raid and Do the Roar here. Captain Moser will spot out an early potential invade here. So Do the Roar giving away a little bit of information there.
Hey, no bashing on Brug in the chat. Brug's great. Go Brug. So yeah, that invade was definitely a little ambitious. I think they were really just pushing for early vision. It would have been nice to have seen Braum, get involved in that top side invade and maybe have the Sivir watch both of the bot side entrances. Here we see a counter invade, but she's starting pool.
Randy Newman, I do not know about that decision. He's going to be in big trouble here. That's an easy first blood. The weird thing here is Night Raid and Do the Roar actually both have phenomenal level 1s, and it's all just entirely on the supports, right? Morgana and Braum, 2 of your best level 1 supports, along with things like the Nautilus with the Dredge line. So it really doesn't matter what you bring with that. Both of those are great setup to force flashes and possibly set up kills, and it works out for Do the Roar. And honestly, Randy Newman kind of handing it over, stepping up way too far, not even skilling the Dark Binding, instead electing for the quote-unquote wave clear with the Tormented Soil there, and it does cost Randy Newman his life, and really big here as well. The kill goes over to the Sivir. Now that lead won't manifest yet as Earthscape Tower, as Earthscape Tower doesn't get to back here and spend that gold, but after that first back, as long as Sivir doesn't give any gold over to the Jinx, that will manifest in, at the very least, a dagger or a longsword for the Sivir here. So Do the Roar feeling pretty good about how that level 1 went.
Yeah, that's about as free as it gets, man. No one even had to use a flash. No ignites were used anyway. Like, straight up, Braum just walked up to the Morgana and autoed her once to participate in the kill. Randy Newman had the right idea. When you see one team commit like 2 to 3 members on one side of the map for an early ward, you do want to immediately go onto the other side and drop it. Oh, all in happening really early in the top lane. Kled still has flash. Okay, Riven has to flash. Good flash by the Riven.
The,
It doesn't matter though.
the pistol from Korean Banana finishes the kill, and Night Raid gets one back.
Wow, I feel like every game we see Riven picked on the top side, or at least the games that I've been around for, there's a kill on the very first 2 mini waves. It's pretty awesome to see. This volley matchup's looking pretty hands-free. A gank on mid lane.
Yeah, the Syndra are going to take a lot of damage. Chrono backing away, but caught by the Charm. Barrier comes through, but it may not be enough. Flash away as the Syndra's burning from the Ignite. Chrono will survive. That's 2 for 2 traded in Summoner spells. Meanwhile, on the top lane, they're going once more. Korean Banana, he's got a ways to go for the remount, but Purple Beanie running for his life will not go down. But that is a summonerless Riven who wants to keep trading with this Kled, and it is not working out early.
Yeah, it's an especially tough situation for the Riven up there because the wave is pushing out away from her towards Kled's tower. She really needs to make sure she uses her mini wave advantage properly to get the Kled low enough so he cannot freeze. But here we see Zac is on top side as well. So Johnny's coming over to match the Zac so Riven can at least get an opportunity to crash the wave. But it looks like she's not taking that opportunity. From what I can see on the minimap, she's backing off of the mini wave, and she might be having to deal with a freeze from the Kled.
Looks like the Purple Beanie may be hoping that Korean Banana was going to shove this wave out to maybe set up for a gank, but smartly the Kled just playing it safe, allowing this minion wave to push into his tower until he remounts onto Skarl, and then he can go aggressive.
So Johnny's currently looking at mid lane right now.
Yeah, in behind Captain Moser. Captain Moser has no summoner spells. There's a scatter of the week for the stun and more damage from Chrono. Chrono's out of mana, but it may be enough here. Captain Moser going to get stunned by the Sejuani. One more auto and make that rage quit. Will grab the kill on the Sej.
I got really worried at the end of that gank, by the way. In the very last second of that gank, that kill was already secured, and Syndra had basically no mana or no cooldowns to really participate for a last hit kill. So that would be in the situation where I would have totally been fine with the jungler picking up the kill. Syndra walking back in to get that last auto off was the only way Ahri could have had any chance of returning a kill. But that was a good sidestep by Chrono to deny that kill.
Chrono doing just enough there to set up the kill, and that means that make that rage quit 1-0-1 here to start the game. Both teams even in gold, but a 2-1 lead in kills for Do the Roar. So Night Raid doing well here in the CS department and holding priority in these lanes, though Beastlance and Randy Newman getting the push going bot side as Earthscape Tower has been able to finally back. We'll check those item builds here in a moment. We can bring up that graphic. Thank you to everyone in production. And that lead actually shows up with an early BF sword. 5 minutes into the game, and that's a BF sword for Earthscape Tower. So definitely the advantage to Do the Roar's bottom lane here. Good spell shield to avoid the binding. And Beastlance, until he backs, is at a heavy disadvantage in terms of damage into the Sivir, but Zac trying to get down here. That's going to be the zap landing. Earthscape Tower's in trouble. He doesn't have the spell shield. You're right, and that means he's caught.
Yeah, really great timing by the Zac there to punish the Sivir while she's pushed in front of the tower. One thing worth noting is, despite the free kill landing onto the Sivir in the early game, Jinx was actually ahead about 20 CS before that first back. So two things. One, it's got to feel really bad seeing the enemy Sivir get a BF stone on our first back despite you being ahead. Ahri going for the all-in, but misses the charm.
Yeah, Chrono in a lot of trouble here. The charm misses, but it may not even matter. Barrier for Chrono, trying to buy time. Actually not. You're running the wrong way, Chrono. Is Captain Moser actually not going to get this kill?
Oh, wow.
That makes no sense to me. Chrono made just 100% the wrong decision.
Yeah.
Keep running towards your jungler.
Yeah.
Instead, tries to run back the other way and still able to survive there. Chrono really tempting fate as the Braum wants to go in here.
Yeah, one thing worth pointing out is Beastlance and Randy Newman are doing a great job with bridging the gap and like making up for that first early game kill. You're absolutely right about that situation in mid lane earlier. Chrono, you have to walk towards your jungler in all situations there. Even if the jungler walking towards you in that situation wasn't what was going to keep you alive, by walking away, you're making it all the more likely that your jungler is not going to be able to have an opportunity to make a return kill in that situation. So that's definitely rough to see. I think the Sejuani could have absolutely punished the Ahri's all-in if he did keep walking towards the Sejuani.
Down in the bottom lane, Earthscape trying to even up things in the CS department.
Looks like Zach's looking for a return gank on the Sivir. I think she does have Spell Shield right now, though.
Yeah, get Rug Monster into that brush, out of vision, and with the red buff, Randy Newman also sitting out of vision. They're just going for the bait here, and it might be perfect. They get onto the Braum, Beefamet gonna get caught, and actually the Spell Shield may not be enough. Escape Tower trying to get away. Beefamet's still alive. This Braum actually barely tanky. And here comes a counter gank. Randy Newman will go down, and they're looking for more. Rock Monster flashes away, but he's still going to get stunned. Chrono grabs the kill on the Beastlands. That's the blobs out, but it's actually going to be an easy 3-for-0. Make that rage quit, cleans it up, and that's a 5-1 lead for Do the Roar.
Oh my goodness. And that was just I was just complimenting Night Raid's bot lane for bridging what was a really rough start for them, you know. Morgana, all she had to do there was hold her flashbang for a little bit longer. She had the right idea. She was trying to flashbang to punish a flash away from the Braum, but she forgot that Braum could just jump to his Sivir in the initial part of that gank. She really just had to wait on that flashbang just a second longer, let Zach land a couple more auto attacks, and punish flash for flash. Missing that flashbang was really tragic. That's a huge swing for Do the Roar's bot lane. Flash ult missing just barely.
Captain Moser may get a kill here, though. He's going to get the shutdown as the Charm just makes the Sejuani walk right to her death. Chrono should be able to get away here, but Captain Moser able to get a kill in the 1v2.
Oh, looks like she's not going for it.
Spell Shield will get Escape Tower away from trouble.
One thing for all you Morgana players out there who might be wondering how to land a kill in that scenario, I think she was in max range of ult there, you lead with your ult. You just click ult there, you keep walking with the Sivir, and as soon as she spell shields the second part of your ult, then you land your binding. Are you looking to cancel it back?
Yeah, Chrono has to step away. 2 tower shots eaten by Captain Moser, but he's honestly feeling fine about that, continuing to force lull Chrono to stay in the lane here. If we can pull up our item graphic here. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. So we can kind of keep tabs on our CS deficits. Flash in. Good charm there. Chrono's in trouble. Barrier will keep him alive for now. Scout of the week, but the Ignite is ticking, and down goes Chrono.
I love how Ari waited to use Ignite there for when Barrier had actually ran out on its duration. Kled going for an all-in here.
Charge in the top lane, and here comes the sack. The Riven will not escape. The purple beanie goes down, and the Gitrog monster grabs another kill.
Wow, so many kills coming up in the early game. Night Raid is really doing a phenomenal job of making up for their deficit in the bot lane by making action happen in mid and top lane. I think a big part of this early game advantage for Night Raid is coming out of Ari's phenomenal play around the mid lane. As I say that, it looks like she was just about to face trick a jungler, but unfortunately she has Zach around to back her up.
All right, make that rage quit. Gonna take some damage here, but able to walk away to the safety of the tower for now. But Captain Moser continuing to do work here in the mid lane. Working on those tower plates. Stun going to land onto the Gitrog monster, but the Zach's pretty tanky this early. Meanwhile, Captain Moser is actually just going to get shut down there. Chrono able to finish that one off, and Gitrog monster's in trouble. He doesn't have his passive, and that's going to be the kill for the Sejuani.
Wow, really great knowledge of your limits coming out from there from Chrono. Really making up for all of the outplays he was suffering at the hands of Captain Moser. Really happy to see him be able to turn around that mid lane dynamic.
Very bloody early game here. We're at 1 combined kill per minute so far. 7-4 lead for Do the Roar, but gold near even here. Just about a 700, 800 gold lead for Night Raid at this point in the game. Doing well in the CS departments. Leads in top and a bottom lane as well as mid. So
across the board.
Yeah, Night Raid farming up well.
Yeah, you know, all they really have to do in a game like this where they see themselves out farming all 3 lanes is to do your best to minimize gank opportunities for the enemy jungler. Wow, Do the Roar is doing some phenomenal damage on bot lane tower. Kled to punish you with TP.
Yeah, Kareem Banana, this is aggressive, trying to get onto Earthscape Tower here, but it's a 1v3. You have to flash away. That's going to be the Glacial Prison, but the stun.
Oh, flash forward into the trap.
Yeah, Kareem Banana able to escape. And now Beastlands is just free firing. He's excited. He's going to grab the double now, looking for the triple. Beefamet trying to juke out the zap, but it isn't enough. The slow, can he get away? He will not. That's going to be the root and the triple kill for Beastlands.
Wow, my mind is blown. That looked like such a horrible play at first. Kled basically using both of his summoners to accomplish next to nothing, and then Do the Roar flashes after the Kled into Jinx traps to basically hand them a silver platter. Like, hey, we know you wanted to make a play down here. Let us help you out. Let us give you what you're looking for. Oh man, that's really tragic. but you know, maybe Korean Banana read that from the start.
It was the Galaxy Brain bait. He calculated it. He knew he could take exactly this much damage. He had timed the return of his bottom lane, and hey, it all worked out. Can't question it. Now even up in kills, and that play actually grows that gold lead significantly. Now Night Raid up 2,000 gold here as we approach the 13-minute mark here. Yes, 4,566 IQ there, Leninade.
Zach going in for the steal.
Yeah, Gitrog Monster gonna get in here, not able to grab the buff, but it isn't even gonna matter. The perfect buff transfer to Captain Moser.
Dude, that must suck for the Sejuani. She was not able to move at all that entire time. From Zach jump to Morgana Q to Ari Charm. It's really good, really well executed play from Night Raid.
Night Raid now trying to keep up the pressure here. Beastlance continuing the push here on the Jinx, and Captain Moser continues to be a threat. Chrono has the barrier up as this is going to be the charge in the top lane. Korean Banana is going to be able to tether onto the Purple Beanie, but he's close enough to his tower to be able to just walk away here. Turret planing going to fall in 30 seconds. Chrono has barrier. Can he survive? Charm's going to land. There's the Q and the finish. Captain Moser has another solo kill.
Oh, I love the courage, the gall coming out of Captain Moser, looking for that melee range charm. Really knowing that he has the limits, he has the idea of Syndra's damage, knowing that he wasn't actually in threat of being all in. So Johnny looking for the counterplay.
Yeah, Captain Moser is going to get shut down here easily by the Sejuani. A little too greedy staying for that CS, but a collapse by Gitrog Monster, but this may not work out. He's getting slow support from his bottom lane. It will possibly be a 3v3 here as the binding lands from Randy Newman. Beastlance on his way is going to land the zap. They may want to go for this. He can get excited. There's the traps and the re-engage for Gitrog Monster, but here comes the rest of the team. Beastlance able to get one kill. Can he go in for more? Randy Newman zoning people away. Earthscape Tower taking some damage, but Beastlance is in trouble. Actually flashes over the wall, but it doesn't work. The Riven is there for the shutdown, and now the Gitrog Monster is in full retreat. Randy Newman will land another binding there onto the Sivir, just keeping her around. Korean Banana maybe wants to go in here, doesn't have the ultimate. Randy Newman trying to set up for the bait here. Like Earthscape Tower with the shield. It is going to render that binding useless, and here comes Korean Banana. Earthscape Tower is in trouble. The Boomerang Blade will miss, and Korean Banana grabs the kill.
So one thing I do want to point out, just in case, chat, you guys might be flaming Beastlance for that flash forward. Wow, that was... Captain Moser is just making it look easy in the mid lane at this point. These charms are... He's putting up a clinic on Chrono. But one thing I do want to point out was Beastlance's flash forward there. I think he was actually trying to predict Riven's flash Q forward onto Jinx. He was keeping an eye on Riven that entire team fight, and the moment Riven's actually committed and made a move on him, he chose to flash forward for the next level. As you said, the Galaxy Brain play didn't really pay off there. Made him kind of look like a little bit of a fool flashing into the entire enemy team. But I can respect the play. I respect the gall.
I guess Beastlance may be giving a little too much respect to the Purple Beanie, who has looked rough on this Riven in the top lane, and Purple Beanie just actually standing right there waiting for the Jinx. It means the kill and the shutdown does go to Do the Roar, but regardless, Night Raid is able to pick up the first tower, and they'll make it a second as they knock down the tier 1 in mid lane. Do the Roar will stifle the push after that tower, but still, the lead grows for Night Raid, now up over 4,000 gold at 16 minutes.
Yeah, and they definitely do have a team comp where they can feel comfortable being up this far ahead this early in the game. Jinx is... What's really important is Jinx is getting a lot of these kills. She had a rough start in this game, but after that 3-for-0 trade in the bot lane, that's really helped break open the game for the Jinx. And they're definitely in a dynamic now where Jinx can start breaking out these towers one by one. Also, on the side note, Pizza Man living in Peru definitely wouldn't have seen that coming. How's a pizza in Peru, man? I'm actually really interested about that.
Probably next level. Dude, all those... There's just so much good food south of the United States. I mean, obviously we get some of it bleeding in here, kind of the multicultural effect that we have in this country. But, man, Latin American, South American cuisine, no matter where you go, always seems to be phenomenal. As Beastlance now just firing with the rockets, has the Infinity Edge as well as Triple Dagger. I would assume probably looking for the Runon's Hurricane as his next buy. Also has the completed Berserker Greaves. So Beastlance pretty strong right now. Has that 4-2 and 0 scoreline as Do the Roar has to back away. They want to pressure this bottom tier 1, but they haven't been able to get quite enough.
Yeah, one thing that Do the Roar is doing, I think it's going in the right direction. They're trying to force plays in order to break one of these outer towers with Sejuani ult and Sivir ult. However, bot lane is not the lane that you're going to make that happen on. They have a Morgana. Morgana Spell Shield alone will already counter all of your forms of CC coming out from through the Roar's bot side of the map with jungle, and none of your spells have the damage that's even capable of breaking that Spell Shield. What I would have liked to have seen... Oh, okay, nothing happens there. What I would have liked to have seen was Sejuani has the right idea by showing bottom. Show bottom, allow the Sivir to be able to shove the wave freely into the tower. Then with that priority, have Sejuani and Braum walk over to mid lane, and then at least use either Braum Flash or Sejuani ult from max range to blow Ahri's ultimate or Ahri's flash. And then on that ultimate / flash cooldown timing, you can rinse and repeat. Have the Sejuani go bottom again, free up the Sivir and the Braum to roam back to mid lane, and then try to kill this Ahri. Try to stop her in her tracks because she's getting a lot of momentum in the mid lane. And the Syndra, although she is losing the lane matchup, she absolutely does have the damage to be able to punish and pick up a kill if her teammates are able to land some CC for her.
Ooh, Chrono with the actual flashing back the other way, but it's not going to work out here. As Korean Bananas coming in with the charge. The barrier is not enough, and the Gitrog monster grabs the kill on the Syndra. Now Do The Roar's bottom lane in full retreat, but Randy Newman going to land the binding. Do they go in here? This Braum kill is free. I don't know what they're waiting for, but Night Raid seemingly scared of the lacking vision that they have around this bottom river, and so just clear out some wards and maybe try to set up to push this bottom lane. Beastlance wants this tower, but Do The Roar able to clear out the wave, and Gitrog Monster will back away. And oh, that's going to be a feels bad. Night Raid sitting on a ward. Do The Roar knows exactly what's going on here, and they'll let Night Raid know, hey, we could see you guys over there.
Man, if you're going to use your sweeper at all, why not use it at the start of that play? Oh, well. I mean, I like the idea, you know. Death bushes are always fun for the entire family. Chrono earlier, by the way, giving a nod to Beastlance with that flash forward. I'm really happy to see all these flashes forward this early in the tournament. Hoping to see a lot more of that as the evening goes on.
Hey, I was right about the Runon's Hurricane completed there by Beastlance. I should have put a wager on that.
Yeah, you should have. That was free money for you. I would have bet on a fire cannon.
Yeah, rapid fire cannon, not a bad one for the Jinx, especially if you can get that long-range rocket with that first shot. Can be pretty big. Let's okay, the blue buff does go to Chrono there. I'm gonna propose a bet for you.
Huh.
I think. Okay, let's go with this. Before 26 minutes, do you think we get a 50-50 Baron?
All right, so
I'm gonna let you pick.
In terms of conventional League of Legends play, my guess would be no, because they have an Ahri Jinx Morgana, which would beg it would make you expect that they'll play lanes, you know, and just siege towers, use your your ranged skill shots to pick up kills and picks.
Okay.
But knowing late night Mondays, late night League, I'm gonna go ahead and put my money on a 50-50 Baron.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's say we'll just count points here. Maybe we'll make some bets throughout the night. So if they do a 50-50 Baron before 26 minutes, that will be a point to Latman. They're heading up towards that area, but it looks like they're trying to collapse on the purple beanie, and I guess I've got the no here.
Ooh,
Captain Moser, Chrono's in trouble, doesn't have the barrier this time, and Moser is going to take the kill. Top lane tier 2 will fall as well as the pressure comes out from Korean Banana, and Night Raid starting to set up around this area of the map. Here's Gitrog Monster for the assist. This Beastlance now going to be able to free fire. The collapse is coming in on to make that rage quit, and that's going to be the super mega death rocket for the kill. Beastlance takes down the Sejuani, and Night Raid turning for the Baron.
This isn't fair. The jungler's dead.
But we didn't say the first Baron. We just said before 26 minutes. So the bet is still alive. 3 Cloud Drakes have been taken. No Mountains. So Night Raid going to take this a little bit slower. I don't know. Can they get this before make that rage quit gets up?
I'm a gambling man. Don't
no,
kill
you
the
haven't
Baron.
lost yet. We can still see. Oh, wait. No, the Baron
No, Baron won't respawn in time.
The Baron won't respawn in time. I may have just won this bet. Do we count it as a 50-50?
Get it. Steal it. No.
Okay. If they stole it, I would have counted it as a 50-50 Baron, but with the Sejuani dead, that will be Baron for Night Raid, and I will take that point. A double kill for Captain Moser. He will fall, but Baron secured on 4 members for Night Raid. We're just going to put that one right there.
He's keeping score,
it's an early
too.
lead. It's 1-0.
Yeah,
the night is young. The night is young. We have yet to hit 8 o'clock on the West Coast, so it's fine. Plenty of time for a comeback.
Well.
If you see a bet you would like to propose, just shout it out.
Oh yeah.
Throw it at me.
I'll keep
Anything
an eye
that
out.
stands out.
I'll keep an eye out, but maybe not so soon. One thing I do want to point out is Nightray did a really great job of vision control in the top side jungle just then. One thing that I pointed out right before they started that series of events was that Nightray had some really great pick ability in the Ahri and the Morgana, and they did a great job as soon as they got mid lane pushed, they went straight into the jungle, cleared vision, sat in that vision control for like 10-20 seconds, and within that short span of time, they were immediately rewarded. Ooh, the steal on the big wolf. Randy Newman's got to be feeling good about that one.
Rage quit stepping forward. They're trying to catch out the Gitrog monster, but he has the spell shield, able to easily back away from trouble. And Night Raid, they have a huge opportunity here, up near 8,000 gold. They're actually going to catch out, make that rage quit. He isn't going to be able to escape from Captain Moser, who is just popping off on this Ahri, looking for one more dash from the Oak to look for Chrono over the wall. That's the charm landing. All the damage is piling on as the Gitrog monster. The double kill for the Jinx, the charge for Korean Banana, and Night Raid is looking to crack the base. It's just Earthscape Tower and Beefamet to try and defend here, but the push is coming in mid lane. The inhibitor tower will fall, the inhibitor soon to follow, and does Night Raid continue? They've got a Baron buff minion wave. They're going to elect to retreat.
You know, personally, I would think that this is definitely the kind of game where you can continue that kind of scenario. Yeah, your Zac doesn't have ult, your Jinx doesn't have ult, but once again, you have these picks in the Ahri and the Morgana, where if you gain a little bit of momentum, a little bit of a man advantage, and you have a minion wave to work with, you can make magic happen with these kinds of champions.
Captain Moser just looking for the
damage.
bait. The Ahri, so clean right now. He's getting a couple of times in the early game, but really Captain Moser such a huge threat. And now all the damage. That's the CC onto the front line, and they're just getting shredded. Beast Lance on this Shink. This is doing so much damage, and he's looking for another kill. The purple beanie is dead. That is 3. Looking at gray screens, and once more, it's just the bottom lane of Do the Roar. But it may not be enough. They're going to have to lean so heavily on the wave clear the Sivir, but Night Raid onto the Nexus Towers. They're maybe looking to dive here. The Gitrog monster will buy some time, looking to get onto Earthscape Tower, the spell shield to keep him safe for now, but can he escape? So much damage. The binding will be short, but it may not even matter. The Nexus Towers are falling. The Nexus is exposed. Earthscape Tower gonna do his damnedest, but it's not enough. Captain Moser hits double digits, the Nexus falls, and Night Raid takes the win over Do the Roar.
Wow, what a strong performance. Night Raid really showing just why that they are, the reason why they are leading their circuit, their bracket in points. Really a phenomenal performance by them, really dominant play.
Definitely. Big performance there. Really accelerating things in the mid game. They get those huge kills on the red side to set up for the Baron. It's a little scary there for the moment. You get the Glacial Fissure over the wall. Isn't going to do a ton of damage, but Baron was pretty low. I was kind of sweating there that I might have just lost a point, but I'm not going to call it a 50-50 Baron if they can't steal it and the jungler is dead, so things end up working out. For Night Raid, they're able to do a great job closing out as well. They get the Baron. They continue to accelerate the pace of the game, push through to take the Nexus, and they do take the win. Our next match, we will be going to Titan Gaming versus Fruitcake, and we're actually just dropping
right in. Wow.
Right in. Champion Select is done. We're on to the Rift, and Night Raid, you can go away. We want to talk about new teams right now as Titan Gaming moving out as 5, and we may see an interesting level 1 here. I don't think Zerelius, the jungler for Titan Gaming, you typically don't take the root on Ivern at level 1. I do not believe, but if Stun Daddy elects for the heroic charge, there could be a possibility for some stuff at level 1.
I think Poppy typically does start heroic charge, invade or not, so it's definitely worth a shot from Titan Gaming. However, one thing I do want to point out is these 5-man sit in the bush tactics coming out of Titan Gaming. It's a good approach because you are against a Thresh and it's 5v5, so you can reasonably assume that they might try to do some shenanigans level 1. But typically what you want to do is you want to start off with a 1-4. 4 people stacking one bush, the one guy on the other side of the map drops a ward and river as soon as the game starts, and then rushes as fast as he can over to the other side of the map to group with his 5. I think that would have definitely played an advantage here, because if Titan Gaming had any idea of Fruitcake's initial invade path, they could have definitely picked up a kill right on bot side river as Fruitcake walks through mid lane to get to their blue buff.
All right, well, we won't see any shenanigans at level 1. Fruitcake actually able to get in, and I believe got a ward on Zerelius' blue buff there, so good for them to get some early vision. They'll spot out the start here for the Ivern, and interestingly enough, T-Train actually late to get to the lane. He shouldn't miss any CS as Fruitcake just got his first on the top side on this Vladimir. A little bit of a late start there for the Gangplank.
Yeah, this is a lane matchup that we're seeing a lot at Worlds, by the way, Gangplank and Vladimir. So pretty interested to see if either of these top laners are going to show a nice controlled macro-based game. You know, no first bloods in the first couple mini waves this game, hopefully. I spoke way too soon.
Yeah, Zerelius actually getting up to the top side. They want to punish Fruitcake here, pushing. He has flash available, so he should not die here, but if he gets caught, it could be big trouble. As Agani in the bottom lane, Stun Daddy forced the flash away. The heal might just be enough. The Ignite's still ticking, but Stun Daddy will survive, and Sinon takes a lot of damage there from Intman. A lot of pressure from the Fruitcake bottom lane.
And so both of these junglers actually opted for level 2 ganks. Here we see top lane had to blow their flash on the side of Fruitcake, and Titan Gaming responds with a flash spalling themselves. Actually, it looks like Poppy was the only one who had to blow flash. Kaisa blew heal. Both of these teams showing a pretty aggressive opening game. Pretty good sign to see that there's no death so far at the very least.
And I mean, that's still a great trade. You trade one summoner spell for 2, and it wasn't even the flash of Agani. It was just the Ignite there. Meanwhile, back to the top lane. Fruitcake gonna get trapped again. He doesn't have the flash any longer, and he won't have enough sustain to deal with this. That's gonna be first blood to T-Train on the Gangplank.
And so the dynamic continues where we see people die in the first about 3 minutes of the game in topside. Pretty much almost every game I see of Late Night Mondays, Late Night League. I'm really enjoying it. Fruitcake, fortunately, he does have a champion that is in the Vladimir that is able to somewhat recover from such an early death. But this has got to be such a desirable start for the Gangplank.
Agani wants more here. Beautiful flay, but he just splits the uprights with the death sentence there. So Titan Gaming able to back away without spending any further summoner spells. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Zerelius trying to continue the pressure here. Won't land the root on a NorCal Syndra, so he'll just go back to his jungle. Shout out to I'm Avi, lol, Latman Hard Eyes in chat. I do the same thing every time I see Latman is going to be casting with me, so I can completely sympathize. And to Doubt Spartan 1, at what rank do you guys pick up players? If you're referencing just what rank you need to be to play in Late Night League, there are no rank restrictions. Does not matter. As long as you can come into one of our locations, you can play. It does not matter the rank. Make sure to head over. We'll shout it out a few times throughout the stream tonight, but go over to esportsarena.com/Walmart if you want to see if there are any locations near you. Back to the game, though. Gold near dead even here, so Fruitcake doing a solid job of farming up to mitigate the lead in top lane as T-Train has to back away from the Vladimirs. Fruitcake trying to apply a little bit of pressure here as T-Train didn't return to base, so he's still fairly low on health on the Gangplank. And Zachary actually getting pushed into his tower here pretty aggressively by NorCal. The one saving grace is Syndra pretty much out of mana here in the mid lane, but Intman and Agani continuing to keep up the pressure on bot side.
Yeah, so one thing I'm keeping an eye out for as we get into the later phases of this early game is, one, that dynamic in mid lane should probably continue to be in favor of the Syndra. And two, here we see that the Thresh is getting an incremental HP advantage in bot lane. One thing that I'm expecting to see, and I'm willing to actually put some money down on this, is I do believe that the Thresh will be able to get priority in the bot lane and then roam with that priority to mid lane and force some sort of all-in on that Cassio at mid lane. I think that might be one of the first opening breaking points that we see coming out of Fruitcake. You know, time will tell. You done to call a wager on that?
Okay. What are our conditions? What are we looking for?
All right, condition 1, Thresh roams mid. Condition 2, I mean, I don't know if
does he need to set up a kill in mid?
Yeah, let's say
Are we safe before 10 minutes? Thresh gets mid and sets up a kill?
I would even say, yeah, let's say 10 minutes. Just give me a better chance of winning.
Okay, so you're saying yes, he will?
Yes, he will.
Okay, hey, I'll take that. I'll say before 10 minutes that Agani doesn't get to mid lane and set up a kill. I think he's going to stay here and just continue to try and snowball Intman. How about you guys in chat? Let me know what you think. Does Agani get to mid lane and set something up for NorCal, or does he just stay in bottom lane? There's another good death sentence on the Stun Daddy. I have to say, I'm going to hold that point, actually, as Zerelius is
great
down
play
to the
by the
bottom line.
Thresh.
Flash and beautiful Lantern to get Intman out of trouble. T-Train does spend the ultimate. Not a huge opportunity cost there for the Gangplank, but that gank is completely stifled. That's a 3.5 V2 there for Titan Gaming, and Fruitcake able to get out, just costing the Thresh's flash. But Zerelius actually back down here. Fruitcake not respecting the potential of a regank, but beautiful Blade Caller, and Hitman takes down Zerelius. And maybe they're looking for more. Agani doesn't have the Ignite. He actually used it, but there's the Flay. Now looking for a Death Sentence. They're inhibiting away, but Shino's still taking so much damage. The flash away there from the Kaisa. Now getting some damage back. Death Sentence will miss from Agani, but Fruitcake turning that one on a dime.
Wow, there were so many good plays that just happened in the bot lane in these last 30 seconds. One thing I do want to point out was the Gangplank showed pretty great awareness, pretty great team play by dropping his ult on that bot lane. However, when you know that the enemy Thresh does have flash available, and especially when it's a Thresh with as much presence of mind as we see here in Agani's play, you do want to save that Gangplank ult just a little bit longer. You want to make sure you wait until your jungler lands his first form of CC, the jungler being Ivern in this kind of scenario. Have the Ivern land that first CC, wait for the enemy bot lane to flash, to dodge that CC, or flash after getting hit by the CC, and then follow up that flash with the Gangplank ult at that point of time. There we saw that Gangplank chained his CC with Ivern's initial gank timing. So that way, Agani had a situation where his one flash was able to escape both the Gangplank ult and the Ivern gank.
Man, Agani forcing the flash out of Stun Daddy. Seems like every time a flash is up for Titan Gaming in this bottom lane, the Thresh is making them use it as Stun Daddy. Had to flash away with that Flay in the box, and Fruitcake actually able to escape the parlay. Not enough damage to take down the Vladimir. One thing we'll have to note, Fruitcake going for a bit of the Naguri setup with the Kleptomancy on the Vladimir. We'll just have to see. He does go for his first back and is looking for the first buy Protobelt. We'll have to see if he goes for maybe a Cull later or the Ancient Coin, as Naguri has been known to do that, as I mentioned earlier, that kind of investment banking in the top lane is Agani.
Oh, he's going to catch her.
Shinon here. Good juke on the Death Sense will keep the Kaisa alive. And hey, drops a little emo. I like it. BM, it wins games.
Yo, hey, I'm always a strong supporter of BM in League of Legends. You know, this game is just as much mental warfare as it is mechanical play, guys. Just for all of you in chat knowing that, when you go out in solo queue, do make sure to poke at your enemies a little bit. You know, don't use any words that might get you banned or anything, but a little bit of banter definitely helps from time to time.
Hey, emotes are there for a reason. That's why I have, I'll hold that. Zerelius caught in the Cataclysm there, force a flash away.
Oh, great Gangplank ult.
Actually in trouble here. He doesn't have the flag and drag yet. Flashes away, but Stun Daddy looking for the follow. Does get the hammer and takes the kill. Zacharai backing away though, and will fall to NorCal. But down goes the Syndra. It's a 2-4-2 here, and here comes the bottom lanes. Stun Daddy gonna go down, and that is gonna be 30 seconds early enough. Yeah. That's a point to Latman as the double kill set up for Hitman.
Yeah, that was almost a phenomenal roam from Agani. The only thing I would have wanted to have seen different was Agani in that situation, he walked up and went for a max range hook to contribute to the fight. If he went for a max range lantern there, I think he actually could have gotten NorCal out at the very last second. Either way though, really happy to see him get that roam on mid lane. You know, I'm a gambling man, got my money back. Feeling pretty good about that.
I was starting to see shades of that Key and Peele gif of him just sweating profusely. That was you as that clock was ticking up towards 10 minutes, but you do get the point. Agani and Intman get up there and are able to set up a kill, so good on the Fruitcake bottom lane, continuing to apply pressure as they have about a 2,500 gold lead, and Agani just zoning over the wall, and here comes Hitman with the Lantern. Zerelius in trouble, and that's a kill for the Xayah. Now Stun Daddy in trouble, trying to escape here. Agani gonna look for a Death Sentence. He's low on mana. Oh, they're gonna try and collapse here. Zacharai has roamed down from the mid lane. There's the Featherstorm and the kill for Agani. And Intman just buying time, able to lantern out. Zacharai will not get the kill, flashing in heal from Intman. And Fruitcake will escape.
Wow, that's really tragic because I think Stun Daddy did actually get out. Oh, and Cassio's gonna.
Zacharai caught with his hand in the cookie jar. NorCal's gonna get the kill. T-Train with the oranges under tower, but it's not gonna be enough. Down he goes. Fruitcake gets the solo kill.
Fruitcake of Team Fruitcake really putting the cherry on the top of that sundae there. Just now, Fruitcake was
on top of the fruitcake.
Oh, how did I not see that?
How did you miss that?
Oh, goodness. I need more coffee. I actually feel horrible about that. Production's taking me while I'm down. How could I have missed
We're
that?
gonna get a little coffee IV here in the studio for Latman, guys.
Oh my
Do not worry.
goodness.
We're gonna just get that right into his veins. But
Why do
it's
we even
okay.
cast? Why do we even cast? When
No,
I'm gonna miss
hey,
opportunities like that?
I know you've had a long day. It's all right. I feel you, my man. You miss them sometimes. You can't get them all.
Well,
But
another game.
Titan Gaming going to look to get them all in the top lane as Fruitcake's in trouble here. He doesn't have the flash, and Zarellis is just going to miss the root there. So the Vladimir will escape with his life. Meanwhile, NorCal trying to apply pressure mid, and nothing but the same in bottom lane as Agani and Hitman continue to punish Titan Gaming's bottom lane. This lead now opening up to 5,500 gold as NorCal looking for another tower play will secure 4 in the mid lane. So much gold on this Syndra, and Stun Daddy gonna get caught by the Blade Caller. Heal comes out from Xenon. Keeps the Poppy alive for now, but it may not last long. The one saving grace, Agani's out of mana. So those beautiful flays and death sentences, he doesn't have the resources to use them at the moment.
Thank goodness. But you know, it might be a little too little too late. Here we see Fruitcake is actually, they have the opportunity to break 2 towers before 14 minutes, both mid and bottom. That is a very condemning sign about how this early game is going. That's so much gold on champions that you do not want the gold to be on. Syndra and Xayah are both extremely strong carries, both in the mid and late games.
Ooh, good ult for Zachary. He's got the barrier, and they will actually trade back and forth 1-for-1 in the mid lane.
So that's one thing that I wanted to point out from the first game that we saw that when we saw, I think it was Syndra dodging Ahri's charm, is that in moments like that where your jungler is around to finish the kill, you do not want to be around to try to pick up that last hit on the kill when the only possibility of that gank going badly is you dying. It is so much better to just allow your jungler to pick up the kill and just settle for that assist gold. That's a pretty unfortunate death coming out of NorCal there.
NorCal using the Unleashed power to finish that kill off right after he dies, and Fruitcake pushing up topside has actually been able to take a CS lead, interestingly enough. The early game went so heavily in favor of T-Train in those first 5 to 7 minutes, but Fruitcake has held his own despite going down in the lane early, and now building that CS lead as that bottom tower does fall. So Fruitcake able to get the first tower gold and get it onto Itman and Agani there. So that's huge as they continue to try and snowball this Xayah, who will become very terrifying. Their gold lead now sitting at 7,000 gold, and Fruitcake going for the tower dive. Flash in for T-Train to try and trade it back, but it's not enough. The parlay will not finish it off, and Fruitcake gets the kill. And now here is Darth Vader trying to get onto Zarelius. This is going to be risky. Fruitcake actually has the sustain, and good job from the J4 to grab the tower aggro, and that will mean a second tower falling in favor of Fruitcake.
I think someone in the chat actually called it that Vlad getting ahead is his prediction. Doubt Spartan #1. You might just be right. Fruitcake is picking up a lot of gold in these last few minutes, and that is definitely a champion that is going to have a very easy time of punishing champions like Cassio and Kai'Sa on the enemy team.
The crazy thing, though, is Fruitcake is getting all of their lanes ahead. Fruitcake
outplay.
going in aggressively. It is going into the pool.
Poison.
But is it the 1v2? Zachary gets the kill, so it's a 2-for-1, the double kill for the Cassiopeia.
In classic Dragon Ball Z fashion, both of them dying to the last hit from each other. What a great series of events. Zachary, that's the second time in a row where he was able to trade a kill. Syndra getting caught out in mid lane.
Beautiful barrel chain there from T-Train to slow down NorCal. Can he finish it off? The Redemption will get a little bit of damage, but it is not enough. NorCal escapes with his life.
Meanwhile, at the back of all of this action going on in mid and top lane, here we see Fruitcake's bot lane is just running away with this. That's 2 towers down in the first 15 minutes of the game, with little to no response coming out of Titan Gaming. They're basically just leaving this Kai'Sa in the dust, just saying like, hey, we can do next to nothing to help you. You're on your own. And here we see, as soon as I say that, they're finally sending some members down there, but it looks like Agani is doing a great job of positioning well enough to get Xayah out there. Oh, I guess, wow. She doesn't even need to get out.
I was going to say, Zarelius is lucky that Agani missed the death sentence, but it didn't even matter. Itman with so much damage, just throwing out feathers left and right, able to take down the Ivern, and now that's a 5-0 and to Xayah. I've got another bet for you, Latman. I want to break this tie right now. The over, I'm going to put the over-under at total kills for Itman in this game at 10.5 as Fruitcake flashes away from pressure. Are you taking the over or under there? Total kills for Itman. 10.5.
10.5. I'm going to say over.
You're going to say over.
Yeah,
okay, I'll
over
take
10.
the under there as pressure onto this bottom inhibitor. Wow, this is a 16.5-minute inhibitor, most likely. They may back out here. Inman, he wants it so bad.
Great ult.
Good Featherstorm, and here comes the support from Darth Vader. That's going to be the killer instinct into the backline, but Shino can't finish him up.
No.
Inman is burning, and that is finally the shutdown for the Kaisa. Agani running, but it's the double kill for Shino, and a beautiful response from Titan.
Yeah, but Fruitcake solo laners is showing some great discipline and not actually walking down to that fight in the bot lane, instead opting to pressure both of those inner towers. Definitely some good macro play decisions coming out of the rest of Fruitcake's team. Another thing that I want to point out was Inman and Agani getting to that inhib. It's very impressive, like considering how early in the game that they were able to manage to get to that inhibitor and pressure it. But even more so, it was all on their own.
Oh no, Stun Daddy's in trouble. Beautiful scatter of the week from NorCal to set up the last bit of that kill. It's a double for the Syndra, but actually Stun here, able to finish it off though. The triple kill. Shino, oh no, fires the Prey Seeker, not the Prey Seeker, excuse me, Void Seeker right into the minion, and that means NorCal escapes with his life, and he's maybe looking for more here. Fruitcake with a kill. That's 4 dead on the side of Titanus. Fruitcake has counterpunched here beautifully.
That is so tragic to see too. You know, he really needed that kill on the Syndra, and I think that was pretty much one of the best opportunities you were going to get. Syndra had no flash, no health. She's up against a wall, no less, so you had a great angle to land that W as well. Ends up throwing it in the face of a minion. Definitely tragic.
All right, well, I want to hear from you folks in chat. We've put our money, our buns on the line here with the over-under on total kills for Inman in this game. Remember, we set it at 10.5 is another beautiful triple barrel chain from Titan. What do you guys think? More or less than 10.5 kills for Inman in this game? That's going to be the under from I'm Abby. What else do you guys think? Whose side are you on?
Coward.
Me or Latman?
Any vote under 10 is a vote of weakness and a lack of gall.
I mean, the reason I was honestly happy taking the under, because I was looking at this game and thinking, I don't even think it's going to go that much longer.
Yeah.
They already took the bottom lane inhibitor. Granted, if Intman's popping off in a team fight, can get quite a bit of kill participation with all the feathers coming out from the Xayah. We'll see how it works out. Good hook there, and hey, down goes Aurelius, and no kill participation to Intman.
Come on,
there.
Intman.
Oh, Shino just deleted by NorCal here, and they're going to take down that mid lane inhibitor tower and pushing onto the inhib. T-Train backing away. Good ult there from the Poppy, but it may not even matter. Double flag. Train is T-Train trying to run away. Hitman's going to get one kill and make it a second. Looking for the triple kill. Zachary will fall, and the kill goes to Fruitcake. That is the ace, and that might be exactly what I needed, folks. The mid lane inhibitor is going to fall. They don't have a big minion wave.
Yeah,
Aurelius has returned. Shino alive as well. Production, can I ask that we have the kills up on screen so I can see who wins this bet? Thank you very much. 7-1-3 for I'm Abby, and Fruitcake looking for the game. Good stun on to Shino, and the double kill for the Syndra. The Nexus towers fall, and Fruitcake looking to clean up a phenomenal game here. Stun Daddy is going to get caught. That kill will go to the Xayah. T-Train looking low here. Zachary taking a lot of damage. That's the double kill. That's 9 kills.
One more.
T-Train, he's running out of the base. Does get the shutdown. The kill goes to the Xayah. It's 10, but he needs one more, and it finishes. That's another point to your boy Yeso. And Fruitcake grabs the win over Titan Gaming.
It was so close. He got 10 kills. He only needed one more.
Shout out to Abby. He was on my side. That's a point to both of us. 2-1 lead for me. But a great game there. And a clinical finish from Fruitcake. Honestly, didn't even need the Baron. Really playing off all the pressure they were putting on in the bottom lane. Getting a 17-minute inhibitor. Really just trying to speed run this game and just trashing Titan.
Yeah, and something I wanted to say during that game, but the action was just, there was just so much action I didn't have a chance to say it, was that inhibitor at bot lane, that was not a team effort. That was simply Fruitcake's dominant bot lane, just pushing wave after wave, landing so many hooks, and just, putting so much pressure on the enemy team's bot lane. There was absolutely no counterplay available. The times that Ivern did attempt to come, we saw him die, I think, twice or 3 times outright as he was walking into the lane, just eats a thresh hook, and actually the second time he died, he didn't even get hit by a hook. Xayah just looked at him and was like, you're going to die. I'm gonna walk at you and you're just dead. Like, that's really a demoralizing way to lose. When you have a lane matchup where the Xayah Thresh just straight up won the game nearly on their own. Like, Fruitcake solo lanes also had phenomenal games of their own. Both of them were able to show not only dominant performances in their 1v1 matchups, but when their bot lane did eventually end up getting 5-man on bot side, they did a great job of having the presence of mind to not, aimlessly walk all the way down to the bot lane and try to help out their bot lane. No, they stayed in their solo lanes and they pressured those other two remaining outer towers, and that's something that I'm really impressed by from Fruitcake.
Well, a big win there. I'm Abby in Twitch chat. It's so easy to beat Lat. I don't know what to say. At this point,
Avi,
I
why?
cannot agree more, and I think that's a great thing to leave it on as we head to a
Oh,
break.
man.
Late Night League is going strong right now. We will have more games when we return, folks. Stick with us. We'll be back in just a few. Ladies and gentlemen, we have returned, and soak it in as much as you can because we're actually about ready to drop right onto the Rift. We've got our next game, Brug versus Dark Hito Gaming. Dark Hito, if I'm pronouncing that wrong, let me know. Want to get it right, but I think it's Dark Hito. In round 1, the winner will advance to play Upper Moons in the next round, and we actually have Champions Select all taken care of. We're ready to drop onto the Rift right now, transitioning in. Here we are, so Brug smooth on the blue side, Dark Hito Gaming on the red, and another 5 stack. We'll see if we get any action, though. There is a Blitzcrank. I don't know how I feel about Brug 5 stacking into a Blitz. That rocket grab range is so long. It already was long, and then they buffed it another 100 range. So
I love the buff, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love Blitzcrank. Any buffs in Blitzcrank is
I mean, okay.
I'm a happy camper.
Do I like the buff? No, because I don't play Blitzcrank, and I don't want to ever see him in any of my games because I feel like none of my 80 carries can juke it out, and it just forces me onto Morgana duty if I'm lucky enough to get it, which is fine. But it's just if I can avoid that, you know, I'll take it. Why are you guys starting from the beginning? Because we wanted to.
You know, we don't discriminate between late game and early game, man.
Yeah.
Like, we want to see it all. Raise your Jongs in the chat. And also, and on another note, you know, be on the Morgana duty.
Raise your Jongers.
Oh, wait, that's a really good one. Raise your Jongers, guys. On another note, Morgana duty against Blitzcrank, she's a pretty good counter pick into Blitz. But one thing that I do like coming out of Brug, first of all, Seals Are Wheels, great account name. Second of all, Leona is actually a really good pick into Blitzcrank. Just for any of you guys who are looking for alternatives to the very common Morgana pick into Blitz, if you're looking for something a little bit more ham, you know, a little bit more aggressive, you can go opt for the Leona instead. Every time Blitzcrank lands hook, you just go in. Blitzcrank doesn't land hook, you go in anyway.
Are you playing Leona? Go in. Every time I see Leona, all I can really think of is that series that we mentioned earlier, the SKT Misfit series, because that was back in 2017 when you could play, when Fervor was still a thing, and you would play Fervor Leona support. And I remember them absolutely just popping off in one of those early games with the Leona support. Ignar, if memory serves me correctly, was just nuts on that. We'll have to see how well it works out for Seals on Wheels and JoJo's.
Oh, worth pointing out, Seals on Wheels is confirmed to be Jong.
Seals on Wheels is Jong. Okay.
That's harsh because I feel like I should call him Jong because that's what the chat's calling him. But Seals on Wheels is just such a good account name. Like, how am I not going to call him by that?
Yeah, and there's just the fact that it will be easier for me if I'm not having to track a name that isn't on the screen. So apologies. I will call him Seals Are Wheels for most of the game. But raise your Jongers, guys, in chat.
Leninade, really great account name there in chat, by the way. Pretty uneventful bot lane so far. The Leona lane does find herself pushing into the Jhin. Typically what you want to have as a Leona is one of two things. One, if you do find yourself pushing in the first couple mini waves, you want your AD carry to shove the wave in and bounce off the tower. Oh, good combo, and gets a flash auto.
Oh, flash in does force the heal out of Lemon here. Though. And the aggression from the Blitzcrank. Seraphim gonna get stunned though. Is gonna get the pull back. Big trouble for Seals. Is gonna get the stun onto the Jhin, but Seraphim able to grab the kill on the Blitzcrank. First blood to Dark Hito.
Mumu getting some return action on the mid lane.
Yeah, Vi gonna have to escape here. Apple
she has flash, but she might be dead.
Save the Ignite ticking.
Oh, he does. He goes.
Bennett's tossing a tower. Oh, he gets the double kill. The Amumu.
From downtown, that was nearly max range as well. He kind of had a fadeaway there, taking a step back, making them feel like they were quite safe. Not at all. Not against the Suicide Bomber Amumu. What an amazing play coming out of Amumu there.
Bear Troll having to walk away is kind of nuts. Is stepping forward on the Shen. An interesting early game, to say the least, here from these teams is Brug going very aggressive from the start. And 2-2 in kills. Gold dead even between these teams. And there could be a lot of pressure here. We do have to note, apologies just for what we're looking at on the HUD. Seraphim is playing support. Apple Senpai is in mid, and Trippy Visionary is playing jungle.
Good
So
damage.
they just weren't in that LCS order in draft, just so you guys know.
How dare they? They have one job in Champion Select.
Right?
To get an order. Come on, guys. Get it together.
I don't care if it makes your draft easier. It makes it more difficult for me to do my job.
They got 3 people out of order, actually. Support's where jungle is. Jungle's where mid is.
Killing me.
I had something to say earlier. Right. One thing I'm really interested to see here is the decision to go Exhaust instead of Ignite on Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank is typically, and I mean, this actually carries on over for any aggressive supports you play in bot lane, whether they are all-in supports or they're range support champions like the Lulu or the Janna. Basically, if you have a bot lane support that is probably going to find themselves in either a dominant situation or all-ins, you typically want to go for the Ignite over the Exhaust more often than not. I would understand the Exhaust if there was a champion like Jax or Tryndamere or like maybe you know, champions like those two, basically. Champions that have really high base values, can really get in there and are difficult to peel off of your carries. That's an excusable reason to go Exhaust. But in this situation, we don't really see anything like that coming out of Brug. Leona go for the all-in.
Yeah, Seals or Wheels wants to get after Lemon here, but he is
nice
going to get
grab.
rocket grabbed under tower. Lemon getting a lot of damage. Big trouble here for Seals or Wheels. Seraphim wants to chase him down, but a lot of damage coming out from JoJo.
Oh.
That is going to be the cue to finish it off. Seals or Wheels looking for more. Seraphim trying to back away, has to run away from the traps, and that's a kill for the Brug bottom lane. Kind of, hello?
Whoa.
Kind of nuts. That was kind of weird. That's the
very
taunt,
nuts.
then flash back towards the tower. I don't even know if the taunt landed because he flashed too
The taunt
early.
did land.
It
It
did,
made
okay.
Mordekaiser walk forward a distance of about 75 range. You know, that's about a pixel and a half. I love seeing the idea. And it definitely correlates with his account name. Unfortunately, it wasn't really all that effective. One thing I do want to point out from the bot. First we should look at this invade going on.
Yeah, Stand United actually coming in on a Happy Visionary, or I should say Abstractical, as Trippy Visionary went in for the invade, but will get punished as the kill goes to the Amumu.
All right, now that the action is settled down elsewhere, one thing I do want to point out about that all-in we saw earlier in the bot lane 1, it was so close. Jin actually died on the very frame that he was going to cast his Q, as we see another all-in happening.
Oh, a lot of damage
the
here.
back range grab.
Beautiful rocket grab onto JoJo. Seals or Wheels looking to trade back the kill. Does get the Ignite finish there onto the Jin. Seals or Wheels running for his life, but that's the double kill for Seraphim.
Yeah, so, all right, 2 things I want to point out now from the bot lane. 1, that all-in earlier, Jin was so close to getting a double kill. He actually died on the very frame he casted Q.
Oh
Wow,
no, they're
more
just going to
action.
punish Trippy Visionary. Can't even walk into his own jungle. Gets double teamed by Danny Boy and Abstractical and will fall once more.
Man, is there even a point of analyzing anything? Like, the moment I start breaking down a play, like, something else is going to happen. I should jump into it now while I can.
Brugg and Darketo are just like, be quiet, lad, man. We don't want to hear from you.
Long story short, that all-in that happened bottom would have been an entirely different story if Blitzcrank had Ignite. If he had Ignite, Jin and Blitzcrank would have definitely come out with a double kill earlier on. And just now we saw the Jin actually was so close to living. The only reason he died was because Luna had Ignite. Jin actually had a health advantage from Triumph, and then he leveled up right after Triumph. If he didn't get ignited by the Leona, he would have gotten like 400 HP in that like split second. But fortunately, Leona does take the Ignite with an all-in champion, which is the right move, and that actually gets her a kill in response.
And shout out to Riot Games, and they are now living up to the S in Riot Games. We got to actually watch the Shen and Mordekaiser 1v1 in the top lane. We can now see into the Death Realm, folks. We have the vision. We have technology.
Oh, nice ult. Well, actually, not really. Leona's right there.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, you just need to clear out that minion wave. So Lemon does use the curtain call and doesn't really accomplish
got
much
around.
with it. He would probably wish he had it right now, as here comes Trippy
Oh, she's
Visionary
committing.
trying to get something done. There's the Solar Flare from Seals on Wheels. And Trippy Visionary actually on the wrong side of this fight, but is going to ult onto JoJo here. Seraphim going to drop the ult, and JoJo's is going to fall.
Let's have
Lemon
luck.
may go down here. There's the bandage toss from Abstractical. Seals or Wheels trying to do some work here, but taking way too much damage. Flash away, Seraphim. Gonna look for the rocket grab. Abstractical just body blocking now for his support, and here comes Danny Boy.
Musa's ult.
The Echo, there's the bandage toss on the
Wait, no,
Trippy
he
Visionary.
doesn't.
Seals the Wheels gonna go in. Raise your jungers, folks. Brugg is gonna get another kill. There's the shutdown.
Ooh.
Danny Boy able to finish it off. Ult's out of the way. The scout of the week is juked out and not going to get anything there is Apple Sensei and Prug with 3 kills.
Seals Are Wheels coming up huge in that fight, really helping to tip the scales over in Brug's favor. Just really good play. I was actually surprised that Amumu didn't have ult going into that. He definitely, he started that off with a flash bandage, by the way, like a max range flash bandage. Doing that without your ult, definitely a very ambitious play, but I'm not one to talk. He's 5-1 as an Amumu this early on in the game. He definitely knows what he's doing.
Bear Troll pushing the Shen under his tower. This is actually a huge CS lead. This is a 40 CS lead right now for this Mordekaiser. Has the kill as well, and there's just the scat of the week. Kill Seals or Wheels. So Jong doesn't survive that one. It's kind of nuts, going to get pulled in here. And really, I mean, the Shen.
Oh, that'll land.
Oh, he's got the vision on Abstractical. The Amumu is in trouble. Does drop the Curse of the Sad Mummy, but it's nowhere near enough. That's a shutdown for Lemon.
Yeah, you cannot be backing in that bush against new Blitzcrank, by the way. You really have to respect the range on that grab and take it back. So not in the bushes, but a little bit further onto your side of the map.
Exhaust onto Danny Boy.
Oh,
Here comes a curtain
ult.
call. JoJo's trying to run away. That's the stand united. The fourth shot will land onto the Echo, but it doesn't mean much as here comes kind of nuts. He wants something here. He's got the flash. He's got the taunt. He's going to just land the taunt onto Seraphim. Danny Boy taking a lot of damage here, but able to get the kill. Flashes away from Lemon. Lemon looking for the bouncing grenade and is actually going to finish off the kill thanks to the red buff. Apple Sensei is here. That's going to be the root and the double kill for Lemon on the Jhin.
Great teleport from this injured. If she didn't get down there, that was going to be a very advantageous situation for Brug, but that teleport totally tips the scales over in Dark Keto Gaming's favor. One thing I do want to point out, that Jhin ult was so early. He was absolutely in range for more autos. And in situations like that, as the Jhin, you typically want to start your ult when they're either A, getting right outside of your auto range, or B, it's no longer safer to continue to auto, in which case you take a step back and then continue to ult, or start your ult to continue damage per second. So I was a little bit let down to see Jhin ult that early on, but you know, he ends up getting a couple kills on the backside of that entire play, so it ends up working in his favor anyway.
And honestly, in character for Lemon so far, he has had some early ultimates on the Jhin so far. Meanwhile, Apple Sensei has vision on this buff, looking for the steal. No, he doesn't. Just a little late on the scat of the week, and Abstractical able to take that one down.
Another thing I do want to point out is Bear Troll has 120 CS right now. He's actually 10 CS per minute right now. I think this is the first time I've seen this happen in this tournament this early on in the game. I'm very impressed by his farming capabilities so far. He's definitely looking like a very solid player.
And he's up 2,000 gold on his lane opponent, so more than the gold lead for Dark Keto is Bear Troll's lead in the top side. Seraphim does get the double ultimate. JoJo's having to back away. Solar Flare is going to get the stun onto Lemon, but do they have enough damage? Actually, that's a little ambitious there as Lemon's going to get the kill. And now Apple Sensei having to back away. Brug wants this kill. Can the Syndra escape? She will not. That's a shutdown for Danny Boy. Now JoJo's in trouble here. That's going to be the assault, the battery, and the kill for Trippy Visionary.
Well, that looked a little funky at first with the Blitzcrank flashing into the bush. Probably wasn't very necessary considering he had Vi coming in and Jhin did have a fourth shot available on his ult. But they do end up getting the kill. A decent amount of damage on bot lane tower. Let's see what's Brug doing in response on the minimap. Looks like Amumu is coming around for the wraparound.
Lemon?
Oh, he's alone.
Lemon forced the heal because of taking tower aggro there. Abstractical luckily zoned away, and that is a Poggers.
Wow.
That's going to be a yikes from me, dog, as Trippy Visionary able to back away. Abstractical will fall. Brug looking to get something back here as Danny Boy, he just E'd onto oh, man, he just E'd onto the pain ward there. He's still going to get the kill onto Seraphim, but that was rough from Danny Boy.
Yeah, I can't blame Abstractical. When you have a level 2 play like that, where you land a max range a bandage toss into mid lane tower for a double kill, the rest of the game is an open book. You can do anything you want, and you're still gonna come out of this like like the coolest guy from this game. Like he can do whatever he wants. I'm not gonna criticize a single play he makes.
I completely disagree, and I'm going to feel free to criticize Abstractical. But, hey, he's got a 5-3-2 scoreline, so he's doing all right. Danny Boy trying to escape here. Will not be able to get away, though. That's the shutdown, and up in the top lane, into the Death Realm, and onto the gray screen. Bear Troll grabs another kill, and Seals or Wheels is here. Apple Sensei cannot escape, and Abstractical will grab the kill on the Amumu.
Yeah, a little interesting that Apple Sensei found herself there, that far into enemy lines. I do remember her flashing forward for the kill, but I'm pretty sure with an Amumu missing bandage toss, at that point when she was at the bush on top of red buff, you can pretty much just walk right back out. Like, he has no ult, he has flash, yeah, but I mean, like, his bandage toss is on cooldown, then what's he gonna do, auto attack you? Definitely interesting that she chose to run forward instead, right into the enemy team's bot lane, but, you know, these things happen.
Darkido now grabbing the Rift Herald. They're going to put it on Bear Troll, and I honestly love that. He's already busted the top lane wide open, is severely bullying kind of nuts on this Shen, and now he's going to be able to take that Rift Herald up and possibly threaten the tier 2. He walks to the mid lane, though. We'll have to see if he drops it here. Got a minion wave coming. No, he's going to elect to go back to the bot side. Not like this. Try and shove that wave. See if you can get some pressure onto that tower.
And maybe here.
Uh-oh, that's going to be a trap. Just
what a trap.
on by Chirpy, Visionary, and Chojo's going to get the kill on the Caitlyn here. Meanwhile, Abstractor goes into the mid lane. Apple Sensei's in trouble once more. No flash available. And Danny Boy going to take down the Syndra.
Another hook. The action just does not die down at all.
Nope. Seals or Wheels flashing away. Solar Flare will get the slow on a lemon, but no stun. JoJo's able to discourage the aggression from Seraphim there. And we are just below a combined 2 kills per minute as Bear Troll is a very thick boy. And there's Seals Our Wheels going into the back line, trying to get on a Lemon here. Lemon taking a lot of damage. Can Seals Our Wheels get it? He's going to get the stun. He's going to get the shutdown. Seraphim is low as well. JoJo's takes the kill, and Brug gets the 2 in the bottom lane.
Oh, that was so close too. If Jin actually opted to just keep running for at least 1 more second and allow the full movement speed bonus from his last Fleet Footwork auto to give him an advantage there, he actually could have gotten right outside of range of a Leona auto attack and get that 4th shot onto the Leona. I don't think it would have actually killed her, but the movement speed bonus from that 4th shot might have given him enough time to allow Blitz to finish the kill.
Kind of nuts. They're running for his life. He's in the Death Realm, though, so there's not far for him to go. He has returned, but it may not be for long. Bear Troll on a killing spree with another solo kill.
Yeah, so Brug is doing a great job of keeping the action going elsewhere on the map, but this top lane matchup, I mean, just look at that. It's 60 CS advantage. We might even see a Flame Horizon this game, you know, probably something worth betting on. This Mordekaiser is getting way out of hand. Brug definitely does have strong advantages elsewhere on the map. Maybe not so much in bot lane, but that mid lane jungle matchup is not something that you can look over. But a very fed Mordekaiser is absolutely something that can solo carry this game, especially when you have no split push threat that can match the Mordekaiser on the side of Brug. Echo is probably going to be their best chance. But I think the best that he can do is wave clear under tower, which is pretty good. Echo does have very strong, very hands-off wave clear, something that is very important when you're against a champion like Mordekaiser that can choose all ins. But this is definitely a bad sign.
All right, Abstractical forced the flash away from the pressure of Darkido, and that is not the curtain call that you want there. Lemon going to have to immediately cancel that one as Darkido will back away.
Ooh, Jonger going in.
Uh-oh, big trouble here. Trippy Visionary just going to get collapsed on. And Danny Boy gets the kill. A second one follows. The Seraphim is dead. Apple Sensei running for his life, and it won't be enough. Bear Troll is here, but he has none of the rest of his team.
Jonger going in.
The Mordekaiser will not be enough. He's going to eat a trap and be shut down by JoJo's.
Wow. You know, this team is actually really good at chaining CC when Seals Our Wheels starts off the play. Really great Leona ult, really heads up play coming out from him. Amumu does a really great job of following up on engages like that. And it looks like Brug is going to get 2 towers on top of that. Oh, Flash 10 going in.
Yeah, that one's going to work out. Kinda Nuts is going to grab
They can go for one more.
The setup there as down goes Lemon. They're looking for the middle inhibitor tower, and so much pressure coming out from Brug. Seraphim will miss on the rocket grab. Is going to get the knock up on Abstractical, but the Amumu can just walk away. How about a proposed bet here? Let's say, what's your over-under on how many deaths Bear Troll gets? He has 1 death right now, but give me your over-under there.
I'm going to say under 4 by the end of the
So you gotta set it at like 3.5 or 4.5,
Okay.
and then we'll go over under there.
I'll say under 4.5.
So you're saying it's at 4.5. You're gonna take the under. Okay.
Yeah.
I actually feel fine with the over there for Bear Troll. So yeah, 4.5 kills. What do you guys think? Over under deaths for Bear Troll at 4.5. Let's hear what you guys think in chat. Earth just lost its best defender. Oh no, Shadow Point painting a bleak picture here for Darkido. What's a half assist? No. So the way an over-under works with whole numbers, guys, if you don't know how those work typically in sports, is you have to set the over-under at a half point. Because if you set the over-under at 5, for example, it wouldn't work because then they could technically get 5 deaths and then you wouldn't have an answer. So you set it at 4.5 or 5.5 so you can get an answer of whether they get more or less than said number.
Betting 101.
Yeah, and I have to forgot to mention this earlier, but shout out as this fight going in favor of Brug once more. Seals or Wheels gets that kill. Seraphim in trouble here. That's going to go over to Danny Boy as the Infernal Drake spawns, and Brug looking to set up for it. Shout out to Legendary RSH for subscribing with Twitch Prime. That actually happened during our break. We did see that, and sorry we didn't mention it earlier. But love to our friend Legendary RSH for resubscribing, I should say, with Twitch Prime. Jongers approved. I completely agree. Bread, Jesus, that is the Infernal Drake to add on to the Mountain Drake. Brug already has it 21 minutes in. They've got a 4,000 gold lead, and are feeling pretty confident here against Darkido.
Hey, first of all, though, we don't discriminate against pizza or pizza men. All right,
Legendary
that is not
RSH is Soaring Eagle. Shout out to my man Soaring Eagle. Welcome back, man. Sad to not see you playing, but good to see you still tuning in to the stream.
All right, so it's looking like the action is starting to die down just a little bit. Darkido is getting some mid-priority here on the back of Brug's last reset. Looks like they'll use that priority for Bear Vision Control. That is actually a very valuable resource to have when you have a champion like a Blitzcrank.
And I love that we can say the phrase, the action is dying down.
Oh, thank goodness.
When we still have like 2 combined kills per minute here, like that's how just crazy this game has been. That like, oh, we haven't gotten a kill in the last 60 seconds. What is going on?
Oh wow, great curtain call.
JoJo's might be it. Beautiful net over the wall, actually able to juke out the rocket grab, and Seraphim will have to walk away with his tail between his legs.
Just a moment too early with that hook there. He would have absolutely been better off running up all the way for that auto E.
Uh-oh, Seals are Wheels. The Jongers may be in trouble. Flash away. He's in the death realm. There's not far to go. Actually, he's going to get the shield from the Sting United. The heal from the Caitlyn. He may escape. The pull back in. Seals are Wheels gets out of trouble. Now Seraphim trying to run here. Bear Troll low on health, sitting at about half. And JoJo's going to get the kill onto the Blitzcrank.
One thing I do want to point out was earlier I said that Darkido Gaming had a very strong advantage in getting that Baron Vision Control. However, every member of their team, except for Bear Troll, immediately left that Vision Control just seconds after they got it. Bear Troll was the only player on the team who had enough discipline to stay in the area where they had Baron Vision Control and ended up almost getting a pick off of that smart decision by him to control Vision. Unfortunately, the rest of his team did leave that zone, and so unfortunately there was no benefit gained from that Baron Vision Control. The only adjustment they really needed from Darkido Gaming was to wait just a little bit longer on farming your jungle camps, wait for Brug to get out onto the map, see where they move from after they farm that mini wave at mid, and at that point, if they don't walk into your Baron Vision Control, then you can fall back and farm those jungle camps if you really want to. But until then, you are absolutely better off staying where you have Vision Control and waiting for a pick.
Brug now starting to set up around the Baron, up about 4,000 gold at this point. And one thing I want to note here as they kind of set up around the Baron is we talked about 50-50s in the last game. Is Seraphim going to get caught here in the brush? The ultimate will do him no good as JoJo's grabs the kill. Brug, going against this Darkido lineup, you do not want to take a 50-50 Baron. It is so risky. No, that is going to be the curse of the Sad Mummy to set up the kill onto Lemon. But when you think about Darkido, there's so many ways for them to mess with any sort of Baron take by Brug. You can get a rocket grab over the wall from Seraphim. Trippy Visionary can get into the pit very easily with the Vi Q, as well as the Assault and Battery to lock down a jungler. And you've also got Bear Troll and the Mordekaiser that can just ult your jungler and mean that they cannot smite the Baron. So Darkido actually has a lot of options to contest these neutral objectives, but that will be one of them going down as Trippy Visionary is dead. So is Bear Troll on the Mordekaiser, and this may be the signal for Brug to go for the Baron here.
Yeah, here we're seeing a very strong difference in stylistic difference between these teams. The moment Brug got that vision control of topside jungle, they all just stay there. None of them left topside jungle for the next 30 seconds after they got those pings down, after they swept that vision, and they're rewarded with it massively.
This is going to be risky. Lemon with the curtain call, but is going to get caught in the parallel convergence as Baron goes over. Oh, and actually gets the shutdown. Excuse me? Danny Boy goes down.
Dang. I'm really surprised. He didn't even have to blow flash for that.
And I have to agree, everybody in chat talking, we love Fiestas. I would say, I think Baron does too. He's even got his little Fiesta hat on today. Did go down, but we'll see it later in the game as the Fiesta may certainly be on here between Brug and Darkido. Brug with a big lead now, looking to expand it even further. They've got the Baron here and looking for the push. Drake is about to spawn. Less than 30 seconds until that Mountain Drake will be on the Rift, and Brug will hope to secure double Mountain here in a moment, but Trippy Visionary hanging around in the area, may look to contest here as the bottom lane of Brug may set down some vision and possibly start it as Abstractical on his way to the Drake pit.
Danny friggin' in. Yeah, that was a pretty intentional play coming out of the Echo there. All he really needed to do was survive and keep that Baron buff so he can apply split push pressure. Looks like Vi walking right into the Shen. Oh, looking like a dead Vi.
Yeah, the Q is canceled. Their flash over the wall. You can't get away from the ultimate of JoJo's there, and that's enough damage to take down the Vi. Mountain Drake will fall. Seals or Wheels will be able to secure that, and Brug looking so strong right now. They're going to look to group up in mid lane and see if they can finish this game off. 5 members of Brug pushing down mid lane. Trippy Visionary still dead for another 13 seconds, and that should mean the 4v5 won't be enough to defend this inhibitor. Should easily fall here in favor of Brug, and we'll see how far they want to continue to push. They have the option to rotate topside, as that's a beautiful solar flare there, and Danny Boy able to get revenge and take down Lemon. Meanwhile, Bear Troll will pull JoJo's into the death realm, but it's still a double kill for the Echo. Make it a triple. JoJo's gets the kill as Bear Troll falls. It's the quadra kill, and let's check those deaths. The status of the bet actually will go in favor of my man Latman. Brug's gonna finish it off. 4 deaths for Bear Troll means a point for Latman, but a win for Brug nonetheless.
I'm really happy about that. I needed that win. Really strong vision control. A really strong example of how far you can go with vision control in that game.
Yep.
Brug, it was actually a really close game up until the point where Brug got vision control of that topside jungle, and they just totally tore it open from that point onward. It's really unfortunate that Bear Troll ended up losing that game. He had such a phenomenal advantage in topside, and not only that, but the one point in the game where his team was able to get vision control off of mid lane priority, he was the only player who had the discipline to stay in that zone of vision control and to use it properly. If he had any teammates nearby, they would have absolutely gotten a kill there and possibly turned that into either a Baron control, a Baron attempt, or a series of additional picks, piggybacking off of the momentum of that first potential pick. But it doesn't really work out that way, unfortunately.
All right, folks. Well, raise your jongers. Seals our wheels. Able to grab the win there, and Brug will move on in the winner's bracket. But we actually have our next game ready for you now. We're going to drop right into We Need a Fifth versus Fruitcake in the winners semifinals. Should be a very good game. We Need a Fifth has been actually a very well-performing team this season. We'll have to see if they can continue that against a tough team in Fruitcake who looked very impressive earlier in the day. We'll note that We Need a Fifth started off the day with a win over Emotional Support Animals. And if you guys need to check out the bracket, if you guys need more information, you can hit !bracket in chat. The link will easily pop up for you so you can track how things are shaking out in the tournament today. You can see that Brug has moved on to face off against Upper Moon. Will certainly be a tough test for them. But now we've got a matchup in front of us.
Ooh, some action going on the top side with the early game invade. Actually, it looks like nothing really happened. One thing I do want to point out before we completely move on from the last game, I actually saw in the chat that Zhang is confirmed a war criminal. Not too sure how accurate that is, but we here at Esports Arena do not support acts of war criminality. And yeah, keep it civil, guys, but not that civil.
Oh my goodness. Fruitcake here on the Rift on the blue side, and that will be Darth Vader starting on his red buff. And Chad Jungle back once more, playing for We Need a Fifth, playing the Evelyn this time around. We'll see how things go for the star jungler on that side, as We Need a Fifth will look to move on to the winners bracket finals. Let's look at champion select here and just what we got in these drafts. What stands out to you? One thing for me is a Rise top lane, but anything else for you, Latman?
I was really just going to stay the Rise at top lane. This looks like a really hard game to play Rise into. Not only does Rise need a lane matchup where he can... So, essentially, Rise needs a lane matchup where he can farm reasonably safely. That's why you typically see Rise in the mid lane. You can see him top lane when the enemy top laner doesn't have a champion that can like constantly jump on the Rise. But Camille's absolutely a champion that can do that. Not only that, but this Evelyn pick, if the Evelyn does get any momentum in the early to mid game, Rise is definitely a champion with low enough range that whenever he tries to farm a mini wave on the side lane, Eve can absolutely just jump on him and punish immediately. So if the Rise makes if he doesn't play a near perfect game from early to mid game, the enemy team in We Need a Fifth, they absolutely do have champions that can hard punish the Rise and take him out. So that's basically where my attention is going to be focused on in the mid game. Besides that, here we see, I think the next pick that I'm really interested in is in the spot lane. Intman and Agani, they did get both of the champions that we saw them absolutely carry with in the last game, where they were able to take an inhibitor down at 17 minutes, basically off the back of their own individual play. Oh, Thresh landing the hook. Agani really showing why he should not be given this pick.
Yeah, Maestro flashing away there, but that's a phenomenal trade. That's this is now 2 games in a row for Fruitcake, to be clear, that Agani has been able to force early flashes without using his. So looking very clean on the Thresh there and putting early pressure on this dual lane.
Yeah, and right now he actually looks like he's posturing for a flash play attempt on the Lucian on the last hit. Looks like Lucian is showing some cognizance of mind, not actually going for any last hits. Good call on his part.
Oh, good death sentence, but actually the perfectly timed dredge line there means Gizzers, as we checked earlier in the day. Shout out to Gizzers with the name change. That is Gillyman, who you've seen earlier in the season playing support for We Need a Fifth, and he's going to land the dredge line here, and it's actually We Need a Fifth looking for the aggressive play here. Flash in the auto as Agani is burning from the Ignite. Flash away from Intman. Maestro cannot go any farther forward. He has the heal, but no flash, and actually great job stepping away here as the J4 was down in the bottom lane.
Yeah, so a couple things I want to analyze from that play. One, excellent engage by Gizzers. That was absolutely a moment where he absolutely they had an opportunity to land a kill there. Unfortunately, Mastro chose to E backwards instead of forwards with his heal. If he didn't have a mini wave around, then I understand the call to E backward there. But he only really needed to land 1 auto on the Thresh after Thresh flashed away. If he gets that 1 auto and he has Triumph in his mastery tree, they absolutely are able to pick up Intman right after for a clean double kill. So a little bit of an unfortunate last split-second decision from Maestro there, but a great engage from Gizzers nonetheless.
Ace Striker going in aggressively, but taking a lot of damage from this Rise. The one saving grace, Fruitcake completely out of mana, so the Camille should be safe for the moment. Meanwhile, Agani on a ward here, looking for the Death Sentence over the wall. Is this still going to maybe work out? He's going to walk into lane. Death Sentence will miss, and the dredge line away means Gizzers is safe on the Nautilus as Fruitcake will push that minion wave in towards the tower, and it looks like they're going to go for a back. Actually, they're going to stay here as Ace Striker actually forcing out the flash, but able to follow here. Big trouble. Chad Jungle will actually miss. No, he will not. That is still the charm there in First Blood for the Evelyn as a good dredge lands on an in-man, but the follow-up is late from Maestro, and they're going to turn around some damage onto the Nautilus. Beautiful death sense. Uh-oh, Maestro's in trouble. That's the Blade Caller. Gets through to Gani, gets the kill there for Fruitcake.
That is all kinds of levels of unfortunate coming out of We Need Fit's bot lane. Not only did Gizzers initiate that with a landed hook, Maestro had heal. If he chose to follow up a little bit more quickly and a little bit more optimally, he could have absolutely traded a kill there on Hitman. Maybe he doesn't get out alive, considering Jarvan could have easily just walked around and picked up the return kill by EQing over Maestro's tower. But as Gizzers, I would be feeling a little bit let down there. He absolutely played that in a way where he should have expected to get a kill. Unfortunately, he doesn't end up with one, and Maestro ends up dying with his heal still up.
And it really just seems like a bit of a miscommunication there, not an understanding between support and AD carry, because if the AD carry is not comfortable, not feeling strong enough to go in aggressively and try and get a kill,
on top side.
Yeah, Ace Striker trying to get something going here. As Chad Jungle back up to the top lane, will get a second kill there onto Fruitcake, but back to the bottom lane here. If Maestro isn't comfortable enough and not feeling strong enough to go for that kill, then you just shouldn't see a dredge line whatsoever. So there really needs to be better communication down there in the bottom lane on when are we strong enough, when should we be going aggressively for these plays. But at the same time too, if Gizzers lands that, Maestro needs to either go in right away for the play, or you're backing away immediately and calling for a disengage, because there's really no way that they should both die there with the decisions they made early.
Yeah, you're absolutely right in the sense that there's a major gap in communications there. If Nautilus is throwing hooks when Lucian clearly does not want to actually fight. Like, if you're not going to go in that moment with the mini wave in front of your tower and Nautilus landing a hook on AD carry, you're probably not going to go in at all. And if you're not going to go in at all, then Nautilus should not be casting hooks at all in that scenario. Another thing I do want to talk about right after this attempted pick.
Ooh, Charm just going to miss there from Chad Jungle NorCal, able to escape on the Veigar.
Oh, great roam from the Nautilus. So another thing I do want to point out is we're already starting to see the exact dynamic that I was afraid for this Ryze. He's playing a matchup where this Camille, anytime the mini wave is away from Ryze's tower and he's forced to walk up for last hits, Camille can just go on him over and over. She can just immediately just jump off of a wall and land on him every time. And especially if the Eve opts to hang around on that top side and back up the Camille in these all-ins, it's going to be an extremely hard game for Ryze to farm at all, let alone have a healthy scale path into the mid game.
Hitman hard pushing in the bottom lane, has a 20 CS lead right now. Things even on most of the map, but mid and bottom lane, at least small CS leads there as, Ace Striker continuing to try and pressure the Ryze right now. He hasn't been able to buy the combat stats, just heavy into the mana here early. NorCal in trouble. The Unleashed Power takes him so low, but he actually survives the Blast Cone. And Gizzers trying to escape, but the Blade Caller will easily set up the kill. It goes to Darth Vader 2013, but Maestro maybe wants to turn around, flash away from the J4 as he's burning the night. Chad Jungle is here. Does he want to go in? He's looking for something. Agani walks away as Darth Vader won't take the lantern, and then return to the bottom lane. And they may actually catch out this J4.
Yeah, he just EQ'd onto the camp. Eve, I don't think she knows. Oh, she does know. She's going for it. Should be a kill.
Goodbye, Darth Vader. Doesn't even want to spend the ultimate. Knows that kill is secured as the J4 goes down. Fruitcake going to take more damage in the top lane.
Eve getting caught out at near rates, by the way. Actually, no. It looks like she gets.
They're actually going for the collapse here. He does possibly have backup from Pharrell Lord, but Agani is nearby. Chad Jungle spots him out. Do they want to go for this? Chad Jungle's pretty healthy.
Looks like Sinja opts to go for her back instead, which I can agree with. She definitely does have an HP advantage.
NorCal?
Oh,
that Eve has ultimate.
Anyway.
Drops the Event Horizon, but it doesn't even matter. He doesn't even need the ultimate. So much damage on this Evelyn early. Death Sense will miss.
Good hook.
Wow,
Yeah.
Chad Jungle just a force on the map right now. 4-0, has finished his jungle item as well. Chad Jungle just set up to pop off this game. This is huge.
Yeah, he's not even really getting that much interaction from the rest of his team on these kills. Note that the only 2 assists are coming from top lane. The other 2 kills that he has on his belt, no interaction from bot lane or mid lane. Yeah, they probably did some residual damage before the kills were actually picked up, but Chad Jungle is essentially showing that he can create his own situations and capitalize on them with ease.
Chad Jungle is certainly the star player on this lineup, a Season 2 champion, and a very, very talented player who we see him so often on the carries, having big performances. We can think back from anybody that was watching back then in the Season 2 finals, his pentakill on the Kazakhs. So this is definitely a player that can pop off and be a huge carry for his team, and definitely living up to it right now. He is going to spot out Darth Vader here, and that's going to be the collapse. And Darth Vader just going to get stunted. He doesn't have the flag and track. He cannot escape, and that's a 5th kill for Chad Jungle. And Fruitcake trying to run here. Can he get away? That's the flash in. Looking for the charm. The ultimate, not enough as Fruitcake flashes away. He will survive for now, but that's the tower dive, and Ace Striker will finish it off as Maestro has the flash and dash. Agani, he wants the death sentence so bad here. The Lucian is in trouble. That's the Lantern flash. Flay looking for the finish, but Maestro actually dancing around. Ant-Man will get the kill. The Featherstorm will drop tower aggro, and they're going to escape. Akani so low, but Fruitcake walks away.
I love the decision to go all-out aggro there from Fruitcake. From the series events that we saw on topside, we need a fifth is absolutely gaining a scary amount of momentum, and Agani made the right heads-up play there to just go all in on the trigger. Looks like they're going to try to do something on the Veigar, but Cage is a really strong spell.
Chad Jungle back in the top lane, barrier, and NorCal goes gold, but it will not be enough. Chad Jungle picks up his 6th.
Wow, they are really struggling to play around this Evelynn properly. It looks like Fruitcake's bot lane is really the only saving grace here that we see for Fruitcake. It's really good, looking like it's going to come down to Agani and Intman to create similar advantages to what they had in the first game earlier today, and to be able to not only... They're probably not going to be able to use those advantages to pick up an early inhibitor like we saw earlier, but they really need to be able to use that pressure to draw the Evelynn to their lane and survive the next... There's going to be an inevitable series of Evelynn ganks in response to this bot lane, and they need to draw those ganks out, survive against them, and give the rest of their team an advantage to get back into the game.
All right. I'm feeling like a gambling man today. I need you to propose a bet for me because I need this tie broken before we go to our next break. So propose it, and I'll pick.
Oh,
what do you got for me?
Bet, huh?
Yep. I need something. I'm dying right now, man. I need something. Fantasy football's not going well.
I'm gonna say Chad Jungle above or below 14.5 kills. I'm gonna say no, 13.5 kills, and I'm gonna say above.
Okay.
Oh, he's going for another gank on volley right now, by the way.
I feel like I hate this because I feel like he will get more too. Oh man, here he comes aggressive into the bottom lane. Will ult out of trouble. Maestro's going to grab the kill. He'll make it a 2nd. The Lucian is so big right now, coming back in this lane, looking to finish off the Blade of the Ruin King, and very thankful for Chad Jungle's pressure now, as that's going to be a lot of gold into his pocket as they're going to look for some tower plates here in the bottom lane. The gold lead now 2,000. We need a fifth. So Fruitcake is held on considering all the pressure, but that's going to be the Hextech ultimatum, but it's not going to mean a death for NorCal. And instead will be Ace Striker falling.
Dang, I was going to say Ace Striker was playing that so well considering there might have been a jungler around, and then the moment Veigar does land, I mean, not so well because he ended up being punished for going for a last hit by Veigar Cage and being forced to all in. But the moment Veigar did land that cage on him, he didn't skip a beat and immediately all in and deciding, all right, I'm probably dead here, I'm going to trade 1 for 1. The only thing is that very last auto that he hit, it landed on the Jarvan instead of the Veigar. If he landed on Veigar there, it would have absolutely been a 1 for 1, which would have been a really great scenario coming out of him. Another thing I do want to point out is here we see Fruitcake adjusting to the Camille Ryze matchup, deciding that, okay, this is not working, we need Ryze to get farm. That is probably one of the only ways we're going to have a chance of winning this game in the mid game. So they do opt to send the Ryze mid against the Syndra and put the Veigar in the side lane, something that conventionally you would almost never see.
All right, well, the bet has been set at 14.5 over-under for total kills for Chad Jungle, not including assists. Just kills for Chad Jungle as Darth Vader going to go in here trying to catch out Pharrell and Lord. There's going to be the unleashed power, and Chad Jungle wants to stay as Gizzers is here looking for more.
That's going to be...
ult onto Fruitcake. He's going to get stunned and up on the top side as well. That's the master email from Ace Striker. Norcal running away, has the barrier. The Ignite is ticking, flashes away. Ace Striker's low here, just able to escape from the event horizon. Chad Jungle is going to be spotted out, but can he get the kill? Ace Striker, you're taking damage from the minion wave, my friend. You better get out of here. Agani into the bottom lane. Misses the flay. Maestro looking for the 1v2, able to juke out from the Death Sense. That's the ultimate out of the Lucian, but it isn't enough to kill the Thresh. He's trying to run, but the feathers are out. The heal, but it's the shutdown for Itman as Gizzers is here to take down Agani. Itman running, but that's another kill for Chad Jungle. Just to confirm, over-under is 14.5 for kills for Chad Jungle. He's at 7. Latman took the over. I guess I'm going to have to take the under. I don't feel great about it, but we'll see because I need to break this tie.
And yeah, just to make sure, Wicked, assists do not count. Oh, Camille, wow,
that was ambitious from Ace Striker.
Very courageous all-in coming out of Ace Striker. I love it.
I feel like my one hope here is that we get another thing like we had with Fruitcake earlier, where the game went just fast enough, so there wasn't even enough time. There was almost enough time, but there wasn't enough time for Idman to get the 11 kills he needed to break the over-under. So that's just what I'm hoping now. I'm hoping we need a 5th win so quickly that there's just not enough time for Chad Jungle to pop off and get 15 kills. So we'll see. Wicked's on my side. Shout out to my boy. Hope your solo queue games are going well, my friend.
You know, so far, it's looking like that will not be the case. Initially, Fruitcake did look like they were having a mid-game that was going to be completely out of hand with the Riot suffering casualty after casualty on the top side. But ever since they did opt to send the Veigar up there, yeah, that's a very unconventional thing to ever see in Fives play. You would never really expect to send Veigar into the side lane. Oh, very narrowly dodging that hook. But yeah, it's actually paying off hugely. Not only did the Veigar... Oh, wow.
Oh, good hook on a Maestro. He's in trouble with the Cataclysm, and Agani grabs the kill. Now Gizzers is just left to his own devices, stuck in the pit, and he's going to go down to Intman, and that means a Cloud Drake for Fruitcake. It will be their second.
I just want to point out, on Fruitcake's side, Agani and Norcal are showing some... Oh my goodness.
Goodbye. The Evelyn will grab her 8th kill. Good Realm Warp to try and trap Chad Jungle, but he's still going to survive. Going in for more, and they get the double for the Evelyn. Shut down for the Rise as Chad Jungle does fall here. I believe his first death of the game, but Fruitcake gonna get collapsed on. It's the double kill for Pharrell Lord, and thank you. We mentioned it earlier. We were talking about the BM, and I always say BM wins games. I actually have on my account, I have my mastery emote mapped to my T key. So I can easily just with my index finger just pop over and hit that. So I love hitting that mastery spam, as I believe it's Pharrell Lord has been dropping it a couple times at level 6 on the Syndra. So looking good. We need a 5th, up 7 kills right now. But the interesting thing, it's only a 1,500 gold lead, as Fruitcake has done a great job building CS leads in a couple of lanes, taking objectives as well. As Pharrell Lord's in trouble here. Intman looking for the kill, and will get the shutdown on the Syndra. But we need a 5th is on the Rift Herald. Fruitcake will spot it out. Can they get here in time? The response is going to be late from the bottom lane, but they're on their way. Akani, you've got to go and join your jungler. You've got the Rise there. You gotta go for it. Yeah, that actually is just gonna be Fruitcake pushing We Need a 5th off of it. It's just a leash by We Need a 5th, and the Rift Herald goes to Fruitcake. Yeah. And they're gonna go right to mid and drop it, I think. Chad Jungle's nearby. Yep. Yeah, that's just gonna be the Rift Herald drop. They're looking for this mid-tier 1, and it should easily be secured.
Yeah, a couple things to note there was We Need a 5th was actually leashing that Herald the entire time without Chad Jungle even on the same side of the map. That was definitely a bit of an over-ambitious play. Oh, going for an all-in though.
Chad Jungle going in for the collapse, doesn't have the kill yet. No, he actually takes down Intman. Fruitcake is popped at Chad Jungle. He's looking for more. Akani and Darth Vader able to retreat to the safety of their tower. Very key. They do secure that mid lane tier 1, but it does cost them 2 kills. As Intman and Fruitcake fall.
And what's really unfortunate is that actually I don't think it should have cost him anything. Nautilus using a flash. Oh, here's another engage on the Camilo and the Veigar in the side lane.
Yeah, Ace Striker continuing to try and take these 1v1s, but this Camille is not nearly as strong as Ace Striker thinks, as Argani's going to fall, and Norcal gets a solo kill, but Chad Jungle. Goodbye, Norcal.
Thank you. Another kill for Chad Jungle. pushing me closer and closer to my bet. But one thing I do want to point out was that engage at mid lane should not have worked at all. There is no way any Xayah player should get hit by a max range Nautilus ult, because all you have to do is click R as that ult is slowly coming up towards you. And you've not only neutralized the Nautilus ult there, but Eve actually showed and committed for the kill on Xayah before Nautilus ult finished landing on her. So if he did manage to get his ult off on time, he would have negated 2 very crucial engage tools coming out of We Need a Fifth. Possibly such a strong negation of spells that Fruitcake might have been able to turn that entire team fight in their favor. Unfortunately, he does end up getting hit by the max range Nautilus ult. And at least the cleanup kills in that scenario do go in We Need a Fifth's favor.
Well, right here, this game remains very close. 2.7k gold lead for We Need a Fifth, but they just, as we've gotten into the mid game, they have not been able to accelerate, even with Chad Jungle putting so much pressure on the map and continuing being a threat to 100-0 really anybody on this Fruitcake lineup. We Need a Fifth has not been able to pull away here, and towers are in favor of Fruitcake. Obviously helped out by that Rift Herald they were able to secure, so We Need a Fifth has an opportunity. They need to play around Chad Jungle. He is your carry right now. You need to invest the resources to help him succeed. He's looking for NorCal here. NorCal knows the Eve is nearby. Is setting up the poke. They're just trying to collapse. Good ult from Chad Jungle to get over the wall. The Death Sentence will miss, and Chad Jungle escapes. But I like Fruitcake really investing the numbers here. They know how big of a threat the Evelynn is, and they need to have the numbers advantage to try and take down Chad.
Yeah, you know, usually when you do see sending 4 or 5 players on one side of the map to commit to a problem like that, usually in most scenarios, that's a very bad thing to do in terms of macro-based play. But Fruitcake found a window there where they actually rushed down the bottom immediately after shoving away mid.
No, Int-Man. Chad Jungle was looking to collapse, but Fruitcake still staying nearby as that's the ultimate on a NorCal from the Nautilus, but it's not going to do absolutely anything. Really, Fruitcake just needs to stay grouped as 5 to try and deal with this Evelynn. It's going to be very key for Agani to land flays when Chad Jungle gets nearby, because that is the possible setup to take down the Evelynn. If he can get the flay and hopefully then chain it into a Death Sentence, they should be able to take down a very squishy Evelynn, but it's not going to be easy. We Need a Fifth on to this Ocean Drake. We'll take it down. That is their first elemental Drake of the game. Towers now even at 3-2-3, and some vision being cleared around the Baron. Darth Vader is going to try and flag a drag, but you can't get out of the Hextech ultimatum. He needs his team here, but it isn't going to matter. Ace Striker going to grab the kill, and now it's the 5v4. A lot of damage on a Chad Jungle. Needs to get away from the feathers. Will ult back over the wall, but has to use it defensively. Once more, NorCal able to take down Frolord. Could this be Fruitcake's fight? Fruitcake able to take down one here. Ace Striker is able to drop NorCal. Int-Man with the Blade Caller doesn't lock anybody down, but Ace Striker trying to get onto the Xayah. Feathers coming out. Int-Man flashes away. Does he have enough damage? He doesn't. Good Blade Caller locks down Maestro, but it's not enough to save the Xayah's life. It's a double kill for the Lucian, and 4 are dead for Fruitcake.
Wow, that really looked like it could start off horribly for We Need a Fifth. Chad Jungle actually let himself get chunked out way too early on in that team fight and had to ult to disengage.
It was still a 4-for-4.
Yeah, I know. I'm amazed that it went that well for We Need a Fifth. I think it was mostly on the back of Maestro's really strong positioning and really strong closing out in that team fight. He played it really mechanically well. He put himself in a position where he was never really the target until the very last phase of that team fight. The only reason he actually ended up taking so much damage is because he flashed it into a tower to finish off the last kill. Besides that, though, that was absolutely a bonkers call to chase Fruitcake all the way into their own jungle. I think We Need a Fifth is starting to look like they're getting a little bit antsy with their decision making. And
it's been really interesting too. We have to note Fruitcake has done such a good job of mitigating Chad Jungle's lead for the last few minutes, because they've forced him now two times in a row to defensively ult. They've forced him into a rough spot or taken enough of his health away where he's ulting and not even doing any damage with it to get away from trouble. Meanwhile, Int-Man, that's going to be a kill for Chad Jungle. Make it 12 for the Evelynn.
Wow, that was really some strong presence of mind coming out of Gizzards. Typically, it's really hard to have that trigger-happy instinct to get to play a champion like a Xayah, because you're usually afraid of her ult. but it looks like We Need a Fifth is doing a great job of keeping track of that old cooldown.
Baron started. They're electing to go for the 50-50, but they're actually going to just turn around for the fight. Norcal trying to run away, but he's caught it. He Hextech ultimatum, and Pharrell Lord's going to grab the kill. Now, Fruitcake needs to pop off on this Rise. Lowest health bars, but Maestro takes down the J4.
Wow.
Good scatter of the week will knock out Fruitcake. The double kill for Pharrell Lord. Agani, the only one survives, but that's key for Fruitcake. They took out Chad Jungle, and that will mean no Baron for We Need a Fifth.
Wow, Fruitcake is really showing. This is the reason why We Need a Fifth put so much pressure on him in the early game. Ever since he and Veigar were able to swap lanes, not only did he not die for such a long time, was able to keep such a healthy farm rate after getting out of that terrible lane matchup at the top side, but in that team fight, he put out so much damage. I think almost all of the damage dealt from Fruitcake's side was purely on the back of Fruitcake's damage. Oh, wow, that sounded weird considering the player's name is the same as the team's name. But essentially, Rise really put the team on his back in that fight. If he didn't flash forward at that very last second, if he waited for just one more rotation of spells before flashing forward for the kills there, I think he actually would have gotten like a quadra or a pentakill.
We Need a Fifth. Growing that gap just a little bit, but still only 3,500 gold ahead. They weren't able to secure the Baron. That would go a long way to opening up this gold gap, but Fruitcake still holding on for dear life, keeping these fights close. And they have an opportunity here. NorCal continues to scale on the Veigar. Itman very strong on the Zion. Fruitcake is very scary on this Rise. Any sort of free time he gets with one of the carries of We Need a Fifth could mean them going down as the red side team starting to set up around the Baron once more. Fruitcake trying to maintain vision control around their blue side jungle so they at least have a safe path towards the Baron pit.
Nice nose hook. Eats a wall. I think one thing worth noting is these Baron dance situations are absolutely in favor of Fruitcake. Not only because they're in a situation where side laning is really especially scary against this Evelynn, but We Need a Fifth has no TP. And Fruitcake has, I mean, I want to say two forms of TP because the Rise has his ult as well, but they're both on the same champion, so it really should be only considered as one. But essentially, Fruitcake does have an advantage whenever they do want to get side lane control, in the sense that Fruitcake can get it unpunished, whereas Ace Striker, if he ever wants to go into the side lane and even out that mini wave advantage, We Need a Fifth is losing considerable engage potential, since Camille is really their strongest go button, besides, you know, a stray Nautilus hook or a flash Nautilus engage.
Oh, goodbye. Fruitcake collapse here from Chad Jungle.
Oh,
the Hextech ultimate. It may not be. The Rise is actually so taking it. Chad Jungle goes down. Make that 2 kills as Int-Man cleans up Ace Striker. And now Fruitcake wants the Baron. They're going to Realm Warp into the pit. We Need a Fifth is going to look to contest, but it's a 3v5. Pharrell Lord's going to look for some serious damage over the wall, but Agani's going to go over here to try and zone them away. Looking for the death sentence. It will in. Does the rest of his team come? Good play. That's the event horizon dropped over the wall.
Damage.
They're just burning down to the Baron. It's going to fall. That's Baron to Fruitcake, and they've got this game right in their wheelhouse.
Wow, you know, I really feel like We Need a Fifth they've been jumping the gun over and over these last like 8 minutes. And I think a big part of it is because they're looking at the kill score and they're thinking, wow, we're a decent amount of kills ahead. We must be ahead in the game state. We must be strong enough to take these fights straight in the middle of Fruitcake's jungle. But the reality is, all of this gold is only on Chad jungle. If he's not actively getting very clean, concise picks on isolated enemy targets from Fruitcake, then We Need a Fifth effectively doesn't really have much of an advantage at all, especially considering Fruitcake's, I mean, the Rise's farmability in this entire mid game. It's really disastrous the way this game is starting to turn out, considering how far ahead Chad Jungle was able to get in the early game.
Fruitcake with a big victory there, getting that collapse, and now Fruitcake showing he can go to a sideline, and he's not afraid of Chad Jungle at this point. He's feeling very safe on this Rise. He's obviously built the magic resist. He has the shield from his Seraph's Embrace to keep himself safe, and a fully stacked Rod of Ages. This Rise is absolutely terrifying and is not going to go down without a fight. Fruitcake pushing down mid lane, looking for this tier 2 tower. Pharrell Lord trying to zone them away, but it won't matter. These Baron up minions will easily secure that tower, and they're looking to push down mid. They're going to threaten the inhibitor tower.
You know, Fruitcake's Siege is relatively strong. Champions like Veigar and Thresh do really well in the lane.
Good hook there. Chad Jungle looking for the flank, but here comes the fight. Ace Striker going to try and get on the back line, but Maestro is already dead. Fruitcake still alive here. Chad Jungle just has to return to the base. Down goes the mid lane inhibitor tower. The inhibitor will soon follow. Triple cloud for Fruitcake, so the rotations will be clicked. They just want to push. They've got double cannon here. Chad Jungle flashing in, but the ultimate does nothing. Darth Vader, they're got the hook, and they've got the kill. NorCal takes down Chad Jungle. Fruitcake wants more. They've got the minions. They're looking for the base. They just want to stay. They lost Fruitcake, but they're still 4 strong here. Another beautiful death sense into the flag and drag. Pharrell and Lord takes down Agani, but Ace Striker still falls. One Nexus Tower falls. They continue to stay? Good event horizon. The shot down onto the Syndra, and they still want it. It's the ace, but Gizzers is just back up, but they've got another minion away. Do they stay? They're going to back away. I honestly like this from Fruitcake. That was a huge play in the base, and they're backing away, but still looking to finish soon.
Yeah, typically you would expect that overstaying there and losing a couple of their Baron buffs, you might read that as a miscall. However, it's worth noting that those traded kills that ended up on the tail side of that series of events, Fruitcake didn't actually blow flashes defensively while also dying. If you actually look at the amount of flashes that are still available, they have flashes on all 3 of their carries still available. Xayah ult is coming up as well. They're absolutely in a position where they are primed to end the game on this next push outward.
I just want to say Shrimpa in chat. No, number one's name is actually Nigel Uno, not Fruitcake.
Oh,
just, you gotta know your codename kids.
That was an amazing cartoon, man.
Come on. His name's Nigel Uno. All right, not Fruitcake.
Dude, give me a heads up if you're gonna send me down nostalgia lane next time. Like, I'm getting chills just thinking about how good of a. That was like one of my favorite cartoons. Oh man.
All right, here Fruitcake. Down 5 kills, but up 1,000 gold, and that 6-3 tower lead is huge. They've got so much map control right now, but Ace Striker just waiting, but he's going to have to get away from trouble here as Fruitcake is going to easily knock down this tower, make it 7 for Fruitcake as they're looking for the top lane inhibitor, grouped up as 5. They no longer have the Baron buff, but they don't seem to care. They are ready to siege.
Oh, a chance for some decent damage? No, not really.
Darth Vader just... He really isn't all that scared here on this J4. He's been surviving a lot in these fights, and there's going to be another minion wave crashing into the tower. Fruitcake being patient, willing to let these super minions continue to push in mid lane, and a minion wave is actually building up in bottom lane as well, so they can look to try and put Fruitcake in a little bit of a 4-1 setup if they want to try and pressure bottom. They're still going to stay top for now, but maybe rotate the Rise mid. Agani fishing for hooks, flash out of the weak, but the Syndra's just going to get deleted. NorCal with the kill. Chad Jungle to the back line, but he doesn't get anything. The Evelyn is running and not doing much here. Beautiful hook on Ace Striker. That's a double kill. What a cataclysm! And that's the fight. Fruitcake get the ace, and they're looking for the win. Can we check kills? I need to see kills.
She didn't do it. I think she had 13.
Yeah! Oh, no. Another point for JC. Fruitcake gets the win, and Yeso's up 3-2.
No.
My man.
So close.
Woo! Fruitcake, I gotta say, that game looked so terrifying for such a long time. Chad Jungle was an absolute menace through the early mid game, was really just moving around the map, getting kills at will.
Yeah.
Didn't matter. But such a great team effort from Fruitcake to finally realize, okay, got to stop messing around in these side lanes by ourselves. Fruitcake is really, on the Rise was really the only one that could do so. We've got to group up. We've got to focus down and mitigate the threat that the Evelyn is, and as soon as we do, we can win. Because as you mentioned, the entire gold lead was on the Evelyn.
Yeah.
It was just Chad Jungle, and Fruitcake played around that so well after 15 minutes, and that was the key to their win.
Yeah, even before the point where they were doing a great job of tracking that Evelyn and adjusting players around to make sure she didn't get any picks, just the snap decision to move Rise into mid and Veigar to top side, that was such a phenomenal call on their part. That really did it played such a huge role in stemming the bleeding. And on top of that, I just want to give a quick shout out to Agani and NorCal. They did such a phenomenal job on just holding it down and allowing enough time for Fruitcake to get back into the game with enough farm so that he could carry the late game. That was some really phenomenal assortment of pressure from player to player throughout the span of the game, and just overall really strong performance going out of Fruitcake.
Man, huge win there for Fruitcake. They will move on to the winter finals. We need a fifth. Not done yet. They will move down to the lower bracket, and we may see them later in the day. We are going to head to a short break, folks, but don't go anywhere. More late night league action when we return. We're back. Did you guys miss us? I think they did.
I missed you. He won't say it back. Oh, oh.
It's all right. I'm here.
Wait, okay.
Late Night League has returned, ladies and gentlemen. Yeso and Latman. As we get ready for our next game, we're bringing you our other winners semifinal. We've got Upper Moon facing off against Night Raid. If you guys hit exclamation point bracket in the chat, you can see how things have been shaking out. So we'll update you. Brug did lose to Upper Moon in their last match. So Upper Moon moves on to that winners semifinal. And these two teams will be playing for the chance to face off against Fruitcake in the winners final. So definitely a lot on the line here for these two teams. I'm excited. We saw an interesting champion select.
Oh, yeah.
Shades of Team Liquid with a Sonateric bottom lane. Shades of, I don't know what, with a Kai'Sa jungle. So Upper Moon's throwing stuff at the wall. I mean, Yuhu Maniac has played definitely non-meta junglers a lot. He loves his Yi. You mentioned it as soon as you saw his name.
Twitch jungle as well.
Yep.
He was a Twitch jungle player. So, you know, under that strain of line of logic, the Kai'Sa pick is natural for him. It's standard. It's his natural environment.
We can transition into game now as well. We can go. We're ready. No, we can't. I lied. How dare I? Oh. But we can't update where our
not that
points
graphic.
sit up
No.
tonight. Thank you,
Don't
production.
show it. Don't show
Beautiful.
it.
Look at that. Look at that score. 3. Let's be honest. I told Latman during the break he was kind of cheating on the bets where he's setting the over-under and then picking as well.
I was.
But it worked out for me because I 100% would have picked the over for Chad Jungle's kills last game, and I would have lost. So I cannot complain all that much here. How about this? I'll propose a bet here. I will let you pick. We're going to pick winner of this next game. We'll wait until we get to see the full draft because we took a brief peek at it in the back in production. So once we get onto the Rift and we can see the full team compositions, I will let you choose who you think will win this game.
Right.
Let's say... No, it's too early for that. We'll save the big bet. So this will still be 1 point, but we may do like a 2 or 3 point bet later.
Ooh,
Make it big. We'll see what
down.
you guys think in chat. Once we get the drafts up, I want to hear what you guys are thinking. Upper Moon or Night Raid, who will take it? Definitely a lot on the line here. We obviously saw Night Raid take down Do the Roar earlier in the day, and going up against a very strong team in Upper Moon, the leaders in the Western region. And we are ready to jump into the game now. I am not lying this time. Promise. We are on to the Rift. So there are your team compositions. Latman, make your pick.
You know, it's a little bit of a hard call because essentially I have a lot of faith in Night Raid to make it late into the tournament, but I can't believe I'm saying this, but I actually really like the Kai'Sa Sonateric dynamic here. They have Upper Moon has like team composition that can really go in, and Night Raid, like Morgana is typically good against compositions that can go in, but when you have this many forms of going in the Kai'Sa Irelia and the Galio, and with a Terra Cult on top of all of that, I'm going to have to give it to Upper Moons. I'm betting on Upper Moons going to win.
You're going to go with Upper Moons.
Yep.
I don't think that's a bad pick. I'm not sure how in favor I am of the Sonateric lane still these days. And I just feel like it's going to be so heavily on, like, can Yuhu Maniac get moving? Because the Kai'Sa can be terrifying.
Yeah.
And if she pops off, she can be an absolute menace in the team fights and get some of that backline access with the Killer Instinct. But, okay, you know what? I'll take that. I will take Night Raid here. I honestly think it's a close matchup. Draft is super interesting. Both of these teams are very, very good. But let's hear from you guys in chat. Who do you think? Upper Moons or Night Raid? Who takes this game? Get in on the action. I'm trying to take a 2-point lead on Latman here. He's trying to close it up. It's going to be a good one here. Down to the bottom lane early. Both of these bottom lanes should be fairly safe. Upper Moons obviously has all of the sustain with the double support setup, and obviously both of them taking support items as well. The gold generation should be fairly good here. And then, you know, Avane probably doesn't feel too bad about this lane. Can get exposed in some lanes due to her short auto attack range, but being paired up with a Morgana and into a lane that's only going to poke a little bit, not play too aggressively. I mean, if I'm Beastlands, I'm not feeling too bad here.
Yeah, it's definitely a, like, if there was a game to pick Vayne, it's probably this one. My only concern is the Morgana pick requires a lot of split-second execution if the Taric knows how to charge his stun and then flash on top of the Vayne while charging stun. As long as the Morgana has the presence of mind to, whenever Taric starts charging that stun, to just drop Spell Shield on Vayne immediately, it should be a relatively stress-free lane coming out of Night Raid. However, it's definitely worth noting that if Taric does execute properly with his flash stun, or I think it should be called stun flash, they definitely do have some kill potential down there.
Definitely an interesting one to watch. And I would say, too, I think it's a great game to pick the Vayne in terms of laning phase. It's not going to be an easy game for the Vayne overall, though, because, as we mentioned, with that short auto attack range, you've got to deal with the taunt from Wonder Ginger. Pathetic should have a fairly easy job trying to stay on top of the Vayne as well, and then you're also going to have to deal with Juicy's ult on the Taric, making it just hard for you to deal damage, and then Qatar with the ultimate on the Sona as well. So Beastlands has his work cut out for him. He certainly can pop off here, but it's not going to be easy. Going to have the fancy feet going with the tumble and juke out a lot of CC. But Night Raid pushing a lot here early. The one thing we're going to have to keep track of as well is it's going to be the combined CS numbers for the Upper Moon's bottom laners here will be the focus. Yeah. Compared to Beastlands there. So things pretty close to even in the bottom lane for now. Meanwhile, Wonder Ginger pushing quite a bit in the mid lane.
Yeah, surprisingly in the bot lane, it looks like they've already burned through both of Morgana's health potions. So it looks like they're very close to forcing it back on one of the two, which will set up an all-in opportunity on the Vayne. Really looking forward to see how that works out. Like you pointed out, I think Lux has no flash in the mid lane. Typically, that would be something I'd be very concerned about, but it is a Kai'Sa jungle, so it's a little bit hard to Kai'Sa's going in for a gank, by the way.
Oh, that's a beautiful stun there. Juicy has to flash away, burning from the Ignite. One more auto attack. He gets the heal. Beastlands is running, but he's in trouble. He's going to get taunted.
Oh my
goodness. Will be first blood to you, Maniac, and Wonder Ginger follows up with the kill on Beastlands.
Yeah, so this was a common theme that I was seeing the last time I had the pleasure of watching Maniac play these non-conventional junglers. Is he really has a great sense of knowing where to be at the right time. Once again, he's showing that here. Somehow, even despite the fact that he's a Kai'Sa jungle, he was able to blow mid's flash and land an early game, very well-timed gank on the bot side. I think he actually would have ended up with 2 kills there if Galio had not teleported in and picked up that second kill. Not saying that it was a bad TP by the Galio, but it did seem like Maniac was on the cusp of getting 2 kills there, which would have been a phenomenal start on his part.
But still able to grab a kill, as well as the first blood gold on this Kai'Sa is going to feel very, very good right now. So Maniac starting this game off on the right foot, gets that kill and back to clearing his jungle up on his wolf camp now. And Pathetic has gotten his first back in, able to pick up the Tiamat here as he heads back to top lane. Korean Banana will back to base, and the interesting thing here is Pathetic actually getting that wave in a great position where he doesn't feel forced to teleport back, can actually walk back and try and shove this lane, and if he can do it fast enough, looks like Korean Banana should be able to walk back as well, so both top laners should have their TPs still to try and make some cross-map plays.
Still though, it's a slight advantage, but an advantage nonetheless for Upper Moon's top lane. And it looks like we're seeing slight advantages across the board so far for Upper Moon. Take that, I'm Wicked in the chat.
and I would say not just a slight advantage for Pathetic. He's actually up 20 CS right now as he comes back to lane and will force his lane into the tower. So actually things going very, very well for the Aurelia in the early game.
Yeah, good point. I actually only called it a slight advantage because the wave was crashing into the Jax, giving him an opportunity to close the CS lead. But that's actually a very small mini wave that he's catching under tower. So it really does have a very phenomenal CS advantage on the top side. And it looks like she's making the right call, backing quite early on to use that slight gold lead and turning it into actual tangible items. I do like that decision by her.
Pathetic going to grab just some boots and a long sword here and return to the lane. Going to look for that first item, Ravenous Hydra, as Captain Moser is going to get caught by the taunt and take some solid damage there from Wonder Ginger. But here comes the Zac, but actually the counter gank as well from Maniac. Good Q landed there by Wonder Ginger, or no, not Wonder Ginger, excuse me.
That damage.
The Gitrog monster, and Winds of War. Whew, Captain Moser pretty low. Has to be careful here. Still has both summoner spells, or actually I should say just barrier as the flash not up yet, so Lux has to be careful here. Meanwhile, Korean Banana up on the top side, avoiding Pathetic's stun. And the push on for Upper Moon's bottom lane here is Juicy and Qatar forcing this wave under tower.
Yeah, here we see Yuhu Maniac is actually soloing the Dragon on bot side, doing a great job of taking advantage of the fact that the enemy mid laner is too chunked to actually get any control of River Vision. Seems like for the most part that will be... Oh, wow.
Burning from the Ignite, so much damage there. No flash available for the bot laners there of Night Raid, so they can't finish off the kill. But Wonder Ginger going solo. Get Rock Monster able to finish off the kill as the Galio will fall. Do have to note, though, Cloud Drake was secured by Yuhu Maniac in the meantime.
Just a little bit of a slight overextension from the mid laner. In a situation where your jungler is soloing Dragon like that, all you really needed to do is to shove the wave in at mid lane and then prevent them from getting back out onto the map. Wonder Ginger knew he had a health advantage, so he was definitely pushing forward a little bit too hard, trying to land a kill on the enemy mid laner, and in the process of doing so, opening himself up to be the only available play for Night Raid. A good call by the jungler to see and recognize that opportunity and capitalize on it for a kill.
Upper Moon's up 2,000 gold at this point, as well as the Cloud Drake in their pocket. Yuhu Maniac with a solid start to the game. Hasn't done much outside of grabbing that Cloud Drake and grabbing the first blood in bottom lane, but he's getting the scaling moving on this Kai'Sa, and Pathetic pressuring in the top lane. Honestly, all three lanes doing fairly well so far, outside of Wonder Ginger dropping that kill, so Yuhu Maniac feeling pretty comfortable at this point, as bottom lane will pretty easily clear out this wave, and we can actually check the CS numbers. Actually, pretty well in favor of Upper Moons right now. A little quick math here, 78 CS for Upper Moons bottom lanes to just 65 for the Veins. That's a pretty solid start here. As more damage on the Captain Moser. Wonder Ginger continuing to apply pressure out of this Lux.
That was a really a very concerningly one-sided trade going in Galio's favor there in the mid lane. Typically, you would expect the Lux to have enough of a range advantage so that Galio would have problems actually landing chunks like that. The fact that he's able to land all of this residual damage on the Lux so early on to her returning to the laning phase is definitely it's a concerning sight for sure. I think another thing worth noting is the fact that Upper Moon has a CS lead across the board this early in the game. It's absolutely counter to what I would have expected looking at the draft. When you see a jungler dynamic where, I mean, it's hard to really classify Kai'Sa as anything, but the one thing I can absolutely classify her as is she's probably a weak ganker, you know, especially compared to a champion like Zac. So you would expect that the resulting dynamic from that should be that Night Raid's lanes should have a little bit more authority, a little bit more ability to play aggressively and pressure on minion waves. And on the other hand of that, for Upper Moon's lanes to feel a little bit more scared taking risks in the laning phase. And that dynamic should have resulted in a CS advantage for Night Raid. However, here we can see that it's going the other way around, showing it's probably a result of a couple of signs. One, Upper Moon's lanes might be a little stronger.
Beautiful crescendo there. Randy Newman caught with his hand in the cookie jar, and Yuhu Maniac will grab his second kill.
Wow, it's adding insult to injury to the fact that not Randy Newman, Yuhu Maniac is the person getting these kills on a champion like the jungle Kai'Sa. It's a very phenomenal point for Upper Moon to be allocating the gold onto him this early in the game.
Qatar and Juicy continuing to apply pressure in bottom lane, making Beastlands farm under tower so often. And the great thing also about continuing to keep pressure in the bottom lane is that Infernal Drake is up in a minute and a half, and that's definitely a big possibility. Now, Yuhu Maniac has already shown he can easily solo out the Drakes. We'll have to see if the Kai'Sa does go for that, but if he doesn't, the bottom lane keeps pressure. They should easily be able to rotate to that Drake, and Wonder Ginger going in actually does get the taunt. This is big trouble for Yuhu Maniac, or for Captain Moser as Yuhu Maniac shows up. Will land the Void Seeker. Doesn't go in. They're just looking to set up vision around this Drake. The red buff will be picked up by Yuhu Maniac as Wonder Ginger returns to base to buy.
A little bit of a preemptive barrier there by the Lux. definitely creating an opportunity for Upper Moons the next time that Galio does land his taunt, and if Lux is a little bit further from her tower, Kaisa can absolutely just ult right in there, and they might have enough damage now to instant kill full to zero her the next time Galio is able to land a taunt. Going to be looking out for that as soon as Galio's flash is up.
We didn't get to see champion select this time around, but something to note that Captain Moser not on the Ahri this time that we saw him perform very, very well on earlier in the day against Do the Roar. Now on the Lux is just looked kind of out of sorts so far. The Galio matchup, you know, not easy because he can get onto you so well with the Justice Punch, but this range versus melee matchup, Captain Moser should have a bit of an easier time landing some light bindings and trying to keep the Galio at arm's length, but it has not worked so far as Yuhumaniac is going to clear out that pink ward in the pit and possibly set up, and looks like, he's going to start the Infernal.
Yeah, and this is, again, a great usage of the priority advantage he has in mid lane. Looks like he can... Wow, all in coming out on the bottom lane.
Oh, good two-man crescendo as the ultimate comes out from the Taric, and here comes the ult to the bottom lane. Wonder Ginger is here for the party. That's going to be a kill for the Sona, but Maniac will actually go down. So good collapse from Night Raid to get one kill back, but is it enough? Flash in there from Wonder Ginger. They're going to knock up Gitrog Monster. He flashes away. He has the passive. Pathetic is here, though, and the Zac will fall. That's another kill for Upper Moons as Pathetic takes him down, and that's a 2-for-1 and the Drake for Upper Moons.
So many good things that I want to point out there. For one, Upper Moons did a great job of it. The moment they had a tempo advantage from that mid lane, and the moment Dragon spawned, they immediately jump onto it. This is absolutely should not be a kill. Okay, she's going for it.
Qatar's in trouble. Doesn't have the crescendo. Beastland's going to flash over from Tribush. Qatar, just fancy feet, juking around, avoiding Beastlands. He's got Juicy for the assist, and he will take the kill with the dazzle.
Wow. That is doubly unfortunate because he was absolutely safe there. There was basically no way he was going to die there unless he himself decided to go in for the kill, which he ended up doing. I can respect the call because he's an AD carry against two support champions. He definitely is a little bit stronger in that scenario, but not if he's flashing into both of them and taking autos.
Korean Banana here, trying to run away from the Aurelia, but he will not escape. Pathetic gets the solo kill.
Yeah, Pathetic looks like he's primed to start putting on a clinic. After this back, that kill alone got him Triforce. He's going to get a tower on top of that as well as another minion wave. About to pull up about 40 CS of an advantage on the enemy Jax. He's absolutely going to be taking control of this mid game. One thing I do want to point out from that entire series of events on the Dragon, for one, Yuhumaniac showing very, very strong discipline in terms of as soon as the objective is up and as soon as he has tempo on the map, he's going to go for it. Number two, Pathetic did a really great job of walking down to that scenario. All he did was shove a mini wave at the top and then he walked all the way down. He didn't even have to TP. That was definitely a phenomenal effect to how he was able to contribute to that fight and how he was able to keep his tower alive with his TP and offering Jax little to no counterplay. Number three, I don't even remember number 3 anymore. As Zach's going in for another
It doesn't
engage.
matter. Gitrog Monster down to the bottom lane, but a good crescendo as Jushi flashes away from pressure. They're going to catch Qatar a little bit here. He's going to get stunned, and he's going to fall Beastlance with the kill as the Sona drops.
Yeah, and that's what Night Raid has to do to keep themselves in this game, is to continue to funnel ganks onto the Vayne lane and get her kills. She's basically the only champion that's going to have a chance of getting them through the mid game. Sure, Jax is going to be able to offer them that late game split push insurance, but in a matchup where the Aurelia is pulling ahead so early in the game, that's not a reliable means of like keeping themselves in contention of a win here. So I really agree with the call to start ganking the Vayne lane. They're really going to have to do that over and over, I feel like.
Upper Moon's grouping up down near this bottom lane. Looks like they want to just use the power of numbers as well as this Rift Herald to knock down this tower. And Juicy in behind the Night Raid bottom lane. They're going to back away and concede this tower. I think the smart move here. No way they were going to be able to defend that. Gitrog Monster and Captain Moser are nearby. Binding will miss as Qatar's up to the top side. It's a 4v4 defense here for Night Raid. Can they save it, though? The Rift Herald will at least get the charge, but can they keep the tower alive? Upper Moons is going to back away, so Night Raid will be able to take out the Rift Herald and save this tower for now, but still a big push there for Upper Moons.
Yeah, and I really like the decision for them to back off it completely there. Not only did they back off on the bot side, but mid lane backed off as well, and that's a really good call because they just sent Sona to the top lane like just now in that mini wave. That was basically Night Raid's one window to have Jax rotate down and look for some stragglers and maybe pick up a play to get back into the game. But Upper Moons does a great job of cross-map communication. As soon as Sona is on the top side with a wave at her tower, you know, not in a position to apply any cross-map pressure, she tells the rest of her team, back off immediately, don't go for anything, allow me to push the wave back up. We can get a reset and we can start pressuring again in a minute. Upper Moons is showing some really great communications in terms of cross-map macro play so far.
Upper Moons up 8,000 gold right now. A huge lead at the 18-minute mark. Our slowest game in terms of kills that we've seen, honestly, probably all season.
Yeah.
Right? Because realistically, we've had very, very bloody games so far today. Last week was extremely bloody when Joshi was here. So a little something different here in this Upper Moons game. And, you know, it makes a lot of sense when you've got a Sonateric bottom lane as well as a Kai'Sa jungle that's looking to scale to mid and late. No surprise here that Upper Moons is heavily focused on farming up, putting gold in their pockets, controlling the objective fights here, and they're doing exactly that so far. That will be the third Elemental Drake, a double Cloud plus the Infernal for Upper Moons as they're going to push into the Night Raid red side, or blue side, excuse me. Randy Newman able to walk away from trouble as the Black Shield will save him from the crescendo, and no stun coming through from Juicy. Night Raid is still on the defense, though 5 members of Upper Moons on the bottom side. Wonder Ginger kind of rotating over to mid to push up that wave, but this is going to be the full court press on this bottom lane. Tier 2, Yoo-Hoo Maniac will get caught briefly by the Zac, but it isn't really going to matter. Good light binding there from Captain Moser. Do they go in? Good ultimate from Juicy. Will deny the damage as Wonder Ginger ults down the hero's entrance from the Galio. And here comes the push. They want this tower, throwing out all of their poke. Gitrog Monster looking for more. Good catch with the Q, going for the Let's Bounce. A lot of damage as Captain Moser uses the final spark, but it's not enough. Gitrog Monster is going to fall. The Dark Binding will miss from the Morgana. Teleport from Qatar to defend that top lane. Tier 2 and Upper Moons is going to keep up the pressure.
Yeah, so Gitrog Monster there, that was a pretty major misplay. The reason being, in that moment, the mini wave was thinned out. There was no mini wave on tower, so there was really no reason to engage in that particular moment. A better moment to actually have been forced into an engage is as the next mini wave comes in an effort to keep the tower alive. The reason being, because Jax was actually already autoing the tower on top side. All Night Raid really needed to do was to keep their tower alive and allow the Jax to continue splitting on the other side of the map. However, Gitrog Monster, he lost his cool, ends up engaging in a moment where his tower was actually not in danger, and it definitely cost him a little bit of tempo on the map.
Night Raid down 5 kills and 9,000 gold as the gold lead continues to grow here for Upper Moons. They know that this Vayne will be a huge late game threat, but the hard part is they may not even get to that point. And even if they do they have enough to keep Beast Lance alive in their composition? They certainly can do it, but it's going to be very difficult here as Upper Moons looks impressive so far. Their first showing on stream today, they're looking very, very good, and the Gitrog Monster taking a lot of damage here as Yoo-Hoo Maniac starting to look pretty good on this Kai, so we can double check that item build right now. We'll pull that up for you to kind of see where he's sitting at in terms of his economy. Yep, got the Rage Blade right now, as well as his finished jungle item, and actually just able to back and finish off the Berserker's Greaves. So this Kai'Sa is pretty terrifying.
Yeah, perhaps even scarier. Just look at the Irelia's items. She is, like, yeah, she doesn't actually have a completed tier 2 item, but she's on all kinds of power spikes right now. Those are all very gold efficient items that she has in her inventory, and the Sterix, or not the Sterix, the Jarm's Fist, the Pickaxe, the Tiamat. She's absolutely a force to be reckoned with. It's unsurprising that Jax has little to no agency in these side lanes as of yet.
And that means a 50 CS lead for Pathetic.
Nice
Flash crescendo, big trouble for Captain Moser, and Pathetic's gonna grab the kill. Now it's the Gitrog Monster, as that's gonna be the Justice Punch in the double kill for Pathetic as the Morgana falls, and Qatar takes down the Gitrog Monster. That'll mean Upper Moons turns for Baron.
Yeah, this is probably going to be a very free Baron at that. Champions like Jax and Vayne have little to no chance of actually holding this. The best thing that they can do is catch side lanes, and actually they're grouping for mid lane farm, which is less than optimal. But at this point, what can you really do? Looking at a very free Baron for Upper Moons.
I mean, Night Raid just taking whatever scraps they can find. Upper Moons just burns through the Baron. The Kai'Sa so good at taking that objective down, and that means now up 12,000 gold with a fully Baroned up team. Upper Moons is coming for Night Raid right now. They're going to want to try and finish this game right here, use that gold advantage, and push for a win. They would have a date with Fruitcake in the winners finals if they can do it.
Yeah, and you know, one thing that's especially that I especially like to see is they're showing such a clean performance with a composition like this. Like, this is a very unconventional composition. Not only is the Sonateric, you know, I mean, it's not totally rare, but it's uncommon for sure. But what is completely unique is this Kai'Sa jungle pick. And once again, Yumaniac is showing that not only does he know how to pick these unconventional junglers, but he knows how to execute so well on them. Wow, what a clean dive there.
Captain Moser nearly getting deleted by the Galio. Wonder Ginger is actually going to get punished for his over-aggression. A kill over to Beastlance there, so that's really just unnecessary. You've got Baron buff, just be patient, push with your waves, but instead the Galio elects to go ultra-aggressive and will go down for it. Meanwhile, top lane tier 2 falls in favor of Upper Moons, able to rotate up and take that one down, and we'll see what their next objective is. No remaining outer towers for Night Raid. It's just the inhibitor towers and the Nexus towers, as so much of the map is just dominated by Upper Moons. Meanwhile, Infernal Drake is live. Night Raid wants it, but Upper Moons isn't going to just let them have this objective. They want the double stacked Infernal, as Night Raid groups as 5 at this pit. But here comes Upper Moons.
Yeah, I really don't think... oh, they're going to
the blast code play in. It's 3. They're looking for the stun. Good crescendo. And there's the Inferno for the Kai'Sa. Here comes Upper Moons. Pathetic gets the kill onto the Jax. Randy Newman running for his life, but it won't be enough. Can Beastlance escape? Qatar looking for the chase. Needs the slow here. Here they come. Wonder Ginger with the Justice Punch. The Winds of War and the kill for Upper Moons. That's 4 dead. Just Captain Moser left to defend the base. And here comes Upper Moons looking for the win.
My goodness. They didn't even take any damage in that team fight. What a phenomenal compositional advantage coming out of Upper Moons. Looks like they're going to be able to use this mini wave from bottom to get a lot of damage done. Galio getting Baron buff on the mid wave, the mid mini wave as well. Upper Moons looks primed to open the base up completely, if not take a win.
I mean, that blast cone over and engage by Upper Moons was so perfectly timed. The beautiful leash from Night Raid, as just the killer instinct from Yumaniac easily gets the smite, finishes off the Drake, and now working with the double Infernal, able to easily crush that fight over Night Raid, get the 4 for 0. They'll take bottom and mid lane inhibitor. They may look for more. They've got the Baron buff. Minion's good. Crescendo.
Nice
Beastlance is going to go down. That's a kill for Pathetic. Get Raw Monster going in for the engage. He goes for the Let's Bounce, but Pathetic doesn't even care. He's going into the backline. Kareem and Ana able to juke out for now. Can he get back to Fountain? He will for the moment. Good light binding. Buys a little bit of time, but the Nexus towers are falling anyway. There's Baron up minions in your base. It's not enough to stand on the Fountain. You need to get out and mount a defense, but here comes Pathetic trying to dash onto the backline. Randy Newman is dead. Pathetic with the kill. Down goes Korean Banana. It's just Captain Moser, and it is nowhere near enough. Upper Moons with the win, and they will move on.
And I even it up. Haha, my gambling
yes, you do, Latman. Makes it 3-3. I will give you that one. Upper Moons, we were questioning the composition.
Yeah.
We weren't sure about it. The Sonateric has fallen out of favor with a lot of teams lately, and then the Kai'Sa jungle. But Yumaniac continues to prove again and again, it doesn't matter what he plays. Pick him anything in the jungle. He's going to find a way to succeed on it. So credit to him. Also credit to Wonder Ginger. A little bit of a misplay there, going a little too aggressive in mid when he had just gotten that Baron buff and ends up going down. But he was very scary throughout the game and applied a lot of pressure. Pathetic on the Aurelia. Same thing. Continue to just put so much pressure on Night Raid, and just across the board, Upper Moons looked super, super clean.
Yeah, really phenomenal performances coming from all of Upper Moons. Frankly, Yumaniac does a really great job of applying pressure with these non-conventional jungle picks, but I think more importantly is his team does such a great job of getting him involved in all these early game skirmishes. I feel like a lot of it is coming down to things that we don't actually see from the stream. I feel like their cross map communications in terms of when his top and bot lanes are choosing all ins and choosing their skirmishes. I feel like they're doing a great job of letting him know as soon as these fights start to start walking there, because if they aren't, he's just absolutely omniscient. He's doing such a phenomenal job of being at the right place at the right time that I really feel like it's a team-wide effort, and it's such a great win at that.
Well, we've got We Need a Fifth versus Brug as your next game. This is the losers bracket semifinals, I believe. No, this is the losers bracket quarterfinals. As We Need a Fifth and Brug do face off here. And there are your compositions. We'll have a little time to look at these and break them down as Champion Select has just finished up. Anything that stands out to you here initially, Latman?
Let's see. First of all, the Kayn jungle looks like a pretty it looks like a pretty decent game to run Kayn jungle just because of the Syndra and I mean really only the Syndra. I would retract that statement. It doesn't seem like a very easy game to pick Kayn jungle. He's not gonna be able to do much against the Tryndamere in the mid game.
Nope.
With a champion like Rakan camping the Syndra and Tristana on the backline, he's probably not gonna be able to get a very clean engage there. However, he does have champions like the Shen, Echo, and Leona to join him on these dives, which would make you assume that he will probably have a decent chance of connecting on the backline. But then that would leave his Caitlyn completely alone on the back end of these team fights. And it looks like without the Caitlyn, his team composition basically lacks any other forms of ranged damage, any other forms of consistently taking out towers. And when you have an enemy champion AD carry like the Tristana, with enough range and enough escape abilities to keep himself alive at the back end of any team fight, it looks like even if the Kayn is able to connect on We Need a Fifth's backline in these mid-game team fights, it might be difficult for Brug's team composition to actually translate those team fights into consistent objective takes. That's definitely something I'm concerned about going into the mid game.
All right, we're going to go with winner here, and I'm going to pick this time. Looking at these compositions, I think it's interesting you talk about that. Brug certainly can be good, though. I think it's important that you mention that dive kind of setup there from Brug, and while the Caitlyn can be left on her own, they certainly have the opportunity to get to the backline and just delete people. There's going to be a great amount of damage coming from Kayn and the Echo, and so much lockdown setup from Shen and Leona, so there certainly are opportunities there. But I have a hard time picking against We Need a Fifth. I know they threw away that game earlier, despite the huge lead that they had gotten on Chad Jungle, but I think We Need a Fifth has got this one. I'm going to take them for the win and see if I can get up to 4 points here. It's been a very, very close. It'll be interesting to watch how this shakes out, and I think it is important that you mentioned the Tristana there has some safety in the laning phase. It'll be interesting to see how the Leona and Rakan interact throughout the laning phase, because there are opportunities for the Leona to get in, but the Rakan can go for a bit of the counter engage and obviously has some of the sustain to keep Maestro kind of topped up in those fights. So there, I think, is a big opportunity for the bot lane to get blown up just in the 2v2, and it's going to rely heavily on these supports.
Yeah, I like that you're focusing on the support dynamic in the bot lane. I feel like that's a very accurate assessment. Essentially, the Tristana does have a slight disadvantage against the Caitlyn in the head-to-head. I would expect to see Caitlyn get a slight advantage in terms of CS or in terms of tower damage over the course of the laning phase. Rakan is definitely a champion that can turn that advantage over and land a lot of strong engages on the Caitlyn, and Tristana is absolutely a champion that can capitalize very strongly on those engages.
Okay.
However, Leona is absolutely a champion that does so well at counter engaging. She's almost as strong as an Alistar in that aspect, where as soon as if the Rakan ever lands a good engage, Luna can just go right into the Tristana, or at least stay on top of Caitlyn, wait for Tristana to jump in, and then turn on the Tristana in a way that we should see those engages negate each other out. So what I'm expecting to see from bot lane is for neither support to really feel that confident in engaging. I would actually expect to see it become mostly a farm lane, where if one support goes in, it should mean a slight advantage for the enemy team's bot lane, given that they don't have a major health disadvantage.
Sure.
But we'll have to see what happens. It's likely that the Rakan may end up being able to get some sort of a poke advantage on the Leona. Yeah, we'll see.
Okay. I picked the winner. I'm going to propose 2 more bets here. Who's going to get first? And I'm going to let you pick first for both. Who's going to get first blood? Who's going to have the most kills? I'll give you a second to think. We can wait until we kind of get the full team composition pulled up once more. You can kind of take another look once we get under the rift. But I'm looking for who's going to get first blood, who's going to have the most kills.
Okay.
This is a big game.
I'll
Three
take you
points.
on
3 points on the line.
3 points on. Oh yeah, all
Points
three
on
of
the
the
line
bets.
for each. Yep. Who will win the next match? Well, what do you guys think after checking out the team compositions there? I think it's a very interesting game. These teams battling to stay alive. A loss means you are done for this week. The winner moves on to that losers bracket semifinal. So definitely a lot on the line here.
Yeah, I'm really thinking about who to bet on here. Actually,
This is important. You need some
yeah.
points.
I need points bad.
Yeah.
I'm taking this very seriously, by the way, viewers. In case you haven't noticed.
Means a lot. Come on.
Yeah, I don't like losing.
No, that man's not going to go easy on me.
No, not at all. Not at all.
About to get into game. One more reminder, folks. Probably going to be the last one for you tonight. But if you guys need any more information about us here and what's going on with Late Night League or any of our other leagues, anything else that's going on at Esports Arena, I do want to remind you to head over to esportsarena.com/Walmart. We'll probably bring that graphic up for you guys later, but it's esportsarena.com/Walmart. Pause. In effect. I love this Instagram filter. It's great.
Yeah, no, it's a pretty good gray
Very-
screen simulator.
Very cute.
Yeah.
Compliments my freckles.
Okay, let's see. So the bets were who gets first blood and who has the most kills.
Who gets first blood? Who gets most kills? Yeah. And we're back.
And we're
Did
back.
you guys miss us?
Hey. Most kills. There was a Syndra in that game, huh?
There is, yes, a Syndra on the side of we need a fifth.
So that would be a pretty conservative guess on my part. And
Sure.
I don't like going for those. Like, even with this much on the line, I want the hard read. You know? Yeah. That's what I'm
Galaxy
going for.
Brain read
Yeah, like maybe not. Maybe I'm not gonna vote on a support because that's a little bit too much of a hard read.
for first blood.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
for
but, like-
most kills.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you're picking a support, you're trolling. there's hard read, and then there's picking a support to lead in kills.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, no, that'd be kind of ridiculous. But first blood could very possibly be on support. If I had to choose a support for first blood, I would probably say the Leona.
Okay.
But I'm not going to do that. That was
Okay.
just a hypothetical guess.
Sure.
Don't put me on the line about don't put me on the record about that.
I'm waiting for you to lock your picks in.
I have to see the champions.
I know we
selection
gotta
one
look
more
at the team
Yeah.
compositions one more. We are waiting through a pause, and I'll just ask then production when we have the time. Okay, can we pull up that graphic, esportsarena.com? If you guys want more information about our leagues, thank you so much, guys. There's your link right down there. Find out more about our leagues. Remember, we've got a full lineup. Late night leagues on Monday night with all of our League of Legends action. You can see myself, Latman, as well as Joshi throughout this season as we are in week number 4 of 8. Remember, week 8 will be our grand finals, a best of 5 between the two top teams from our Esports Arena locations. Tuesday nights, we've got Overwatch and Apex Legends. That's our Tuesday FPS. And remember, we're very close. We're less than a week away from the new Call of Duty. And once that releases, that will be added to that Tuesday night lineup. So you guys can come out, play the new Call of Duty. Wednesday nights is obviously Wednesday Night Fights. We've got Street Fighter competitions going on at all of our arenas. And also remember at Santa Ana, we got the big Wednesday Night Fights, guys. We've got everything here. Like 15 concurrent tournaments going on. All a good time. Wednesday Night Fights is a good one. Thursdays, we got Super Smash Thursdays, and Friday, Fortnite Frenzy. Make sure to tune into those broadcasts as well. And hey, if you guys saw me last week, you might see me a little bit more on Fridays. Don't know. No promises, but, maybe. We'll see.
And you guys are so lucky getting more.
Lucky.
So, oh my gosh.
Yikes.
You don't know how lucky you are.
Yikes.
Also, I know where I'm putting my money on both of these bets.
Go.
Chad Jungle, baby. Let's go.
From
First
over
blood
both.
and most kills.
That
Yeah.
is not a bad idea.
He's
This
got
is
an
hard.
account named Chad Jungle. Like, of course I'm going to put my money on him.
So I'm actually going to take JoJo's for first blood on the Caitlyn.
Okay.
And I'm going to take This is hard for most kills, guys. I think Chat Jungle is a great bet.
I
And
know.
he's on the Lee Sin.
Oh, the late invade.
Kind of that's going to take some damage here. And Abstract is going to have to
Oh,
back away.
trying to die.
Make
me some money.
away. Kind of nuts. Get out of there. Get out of there, my dude.
Turn around and fight. Be brave.
No, do not fight him.
Okay. All right.
Okay, he's going to back on the other side of the wall. I'm taking. No! No! Kind of nuts! He's window shopping! Flash over the wall! Flash back over the wall! No! Chad Jungle. That is a point for Latman. He will take the lead. 4-3. I lost that one. I still got to pick most kills here.
Thank you, Chad.
I can't take Chad Jungle, so I'm going to have to go with Maestro. I'm going to have Maestro. I picked Upper Moons to win. I'm having them pop. Seals on wheels, flashing away, and Maestro gets a kill. Good man.
Wow, what an aggressive play there. Actually, I'm very impressed by Maestro's understanding of his damage there. You know, using his jump to pop his satchel and then flashing forward for the very last auto, right before the very last tick of ignite, mind you. Overall, really well executed early game so far. Coming out of We Need a Fifth.
Yeah, the explosive charge, the ignite, and another auto attack, able to secure that kill. So Seals on wheels goes down. And where's everybody in the chat?
He's going right in there.
Where's the Jong in chat? Raise your Jongers. Where are you guys?
Yeah, you know, Jong really needs that support right now too. You know, he not only did he suffer an early death, but his AD carry no longer has any summoner spells against a lane as scary as Tristan and Rakan. Chat, Jong needs you guys. We want fruitcake. I mean, fruitcake sounds kind of tasty. I could use a fruitcake right now too, but we're all about war criminals right now. War criminals being Jong.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, we are. Hey, we're like a month and a half away from fruitcake season, all right?
Have you ever had a fruitcake?
I never have.
Yeah, me neither.
I mean, you always hear everything about how terrible they are.
Yeah, but I feel like they're probably not even that bad.
Probably not.
Maybe. I don't know. I wouldn't know. Anyone in chat?
Shout out to
fruitcake?
production.
Oh, yeah, production.
They just go, we just get Colin in our ear. They're nasty.
I thought that was you for a moment.
Even Kathy's like, they're terrible.
Oh, all right.
All right, the consensus from production is they're terrible. I'll take their word for it. They would not lead me astray.
Yeah, when have they ever? You know, like definitely not earlier today when they told you game was gonna start. No. No.
Oh man, I'll just make sure to get production a nice big fruit cake for Christmas. Love you guys. Appreciate all your hard work, and thank you for putting up with my antics.
Looks like so far the action's actually dying down just a little bit, which is pretty unconventional for given the two teams that we see playing right now. Chad Jungle is going for an invade, looping around for a gank on top side. Shen doesn't actually have flash.
Ooh, all the careful pings there, well timed as kind of nuts able to back away and won't get ganked yet. Chad Jungle going to return to his blue side and take his blue buff.
I think Kaido Nuts takes the award for the first avoided gank on top side this early in the game so far in the tournament today.
Yeah, we did have top lane blown up in the first 5 minutes for once.
Yeah, I'm happy to see that.
Who are you? What is going on?
You know, like, as much as I love
Where am I?
bloodbaths,
I'm confused.
like, bloodbaths are great and all, but, like, every now and then I want to see some nice, clean, concise League of Legends as well to, like, help us appreciate the bloodbaths just a little bit more, you know?
Well, and I mean, that's what we saw from Upper Moons.
Yeah.
Earlier. Very clean, clinical play, executing so well on really everything they were trying to do in finishing off a very, very clean game. So we've seen a bit of it today, but bloody has been the style of choice in almost every game this season of Late Night League. So Pharrell and Lord looking to roam and get some vision here as he will spot out Abstract to go near his blue buff on this Kayn. The Kayn going to be very important in this game if Brug wants to succeed. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Gizzers throwing out the poke with the Q on this Rakan, getting some more sustain for himself. And Maestro's there just trying to force this Caitlyn Leona under tower. And interestingly enough, so many Caitlyn lanes, we always hear about the Caitlyn Morgana, right? And they're typically so oppressive. And with the Leona, you really shouldn't see much less there. The Leona can go very aggressive, but with that early kill and how Gizzers and Maestro seem very willing to play forward in this lane and try and play for kills, what you would assume would be a ton of aggression and pressure from the Brogue bottom lane has been severely mitigated. They're so far on the back foot right now, and it means a minor CS lead built up by Maestro should be even up as this tower pushes, or as this lane pushes under tower, but they do not have any sort of proactivity in this lane right now.
Going on.
Abstractical gets the stand united, and actually that's Chad Jungle going down. Danny Boy gets the kill.
Dang, that wasn't even really that close either, considering that Shen did have the ult coming down on that, who was he flashing in for? The Kane, I believe?
On the Abstractical, yeah. Meanwhile, Ace Striker going in, wants to get Danny Boy. Good ultimate there. Won't get as much of a heal thanks to the Ignite, but the Shen is actually here. Flash, okay, kind of nuts. I think we need kind of nuts to get in the practice tool and work on some of his taunt flashes. Is Ace Striker going to be able to get the kill onto Danny Boy? Goes easily in for the tower dive. That's one onto the Trinamere. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, here's the dive we were looking for. Maestro with the explosive charge grabs the kill onto JoJo's now, and now they've got the minion wave. I don't think they go for this next kill. They just focus on the plates at this point, but that's a great start for the We Need a Fifth bottom lane.
Yeah, dude. Wow, that is a really clean play coming out of Gizzers. Really showing that he's very comfortable with this Rakan pick. The Rakan Tristana dynamic, by the way, I did mention before the game started that the Tristana herself is a little bit of a weaker pick compared to the Caitlyn as they're going for another dive on the Leona.
Oh, they do. The Leona going to try and get onto Gizzers, but it's not going to be nearly enough damage to take down the Rakan. Seals her wheels, drops Chad Jungle with that kill, and that's a 5-1 lead for We Need a Fifth. You got your 5th kill. That's for sure.
Yeah, no, yeah, good one. Pretty good one.
Hey.
But I do want to say that that was a pretty counterintuitive way to play that situation out. Is Shen dead here? Oh my goodness.
Trinamere things, guys.
He just slap chopped him to death. Wow, I'm really surprised that Shen died there. But what was I even gonna say? Right, the Leona played that pretty counter to what you would have expected. You know, she's under her tower, she has flash available, and she's a pretty tanky champion. The last thing you want to do in a situation like that is to walk away from your own tower. Instead, you want to use your champion's natural tankiness.
Oh, that's an aggressive rocket jump from Maestro. Forces out the flash. That's flash for flash on these 80 carries, and JoJo's just going to back to base. So honestly, Maestro's going to be really happy about that because that's going to be more free damage on this tower with the explosive charge. Obviously, we know how great the Tristana is at taking towers, and Chad Jungle's into the middle lane. Ultimate from Danny Boy, but he's totally out of mana, and Pharrell and Lord will grab that kill.
Yeah, it's actually absolutely a good call from the Tristana to blow flash for flash, in my opinion. Not only so that she could have gotten a free minion crash advantage, you know, giving her a little bit of a tempo advantage in the bot lane, but more importantly, a flashless Caitlyn against a Rakan is a very, very dead Caitlyn. If Rakan ever has an opportunity where he has a vision advantage and Caitlyn's walking into his vision control, that's a dead Caitlyn. When Rakan's flash comes up, his flash timer should be up at least looks like 20 to 30 probably more like 20 seconds before the Caitlyn's flash. That's a dead Caitlyn. So it was actually a very strong call from Tristana to go flash for flash on the Caitlyn. I don't think it was entirely necessary. I believe, considering the position of the lane where the mini wave was at, he probably could have gotten away with being a little bit more patient about that.
Oh, they're looking for another dive. Scatter of the week onto JoJo's, but he's able to buy some time for now.
No
Gizzers
minion wave.
has not gone in for the engage, and the response, Abstractical can't. He's up near the top side, so this is just the bottom lane on their own. Oh, good stun there will actually cancel out the grand entrance. And Gizzers, he may want more. JoJo's able to back off to the tier 2 tower, but that means his tier 1 is all by its lonesome. Ace Striker gonna get some damage here onto the Shen, but nowhere near enough. Good scatter of the week, and Danny Boy's in trouble here. He doesn't have the ultimate yet. He's burning down the Ignite. One more tick, and the explosive charge. Gizzers grabs the kill, and here comes the rocket jump from Maestro, the ultimate, and that's another for the Tristana.
Ah, man, Maestro's really he's really trying to get you that point back, huh?
Yeah, he is. Looking really good right now.
Yeah, I'm not feeling too good about that bot lane. Really great scatter of the week.
Here, you need I'll get you a towel. You got a little
You're a sore winner. I hope you know that.
I got to take advantage when I can. You never know. You never know. Chat Jungle could pop off. He's on the Lee Sin. He certainly has the opportunity to do so, and he's only a kill. Oh, well, okay, he's 2 kills behind, but still.
You know, you're not wrong, but you're not. I don't know. I feel like Master is just really looking primed to carry on this momentum, unless. Oh, come on, man! Use a Q first. I was really excited there. Unfortunately, Chat Jungle doesn't finish off.
Oh, he's still gonna get it anyway. Oh, maybe not. Hello.
Oh no, he has a Trinity right there.
Stand United will come through from Abstractical. That's going to be the resonating, or the Sonic Wave landing that time, but it's onto the Shen, so he won't go in any further.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Meanwhile, I feel like the action on top side might be close to dying out as they do finish off the red buff. Master has the option here to go for a 2v1 play. No, probably not. That would have been really ballsy.
Yeah, very risky there. I think he likes if JoJo's has stepped a little too far forward, but when the Caitlyn's right next to the Leona, that's a super risky play that Maestro will elect to temper the aggression. Already has the Infinity Edge. Finished Berserker Greaves as well, and sitting on an extra dagger. So yeah, this is a terrifying Tristana right now. As in the top lane, Ace Striker just whacking away at this tower, and oh man, that bottom lane tier 1 fell. So that's first tower gold, all the plate gold for this Tristana. Maestro is huge right now, and if I'm Brugge, I'd be careful. There's a flash on this Rakan. He's got his ultimate available. You do not want to go anywhere near this Rakan, as mid lane tower should fall here. Just a light breeze is going to knock that one down. As here comes the collapse on the mid lane. That's going to land. Chad Jungle gets a kill on Abstractical as Ace Striker is still just dunking away at this tower right now, and Kinda Nuts can kinda do nothing right now. Uh-oh, Danny Boy's in trouble. Does get the shutdown on the Chad Jungle. There is the unleashed power, and the kill will go to the Syndra.
Yeah, just a little bit of a miscommunication there. Chad Jungle really wanted to push the issue and go right onto that tower. Unfortunately, Mastro and Rakan ended up walking all the way around. But they do end up getting the tower and the kill, just with a bit of an unnecessary death on Jungle.
JoJo's now trying to defend this mid lane tier 2 as Maestro and Gizzard's just whacking away at it, taking it down below half health here. 14 minutes in, we need a 5th. Firmly in control of this game, up 10,000 gold. I gotta say, even if I don't get the kill leader bet, I'm feeling great about who I picked to win this game. We need a 5th. You know, we talked earlier about how they threw away that game where Chad Jungle got ahead on the Evelyn, but I feel like this time around, the gold is spread a lot better with Maestro feeling good, Ace Striker as well, and even Pharrell and Lord 2, 0, and 3 that we need a 5th has so many more carry options this time around. It's going to be much more difficult for Brugge to bring this one back.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right about that gold spread. Champions like Tristana and Tryndamere are the absolute champions that if they're getting gold advantages this early on in the game, there's very little that Brugge can do in the mid game and the late game to bring this game back for them.
Chad Jungle taking some damage, but Abstractical was terrified of the Lee Sin and flashes over the wall. Parallel conversions to try and lock down Maestro, but it won't. And that's going to be the kill onto the Canis for All Lord. Grabs it now, looking for a stun. Good scatter of the week. Chad Jungle gets one, but here comes Maestro. He's looking for the resets. Flashes over the walls for All Lord. Going to take that kill. Chad Jungle looking for more. That's the double kill for the Syndra as we need a 5th. Takes down 4.
A couple things to note. One, the kill lead is down to 1 kill. That's the most important thing I was keeping an eye on that entire team fight, I'll admit.
He was over here doing the math on his fingers.
Oh, wow. Dude, the flash slap chop coming out of Tryndamere for another kill on the Shen. That Tryndamere is getting way out of hand as We Need the 5th is now closing out this game with the mid lane tower going down at 15 minutes. Such an early inhibitor tower kill going down.
Abstractical will let Chad Jungle even up the kill lead. His middle inhibitor isn't going to go down, actually. We need a 5th, recognizing how low Chad Jungle is and the just the severe lack of mana on Pharrell and Lord. They'll instead elect to go back to base. They've already taken the inhibitor tower, so taking that inhibitor shouldn't be too difficult.
Tryndamere is still going unchecked on the top lane, by the way.
He may just rotate them in and take the inhib himself. He doesn't care. Ace Striker gonna try to spin to win here. He has his ultimate available. I don't know that he shouldn't survive. He just spun towards an active tower. He's going to go down. Easy shutdown there for JoJo's.
I'm Wicked says, my man about Chad Jungle. I agree, dude. He's my man too. I'm feeling really happy about this. You know, I'm actually surprised he's closing the gap there. When you're taking the Rift Herald, it looks like they are very primed to close this game out before Baron even spawns at this rate.
How weird is that they exposed an inhibitor before taking Rift Herald?
Oh yeah.
They did that without using Rift Herald. Are you kidding me?
Wow. I actually didn't realize that.
I didn't until I just saw that. I was like, wait a second. Like, I knew it was early, but they didn't even use Rift.
Yeah,
now they're just going to drop it in mid lane.
Yeah, they're not missing a beat at all here. They're really trying to make
I feel like they're going to take the inhib and use it for Nexus Towers. Chad Jungle trying to dash away, get away from Abstract. He took quite a bit of damage, and here comes the quickness from Gizzers, and Maestro trying to fire away. Chad Jungle gets 1 kill on Abstractical. Now, Kinda Nuts, Gizzers takes down Seals on Wheels, sorry. Kinda Nuts trying to save it, but Maestro's going to take down JoJo's. That's a kill on a Chad Jungle. The double for the Tristana. Maestro once more, one more auto, and he takes down Danny Boy. That is the ace. Is it the finish, possibly? Is this 2 points for me? Maestro's going to take the inhibitor. They're looking for the push. They have a minion wave, a bit of it, but remember, we're not even at 18. We're just hitting 18 minutes, so they don't have the Baron. One thing to note, Rift Herald was not used. They'll take a Nexus Tower.
Ooh, get off
needs a defense. Good scatter. The weak. Seals or Wheels onto Syndra here. JoJo's alive for a defense and trying to clear some waves, but that is a Nexus Tower dead at 18 minutes.
Wow, and all of that happened without Tryndamere even being involved, by the way, as he just continues to AFK push in the top lane.
It also all happened without the Rift Herald being used. It's finally been dropped, though, as Pharrella Lord's going to take down the Leona. Top lane inhibitor falls to Ace Striker, and there are just minions flooding into the base. We need a fifth. Wants this win pre-20 minutes. That's going to be a net away from JoJo's as Ace Striker's looking for some kills. He's trying to take him down. That's going to be one for Chad Jungle. Abstractical falls as well. It's Pharrella Lord with that one. Can they finish it?
Get in
JoJo's
there,
into the Nexus.
Yes.
He's going to go in. He's actually going to tie it up. Maestro, yeah. I think it's a...
Yes, I don't get the point, but you don't get the point either.
I know, but I get a point, and I think that's a tie. We can get a confirmation production. I believe that was 8-8 in kills. They'll let us know, yes, we got a thumbs up from Kathy, so that's even, and that means we are tied.
I'll take a tie.
4-4.
Dude, being tied is better than losing.
No, hey, I mean, the conventional wisdom is ties like kissing your sister, but
I've never heard that one.
You never heard that?
I've never heard that one.
Yeah, you never. That's one from my dad. Shout out to good old Doug McDonough.
Doug
that's
McDonough.
one of, yeah, that's my dad. Yeah,
oh
Doug. Yeah, he's ties like kissing your sister.
I feel a lot worse about tying now. Like I want to make another bet like right now.
I mean, let me just give you a little more conventional wisdom.
Huh.
If you ain't first, you're last.
Oh, I love that line.
That's a good one.
I love that. I tell that to my players all the time.
Right.
Yeah.
So like. I guess the question is they both tied? Are they both first?
No, they're both
or
last.
are they both last?
They're
Okay,
both last for sure.
Last.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
We need a fifth with a huge win there. They do move on after taking down Brug. They would face the winner of Titan Gaming versus Night Raid. Shout out to everyone in chat as well. What do we have to do to make Yeso win this, Gilliman? You guys just have to listen into my bets. How about this? We'll just go who gets the most kills in the next game. We'll follow. We need a fifth, and you just feed them all into Gilliman. I'll pick Gilliman.
Gilliman, why?
No, we aren't rigging this. We're doing it fair and square. I appreciate it. So we'll get a little production. Will let us know what our next game is momentarily. Not sure if we're going to go to a break yet. They'll let us know in just a sec, but. All right, we actually are going to go to Fruitcake versus Upper Moon. And given the timing, this might be our last game of the night, folks. We are make it 4 minutes in here, Fruitcake and Upper Moons. And I guess we can end the night with just a simple victory prediction. What do you think? You want to go with that?
Yeah,
I'll let you pick. You take it.
Oh, I get to pick.
You take it.
Oh,
yep.
You're gonna regret this. Man.
Oh, I bet I am.
You know, Fruitcake on the rise again. he absolutely does show that he can perform very well in that champion. Intman and I keep forgetting his name, Agani. Intman and
Yeah.
Agani on the bot lane are really a strong combo. Those two are very solid players. However, if we look at Upper Moon's team composition, they have a very similar dynamic to what they were able to accomplish the last game, save for the Taric. I'm going to have to put my money on... I should say it now before this kill happens.
Come on, pick it.
I'm putting on Upper Moons, on Upper Moons. I don't care. I don't care that Maniac died just then. I'd feel so wrong if I voted for Fruitcake there.
I feel fine about Fruitcake. I got Intman on his signature champion, on the Draven, Agani on his Thresh once again. I don't know why people aren't banning this away, because Agani is just so good on this champ, and as he's going to land a Death Sense and the Flay here, Juicy going in there, trying to take down Intman. Intman's in trouble. He's going to use the heal there. That's the Lantern to give him a little bit more of a shield, and they will escape from trouble here. But there it is. That's going to be, I believe, our final bet of the day, folks. I got my money on Fruitcake. Upper Moon's picked by Latman. What do you guys think in chat? This is for all the marbles here. The final point. The winner will be 5 points, and the winner this week.
I really feel like I don't feel comfortable with my pick. It was a pick under duress. But I'll stand by it.
Choose.
I'll stand by it.
What do you want from me?
I don't want anything. I want your pity. Get it out of here.
Good, you're not getting any.
Oh my gosh. Wait, Maniac is 0-2 so far, by the way. I think this is the very first game I've seen him on any of his jungles. Like, I was going to say his unconventional picks, but they're all unconventional picks.
And one thing to note here, Upper Moon's a near repeat composition, right?
Yeah.
You've got the same jungle to bot laner, right? In the Kaisa, Galio, Sona. Things switching up a little bit. You've got the Nautilus instead of the Taric, but still does some of the same things. You've got a little bit more engaged now. And then Pathetic on the Camille does a lot of the same things as the Aurelia. So Upper Moon's pretty much, a couple different champions, but really running a near carbon copy composition this time against Fruitcake. It went really well last time. They certainly got the opportunity to pop off once more. They're down about 1,500 gold here to Fruitcake, so we'll see how it goes. But I gotta say, I like, as you mentioned earlier, Fruitcake back on his rise. The bot lane on their signature champions, period.
Yeah.
And Darth Vader definitely with some backline access here on the Vi to try and set his team up for success.
Yeah, Fruitcake definitely has a better composition this time around to very effectively punish the Sona, Galio, Kaisa dynamic that Upper Moons brought out in the last game. The last game that we saw Upper Moons bring out this composition, a big problem on the enemy team's composition was that their bot lane was not a strong enough, more aggressive enough bot lane to properly take advantage of the weak Sona lane and to push the issue forward, to push the game state forward. And in another area where Fruitcake did a better job in terms of draft was the jungle pick as well. Vi isn't really something that you would consider as a very strong early game tempo-based jungler, but she can make things happen.
Oh, up on the top side. Good flash away there from Fruitcake to avoid the Justice Punch, but he steps right up and easily gives away the taunt. Does he maybe force the dive? Pathetic just escapes tower range quick enough to survive there. Great turnaround from Fruitcake.
A good attempt, and not too much value lost there as Maniac gets the mid lane on time to catch the mini wave while Galio goes for that play. Here we see it. Was that a TP? No, it wasn't. Okay.
Maniac defending the mid lane. Is NorCal going to throw out a little bit of poke here? Blue buff on the Kaisa. We'll see if Maniac wants to go aggressive. Won't elect to do so as Wonder Ginger returns to the mid lane to clear out that wave. Meanwhile, Fruitcake on the Infernal Drake right now. The bot lane rotating up to assist Darth Vader's Vi, and taking this out should be pretty easily set up here and taken down. The bot lane will head back down to bot, and that is an Infernal Drake to the side of Fruitcake.
Yeah, really early Drake there. An important Drake as well. With champions like Draven and Draven and Ryze do a phenomenal job with Infernals in the first place.
Everybody but Agani uses this Infernal.
Yeah.
Darth Vader maybe not quite as much, but still, there's nobody on Fruitcake that's feeling bad about this right now.
Yeah, no, seriously. Very effective dragon on their side. Upper Moon's got to be feeling a little bit apprehensive about the way the game is still going so far.
Agani stepping forward on the Thresh, just trying to zone Upper Moon's away
Going
from this wave. Fruitcake, meanwhile, on the top side, pushing this wave under tower, getting a lot of damage onto Pathetic here. Gets the slow there, able to avoid the Void Seeker. from Yahoo Maniac, but this could be big trouble. Here's the roam. Crescendo will miss. Can he trade back a kill? No, just barely. Pathetic flashes away, and Fruitcake falls. The roam to the top side goes in favor of Upper Moons.
Yeah, definitely an uncharacteristic death coming out from Fruitcake there. I think as soon as you see Kaisa W whiff and miss you, you should be thinking, oh crap, wait, she's around? I should back up. Instead, as soon as the Kaisa W flies right past him, he for some reason felt safe enough to continue to remain there and ends up giving a very free kill.
Oh, good hook on
wow.
a Juicy. Darth Vader over the wall, and Int-Man cashes in on the Draven.
Yeah, Gani once again just showing how phenomenally strong he is on this Thresh pick. Like you say that Int-Man is on his comfort pick in the Draven, and sure, he's showing a pretty consistent performance thus far in terms of how effectively he's last hitting. But I feel like a large part of this is on the back of how cleanly Agani is playing so far.
Yahoo Maniac is going to Killer Instinct back to the safety of the tower, but it doesn't matter. Int-Man going to cash in one more time. Second one isn't going to be as much because he wasn't able to catch too many axes, but still, that's 2 kills and a huge cash in for the Draven here. And Int-Man with a great start to this game. 3-0, I should say, already sitting on the BF sword plus a long sword. This may mean we can check the gold currently in this game. That might be a Bloodthirster already. He's already at 98 CS.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a Bloodthirster. Such a phenomenal gold spread so far from Fruitcake.
There it
Kills
is.
on Rise and the Draven compared to he
went for the Infinity Edge.
So he undid the Bloodthirster purchase and opted for an Infinity Edge instead.
With that.
Yeah, that's actually a really smart call on his part. If there was a bit of a closer game where he might actually be more okay, let's look at this all in first.
Fruitcake's in trouble here. He's going to go down as Pathetic secures the kill. But you were saying it's just him just trying to move with the snowball.
Yeah, exactly. He's snowballing the game. If it was a closer game where he's more in danger of actually dying, then the Bloodthirster is almost always a better call here. But because his team is actually starting to create a very strong momentum advantage, it makes a lot more sense that he wants to get the IE, possibly go for one-shots. I think after that Vamp Scepter, I wouldn't actually finish the well, I'm not really a Draven player. I feel like Bloodthirster is probably the better item second. But if he already has the Infinity Edge, I would actually like to see him build an Essence Reaver as his second item. Leave the Vamp Scepter, don't finish that until after the Essence Reaver, then get a Zerkers, and then finish the Bloodthirster. So that way you have 50% crit chance and some attack speed to boot.
I feel like either way it isn't a bad choice because you still get solid damage from that Bloodthirster. And it obviously provides you a little more safety, a little more breathing room in these fights. They're going to play a little more aggressively, so we'll see what the choice is from Int-Man. But I think either way, he still has some of that lifesteal taking the Vamp Scepter, which is very important. And that's just a very scary Draven. That's a very, I mean, honestly, if I'm ever banning out 80 carries, it's typically Draven because I just feel like he gets that one kill, and then I'm like, cool. Bot lane's done.
Yeah, if you're playing Draven against any champion besides an Ashe, you typically... that's not going to do much. Yeah, you know, but the thing is, if I was going to target a ban on Fruitcake's bot lane, I don't think it would be the Draven. I think it would absolutely be Agani's Thresh. This guy shows not only that he has such strong, phenomenal accuracy in his hooking and in his flame, but he has such a good sense of when to stay back and be on Lantern duty for his 80 carries. I think those two factors combined make them such a strong pick on the Thresh.
That was something. A little too late there for the vibe, but still going to be able to drop the Rift Herald in the top lane. This will easily secure this top lane tier 1, and also all of the plates going over to the side of Fruitcake, and they should easily be able to secure a charge from the Rift Herald onto the tier 2. Meanwhile, NorCal, we saw him use the cleanse a moment ago, still has flash, just Wonder Ginger applying a lot of pressure in mid lane, going for the Justice Punch, not in range for the top, but the Winds of War take NorCal pretty low here, sitting at about 200 health. He's going to be very wary of this Gallia, but he's just trying to buy his time. Good stun there. The Winds of the War force out the flash, but Darth Vader is here. Does he go in? Here's the ultimate from the... The Xerath and Death. Darth Vader finishes the kill.
He actually dodged on 3.
Yeah.
So clutch.
He put his dancing shoes on there for a second.
Yeah. Well, I'm so impressed. I mean, he died anyway. But still, like, those were some really tight
he's
side
just
steps.
Like, he's bad anyway. Who's this guy?
Agani with another land. Ooh, bringing the Draven with them.
Yeah, Juicy's in trouble. The Draven looking for another cash in. Flash not available. Juicy has the exhaust, but he has already resigned himself to death. Int-Man gonna take that one and cash in one more time. 6-3 lead in kills. 4 of those kills on the Draven. Int-Man is absolutely huge in this game. And, I mean, he may have enough gold when he backs right now. Can he just buy a Bloodthirster?
Yep, there it is.
Oh my gosh.
That is two of the scariest Draven back times I've seen. First back IE, second back Bloodthirster.
He's got 2 items before 15 minutes.
Yeah.
What is this game?
Well, first of all, you probably won your bet. Second of all, it sucks that this happened on the game that I lost my bet on, but I think it's about time that we've seen in this tournament, Yoo-Hoo Maniac is finally being punished for these uncharacteristic, okay, let's look at this all in first.
Here's a good fight. Double taunt there, and Yoo-Hoo Maniac going to take down Fruitcake. Make that 2 for the Kaisa. Upper Moons is not done yet. That's going to be a pause. Looks like we got a disconnect from Agani here.
But it's like, you guys died, I'm out. See ya. But what I wanted to say was, I mean, as soon as I said it, he goes and picks up a double kill and like completely throws my point over its head. But up until now, we've never seen Yoo-Hoo Maniac properly punished for picking these unconventional jungle picks.
Sure.
Somehow he's not only like applying pressure in the early game, but he's actually like getting kills with these really strange picks in the Kaisa, in the Twitch, in the Master Yi. But this game, finally, not only is he not actually contributing in terms of how many kills his team had on the map before that double kill, but he was actually applying no pressure at all. He was just AFK farming the entire time, leaving this Draven, Draven Thresh lane to go completely unchecked and start steamrolling his bot lane. Fortunately, he just got really lucky in the sense that his team was able to set up a double kill for him in the mid lane. That's huge for him. Because if that dynamic continued for at least a few more minutes with a Draven completing 2 items, like you said, before 15 minutes, this game was actually next to hopeless. But it's an entirely, I mean, it's not an entirely different story now that he got a double kill, because again, Draven is huge.
Yeah.
That is a very big problem. This may very well be over if Draven plays a perfect game from this point out. But yeah, Kaisa getting 2 kills there, completely different story than him having 0 kills and AFK farming the jungle for the next 5 minutes.
And it's still only about a 5,000 gold lead for the side of Fruitcake, so it's not impossible for Upper Moons to come back. But they've got their work cut out for them because they have created a monster in the bottom lane. That Draven is so fed. He's going to be difficult to kill because of the Bloodthirster, and he's just going to deal out so much damage. Those axes are going to be absolutely just blowing people up, so it's not going to be an easy task for Upper Moons to take him down, and we'll see. We'll see if they can do it, but Fruitcake has got to be feeling really, really good about how this early game has gone. I don't know if it could have gone much better.
Yeah, you know, the only thing I would have actually changed myself, and this is me being kind of picky because I am a AD carry player at heart. Well, not at heart. I'm just in general an AD carry player. It looks like we're getting right back into the game, but I do want to say that Bloodthirster, yeah, it's a great item on Draven, but I feel like if you went Essence Reaver into Mercurial Scimitar, that's probably the most optimal build he could have gone for this game, considering how far ahead he is in terms of like the game state, and considering that he's basically the strongest win condition for his team, meaning that the enemy team with all these forms of CC are probably going to be going for him the entire game. If he did go for a Mercurial Scimitar, it'd probably be a much more guaranteed win in the mid game for him. Instead, with the IE Bloodthirster, yeah, he's a huge force to be reckoned with, don't get me wrong. But against champions like the Galio, the Sona, the Nautilus, he's absolutely still killable, like you said. There's still some hope for Upper Moons.
We'll have to see. Upper Moon's trying to get a little bit of control around the mid lane. As we mentioned, down about 5,000 gold, but they've got a solid team fighting presence. If they can get onto Int-Man, they can change this. And Agani actually taking a lot of damage here. Is going to get taunted, and that is the Thresh down. Upper Moons not throwing in the towel just yet. They are down, but they are definitely not out.
You know, I feel like a really big questionable thing that I'm seeing on the mid-map right now is having Xerath on your side lane. That doesn't really make much sense to me. I feel like it would be better to... Because the thing is, you do want to eventually have that river control. That's what Agani was going for there, and that's what ultimately got him killed, right? The thing is, to accomplish that, all you really need is Xerath to hold mini-waves at mid and allow your Draven Thresh to continue to create so much pressure on one of these 2 side lanes, and then shove that side lane all the way into the enemy tower, and then from then on... Oh, Draven cut out in mid lane.
Goodbye! Int-Man shut down. Qatar going to get that gold, and that is just disrespect there from the side of Fruitcake.
I might be making my money back. I might might be making my money
You
back.
guys can't see Latman over here, but he's just over here rubbing his two kind of forefingers together with his thumb like he's making money. I'm waiting for him to just pretend like he's throwing stacks all over the place. Hey, this game isn't over. Fruitcake's still in the lead, all right? In-man is huge.
Yeah, they're still
It's
in the
my
lead.
boy.
You're not wrong about that. But the fact that Upper Moons is making plays like this when they were faced with such adversity with a Draven with 2 items before 15 minutes shows that not only are they not out of the game yet, but they are making exactly the right moves at exactly the right time to get back into this game. And Fruitcake, on the other hand, sending Xerath bot lane, keeping your Draven in mid lane overextended without your support alive, they are losing focus. In a game where Upper Moons is making all of the right calls at the right moments, we're seeing a shift in focus and a shift in momentum. If this dynamic continues itself over the next few minutes, especially before Draven gets a chance to finish a QSS, I'm actually feeling really confident about Upper Moons being able to bring this back.
Definitely have the opportunity. Teleport in there from Qatar to try and defend this mid lane tower. And Fruitcake is grouping up. They want to take it down, and they may want a team fight here. Risky, though. Again, we mentioned Upper Moons has a pretty solid composition for the team fights. You get great AoE crowd control from Wonder Ginger and Qatar, and Yuhumaniac is more than happy to fire onto multiple targets with the Kaisa. Akani trying to clear out some vision around this mid lane, see if they can get some control for a possible flank, or at least ensure that they aren't getting flanked themselves. Juicy continuing to step forward. He wants that dredge line, and NorCal would be a great target if he can find it. He's looking for it. There's the lantern. It's going to get him out. Beautiful timing from Akani, and NorCal gets out of trouble.
Oh, by going in.
Ooh,
Scary. Considering Sona had ult there. But I like the discipline from Sona though. You know, getting Vi there with your ult, you may kill the Vi there, but Draven's absolutely going to be an unstoppable force if you use even one of your CC ults on the target that's not the Draven.
All right, that is Mountain Drake
Oh,
taken by
great ult.
Uppermoons. Good crescendo on to
Chain
3.
CC.
Trying to get on the back line. Hextech
Draven's
ultimate
down.
locks down Hitman, and he is dead. The damage from Fruitcake is gone. Darth Vader will get the
going in.
lantern out, but it doesn't even matter. NorCal's in trouble. Here comes Yuhumaniac. That's the double kill for the Kaisa. Make it an ace for Upper Moons, and they are back in this game.
Let's go, Upper Moons, making my money back. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to see this. What a beautifully executed team fight from Upper Moons. Starting off with a great heads-up Sona ult on the Draven. Like I was saying earlier, using the Sona ult on the Vi while she was extended might have been a great call on paper if you weren't against an insanely fed Draven. Instead, she waits for an opportunity where she is able to connect the ult on Draven without overextending. And look at the results. A fantastic 5-0 team fight going in the favor of Upper Moons.
Over here, Latman is currently scrolling through his phone. He just Googled Upper Moon's foam fingers. So you know where his head is at right now. Upper Moon's now completely tied up the goal.
Oh, 5 for 1. Thanks
It
for
was
that
5 for
production.
1.
Yeah, Sona died. I didn't see. I was too
It's okay.
excited. But yeah, still really great team fighting coming out of Upper Moons. Once again, look, Draven isn't even going for a QSS yet. He's building a dagger. The one thing he needs to do right now to really seal in the deal and really seal himself as a formidable force in this mid game is to get that QSS ASAP. The fact that he's not building straight into one right now is a very concerning sign for Fruitcake.
What is the main Zeal item? Is he go Phantom Dancer?
I think he goes Rapid Fire Cannon here.
Rapid Fire?
Yeah.
Oh man, that first Q.
Yeah, it's gonna hurt.
Oh.
It's definitely a very lethal
Yikes.
item.
I mean, that should take like half of Qatar's health, or Yuhumaniac.
More, I would say more probably.
Oh, that is terrifying, especially if it crits. Like, oh
yeah, if
man.
it crits, it's gonna be more for
Darth
sure.
Vader trying to get onto the backline is going to get onto Qatar. Qatar's going to go gold, and it's Yuhumaniac here in the 2v2. Good crescendo catches 2, and Darth Vader is dead. Qatar trying to escape. Kanagani set it up. Ant-Man is here. He needs the crit. 1 goes down, but he's going to drop right after Qatar survives. It's a double kill for Yuhumaniac.
And it looks like they're gonna turn onto the Baron. This may be jumping the gun a little bit too early, but Xerath is on the other side of the map. Not quite there yet. They can absolutely get some. Wow, this Baron is going down really quickly, actually.
The Baron should fall. There's no smite to contest from Fruitcake, just the ultimate from the Xerath. Can he get the last shot? It's too early, and Baron goes to Upper Moons, and just like that, this game has been turned on its head. Lands the hook on NorCal, the cleanses. It's going to be a little late there. He probably wanted it for that auto attack. He's trying to float his way out of trouble, but he's going to get caught by another dredge line, and Qatar grabs the kill.
Like I was saying, that momentum shift earlier from Upper Moons, since then, Fruitcake has basically been looking like headless chickens on the minimap. They are just constantly walking into Upper Moons. Once again, Vi overextending, going for a kill on the Sona. It's really just a fruitless ordeal. Oh, I didn't even mean to say that. Their team name is Fruitcake? Wow. Wow, it's kind of late. I'm surprised I pulled that out.
Yeah, you got a cherry on top of a sundae too?
Yeah, I mean, okay. All right, man. You're getting a little carried away.
I'm sorry, I'm salty. Fruitcake is losing now.
But seriously, though, like, the one thing, like, I'm just going to keep saying this over and over because it's so important. If Fruitcake can get a QSS on Draven and then play grouped front to back, they absolutely still have a chance to just snatch this right out of Upper Moon's hands. Because a fed Draven against those champions is definitely a force to be reckoned with. Upper Moon's doesn't really have a considerable front line. Wow, that was really close. Upper Moons doesn't have a front line that's really capable of dealing with a Draven if Draven's team is playing properly around him.
Oh, they're going to try and contest here as the top lane tower goes down. The Vi trying to kite away, but he's going to fall to Yoo-Hoo Maniac. And the Kai'Sa's going to want more. He's at about 2/3 health. He's got to be careful because one axe could knock him out of this fight.
Yeah, dude, ever since Fruitcake got ahead slightly with the Draven going to mid lane, Vi has just time and time again queued forward and gotten punished for it. The one time she didn't get punished that mid for it was purely because the enemy team was practicing enough discipline to save their stuff for the Draven. But besides then, every time she goes in, she's being punished in a big way.
Oh, NorCal is dead here. The Hextech ultimatum enough to secure that. Pathetic gonna take him down, and Fruitcake now defending for V5 against a Baron up Upper Moons. I mean, if you're Fruitcake, just fight front to back, guys. Don't worry. The hard part is that you have a Vi who really just feels useless if you aren't kind of getting onto those carries. But you've got to build a little more tanky. I mean, I think the one good thing here is I believe that's a Cinderhulk from the Vi. The Trinity Force not great paired up with that, but whatever. But it seems like Darth Vader is preparing to go into a very heavy tank build and just try to use the Assault and Battery to lock down a carry for some time and just try and survive. Because that's really Darth Vader's job at this point. You aren't going to delete Yoo-Hoo Maniac or Qatar. You just need to buy enough time, lock them down for Ip-Man to get the axis spinning, get them going, and get the kills. But Upper Moon's looking great right now. They're up 4,000 gold, up 2 towers, and they've also got the double Mountain Drake, which is huge. We already saw them take down a Baron very quickly, and it's only going to be helped further by the double Mountain Drake. Baron is up in just less than 3 minutes. It's about to wear off on Upper Moons, and they're looking to open up the base. The middle inhibitor tower is exposed as the tier 2 died just a little while ago, and they're moving through the red side of Fruitcake looking for a pick.
You know, I like how you pointed out that the Vi is starting to build tanky, but it might be too little too late.
Yeah.
The thing is, Upper Moon's team composition is such a strong mix of damage. Like, Camille does a pretty decent amount of physical damage. This Kai'Sa going primarily a damage 80 damage based build, so she will be mitigating a decent amount of Kai'Sa's damage, but Kai'Sa does almost as much magic damage as she does physical damage inside of the crits. So it's going to be really hard for the Vi to survive at all in these team fights, despite her building tank, just because she's not building full tank. That Triforce is really going to start hurting her as this game goes further and further into the late game.
And you also get just plenty of magic damage from Wonder Ginger and Qatar. I mean, the Sona Galio, no slouches in that department. We saw Wonder Ginger earlier just deleting Captain Moser on that Lux. So if he gets onto NorCal, it's going to spell big trouble from Fruitcake. The one thing that Fruitcake does have, solid wave clear. The Xerath very good at that. Ip-Man can even do a bit of it as well, and the Rise certainly helps in that department, so they can try and defend these sieges because Upper Moons, they don't have great siege. They're looking for picks to try and set up outnumbered fights. This Juicy will get caught by the death sentence, so Fruitcake seems happy to defend right now, just get some more gold in their pockets.
Right, I do like the way that Upper Moons is playing this, though. You made a...
Oh,
okay.
the crescendo's going to miss. Oh, the death sentence, but actually Qatar goes gold. That's huge. If they caught the Sona there, that could have been a big fight for Fruitcake.
Yeah, it absolutely could have been. But again, I really like the way that Upper Moons is approaching this. Wow!
NorCal
Insane
so low.
poke. Qatar really showing that he knows his limits on how to execute this Sona pick properly in the
Wonder
mid game.
Ginger wants to get in here, and Yuhu Maniac could just throw
Don't
a
go
Void
in.
Seeker. Good hook. They're going to catch Wonder Ginger. This is actually huge. Can they take down the Gallia? They do. That's the shutdown for the Draven. Now Fruitcake has a little more room to work with.
Man, as soon as I started trying to compliment Upper Moons on the way that they were
Cast the
executing this
curse,
1-4,
baby.
Cast the Curse goes through. They spend the next 20 seconds after I compliment them once trying to engage. If they just chilled and continued to just shove mini waves in over and over on the bot side, continuing that 1-4 dynamic, all they had to do was continue that 1-4, keep Fruitcake on the bot side, keep them from placing any wards near the Baron, and as soon as Baron spawns, shove a wave in on bot side, back first, get the Baron first, and just start it. Because Kaisa was able to do this Baron in under 10 seconds at this stage of the game, I'm pretty sure. And if Fruitcake does actually get a chance to get out on time to contest that... Oh, is he going to die to Krugs?
Don't go back in.
Wow.
Do not go back in, NorCal. I have to ask you a question.
Huh.
Because I feel like if you're Upper Moons and you want to siege, you have to get someone away from the two main wave clear options on Fruitcake, and it is NorCal and Fruitcake, the Xerath and Ryze respectively. Do you think that Upper Moons can 1-3-1 as here comes a Realm Warp into the pit? No, they don't take it? Wait, you gotta take that Realm Warp. You had an opportunity to contest the Baron, and they don't take it. Instead, going to look for the fight here. They're going to get a hook, and the Nautilus is just going to go down right away. And then has an opportunity here, and the Vi escapes from trouble for now. Is this the fight that Fruitcake needs? They're going to maybe catch out Wonder Ginger. There's the Death Sense. It does catch him. He doesn't have the taunt. The box is dropped down. Flash away from Wonder Ginger. Can he escape? Assault and Battery is going to lock him down, and Hitman gets another kill, but they're pushing down mid. NorCal's in trouble.
Pushing, yeah.
He's got to be very wary of the Killer Instinct. Good stun. Get some damage on the Yuhu Maniac, and here comes the collapse. So Agani looking for the hook, lands it onto the Sona, and this is what Fruitcake needed. Yuhu Maniac's going to try and run, but the Sona is dead. Qatar is going down. A shutdown for the Ryze, and they can clear out these minion waves.
A silver landing for Fruitcake there as Upper Moons botches the escape after that Baron attempt. First of all, it was a great Baron call. They got onto that Baron as soon as they were done recalling from the bot side. It was a little bit late due to those over-eager attempts to engage coming out from the Sona and the Galio on bot side. However, Fruitcake does end up picking up a lot of very crucial, very vital cleanup kills after that Baron. But we have to stay honest. Upper Moons definitely has momentum here. That Kaisa is absolutely at a point in the game where she is strong. The pick has paid off at this point. Thresh landing a hook.
Oh, Agani wants to go and he drops the Lantern. Ant-Man is here. They're looking to take down Yuhu Maniac.
Oh,
He's still alive. He falls. No, that's a shutdown for Agani, but it's outnumbered now as the Draven is dead. They're going to take out Agani. The bot lane is dead. They're collapsing onto Fruitcake, and this is a huge collapse. The triple kill for Pathetic, and it's just Darth Vader and NorCal to defend.
Wow, that was exactly what Upper Moons needed. Yeah, their Kaisa died, but you know, that was a moment where Fruitcake absolutely had an opportunity to start building momentum as Kubo goes for another kill.
NorCal with the cleanse, but it doesn't even matter. The wave clear is dead, and this means Upper Moons gets an inhibitor guaranteed.
Yeah, if not two, probably two inhibitors. Draven's up in 12 seconds, so they definitely won't be able to close out the game, but this is going to be two inhibitors, which is huge with a team composition like this. Like you said, their siege is very weak, so getting these inhibitors for free in a moment like this is very, very crucial to closing this game out.
Super Minions now in 2 waves for Upper Moons. That was a huge swing. Fruitcake kind of swinging for the fences there. Akani going aggressive with the Death Sentence. And while they do take down Yuhu Maniac, the turnaround from Upper Moons is big with Pathetic grabbing 3 kills, who we have to say, we haven't talked about the Camille a ton this game, but he's absolutely huge. 8-2-8, sitting on 3.5 items, has the GA, so you have to take Pathetic down twice, which is not going to be an easy task. This Camille is huge.
Yeah, it's just like last game. Pathetic really does a great job of, you know, we don't give him enough credit throughout the early and mid game, but he puts up such insanely solid performances. In this game in particular, I think I remember there was a decent amount of resources put against him on the top side. But like you said, he only has 2 deaths. As one of his team's frontliners, that's a pretty impressive feat in itself. And he's been playing a huge role in shutting down this Draven throughout the mid game. But definitely a very clean, very, very strong, very convincing performance coming out of Pathetic in this game.
And that has been a big part of, you know, because looking at this draft and you see Fruitcake on the rise that he performed so well on earlier in the night, and you think, man, he's got a real opportunity to pop off right now. But Pathetic has done such a good job on the Camille at just keeping Fruitcake down, because they've consistently been matched up kind of 1v1 with each other across the map. It's kind of been a 1-4 setup from both teams, and it's just meant that Pathetic has continued to keep Fruitcake
going
down.
in again.
They're going to go
not
gold.
The best Sonya's.
Oh no, that isn't going to work out. The Lantern's going to go down. He's going to assault and battery onto Qatar, but it won't secure the kill. Now, Fruitcake, you got to be careful. He just steps forward. He's going to get collapsed on the ultimate from Sarah. Doesn't do much here, but Humanic is actually pretty low. Fruitcake goes gold. He's got the Lantern. Can he get away? He will not. Wonder Ginger is going to ult in. It's just NorCal and Agani. Is this it? Upper Moons may be able to finish it off. It's the taunt on a NorCal. Humaniac with the kill, and it's just Agani to defend the base. Death timers are so long. The Vi is up in 20 seconds, but it may not even matter. They're looking for the win. They've got Super Minions coming in mid and a bot lane. They're on to the Nexus Towers. They're hitting the Mastery emotes, and that is it. Upper Moons and Latman will take the wins here as Fruitcake will fall.
You know, that was really looking like a scary game in the entire early game. Upper Moons looked almost futile. That Draven had 2 items at 15 minutes, like you mentioned. That is a huge mountain to overcome. And Upper Moons didn't even have an AD carry themselves to bridge that gap. All they had was a Sona in the bot lane. But it's such an insanely strong performance coming out of Pathetic. In that very last team fight, it was at the very edge of our screens, at the very far left corner. But Pathetic found an opportunity to get onto the Draven under his tower and just one-shot him. And I think that's a really telling sign of what happened throughout this entire mid-game. Pathetic over and over again was able to get on the Draven and close him out from this game.
Big performance there from the top laner of Upper Moons. A big part of them taking that win over Fruitcake, and they will move on to the grand finals. Now, Fruitcake not done yet. They do move down to the losers bracket finals and do have an opportunity to try and get revenge against Upper Moons, but Upper Moons showing that they're never out of a game.
Yeah.
And we were talking about, we were highlighting it early. Humaniac plays all these off-meta junglers, all these weird picks, and then he was punished early, and we're thinking, he's finally getting a punish here, and we can bring up our score graphic here, declare our winner. We'll just do one of these. Latman with the victory. Take a bow, my friend. Please, whatever you got to do. There it is. 5-4. Hats off to my friend here. Takes the win there. But we were highlighting, Humaniac. We're like, oh, he's finally getting punished for these picks. He's finally not going to have a great game. And then it wasn't enough. They didn't knock him down enough. He only dies 2 times early, and then he turns that game around.
Yeah.
And big, and I think very important too. We didn't mention Pathetic enough earlier in the game, but I think important to give him credit. So it's really that top and jungle synergy right there. Those two working together and really turning this game on its head and running through Fruitcake.
I think it was a team-wide effort, really.
Definitely. Definitely.
Those engages in the mid-game coming out of Sona Nautilus, beautiful team play.
Sure.
I'm just really impressed by that team.
Yeah.
The way that they are able to stay together and to create team-wide to create opportunities out of seemingly nothing.
Sure.
All 5 of them getting involved in a game that looked so difficult. It's just really phenomenal to see. Very impressive stuff.
Yeah, definitely a great game from them. And congratulations to the Upper Moons as they move on to our week 4 grand finals. They will have their work cut out for them because there's still a couple of great teams vying for a spot in that grand final, but they definitely have played well tonight and earned their spot at the end of the bracket. But that's going to be the end of our broadcast, folks. It's been a fun day. Very, very exciting games, and it really felt like teams kept defying expectations, man. It's certainly fun to watch.
Yeah, dude. Today's performances, I think, were some of the most impressive that I've seen so far in Late Night League. Not only were teams showing some close games, but they were showing some real grit.
Yeah.
Like that last game, I just can't stress it enough. Like, it's so nice to see as a caster when you see a team that far behind in gold, that far behind in momentum, and to just turn the tides like so suddenly, so consistently, like play after play after play, being in the right place in the right time, making plays around the right parts of the map. It's really a really nice, satisfying thing to see.
Yeah. definitely a fun one. That's going to do it for us, folks. If you guys miss us during the week, make sure to tune in next Monday. Remember, we will be live once more next Monday at 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern, right here at twitch.tv/esports arena. We will have week 5 action for you next week. And if you need more, remember, we've got Super Smash Thursdays this Thursday right here, as well as Fortnite Frenzy. So make sure to tune in for those. Head over to esportsarena.com/Walmart for more information about Late Night League and our other leagues. And that's going to be it, folks. For myself, Latman, everybody in the live broadcast crew, and everyone at Esports Arena, I want to thank you guys so much for joining us tonight, and we'll see you again next time.
One upper moon lanes might be a little stronger.
Beautiful crescendo there. Randy Newman caught with his hand in the cookie jar.
Looks like he can